Prologue. The Boy and the Bee. A young boy, just a bit over a decade old, stumbled into the house. He had scruffy brown hair, lighter skin with a healthy tan, and freckles across his face, as well as a black eye.
"Ah, you're home? Welcome back, Belissar."
He winced as he heard the elderly woman's voice. He didn't particularly want Mrs. Incomos to see him at the moment, but she shuffled out regardless, supporting her shaking legs with a cane. Her eyes widened when she caught sight of him. Then she heaved a sigh.
"Are you okay?"
Belissar silently nodded. She sighed again.
"Here, help me get the salve, would you? We'll get you fixed up."
Belissar nodded again and then silently did as she said. A bit later, he stumbled into his room, holding a small piece of honeycomb Mrs. Incomos had given him. He was about to collapse in his bed when something caught his eye. In the corner near his window was a spiderweb, and he could see something squirming on it. As he got closer, he found it was a little worker bee, missing half of one antenna. He frowned. Mrs. Incomos had told him to respect spiders. They were a crucial part of the cycle of the world, a creation of the gods intended to keep the pests under control. But she had also trained him to take care of her bees, and they were anything but a pest. And Belissar knew all too well what it felt like to be helpless and at someone's mercy. He didn't see the spider on the web, so he wouldn't have to hurt it in any case. So he grabbed the heavy gloves he wore while beekeeping and knelt by the corner. "Don't hurt the bees." He reached out to the web and gently broke through the sides of it, reaching his finger for the little insect. "Please don't sting me, okay?" He brought his finger under her legs and began lifting her up, using his other hand to detach the web stuck to her. The bee scrambled about and attempted to sting his finger, but her stinger failed to pierce into the thick glove. She then stopped and tried to beat her wings, but they were still entangled. Belissar grabbed the small piece of honeycomb and brought it up to his finger. "See? I'm not going to hurt you. Here, have something to eat." The bee paused for a bit before slowly crawling onto the honey. She slowly lowered her proboscis down until she tasted the sweet liquid. After that, she stopped trying to sting him or fly away, settling down onto the honeycomb. Belissar gave a small smile. He may have been powerless in his own life, but at least he could save a trapped little bee. Mrs. Incomos had taught him to take care of them, and that's what he would do. He managed to get some rest, just a bit less upset than before. And the little bee watched him for a few hours until the web dissolved and she was able to fly away. Belissar never noticed the faint glow of light around her. 1. The Beginning. About a decade later, Belissar stood in a dark cellar, holding a small candle for light. He was now a young man past his second decade, dressed in the well-worn tunic and pants of any other frontier peasant. He was surrounded by barrels. Opening the top of one, he scooped out some of the liquid contents into a jar, then closed the barrel and walked toward the rickety stairs leading out of the cellar. He extinguished the candle and climbed back up. He made his way across the apiary he now managed on his own, where wooden boxes stood in rows and bees buzzed all around, climbing in and out of holes in said boxes. Belissar smiled and watched them work for a second before making his way to his house. Once inside, he poured a bit of the golden liquid from the jar and took a drink. He held it in his mouth, tilting his head before he swallowed and smacked his lips. A bit too many juniper berries, I think. I'll have to tone it down for the next batch. He heaved a sigh as he put away the jar. That was the last one of the batch, and it would take some time before the next attempt. Apparently, the local Tower Lord's son was coming to visit their little village, and every household was required to donate tribute for the welcome banquet. Losing entire barrels of mead for free would not help him survive the winter, so he'd have to stick to tried-and-true recipes he knew he could sell for the foreseeable future. The date for the visit had come and gone a week ago, and of course the Tower Lord's son was nowhere to be seen. And yet the village chief hadn't returned any of the tribute, just in case the noble scion decided to show up at his own convenience. Some of the villagers had raised eyebrows at that, but Belissar had just kept his head down. It wouldn't help for him to complain. It never had. So he just sighed and shook his head. He stretched and walked over to the window, where he had a few flowers growing in pots. A bee was hovering around and flew to him when he walked over. He held out a finger, the bee obliging and landing on it. Belissar smiled as he noted the bee had half her antenna missing.
Working hard, huh? Great job today.
The bee buzzed and spun around. Belissar had saved a bee with a missing antenna once, freeing her from a spider's web. He knew it was silly, especially since it had been years since then, but he liked to imagine it was the same bee that visited him, and that they were friends even. Well, he knew the bees landed on him because he had coaxed them by dipping his finger in honey, but it didn't hurt anyone to pretend. Just then, Belissar heard shouting and screams. He frowned and grabbed his spear by the door. Their village was at the very edge of the local tower's influence. Attacks by the hunger were rare but not unheard of, and there were plenty of other wild animals that could cause trouble besides. Belissar peeked his head out the window in the direction of the screaming, and gasped as his eyes went as wide as they would go. The village was on fire. Armored soldiers marched through the town, right over the bodies of the village chief and those who had gathered with him. Hooded mages were setting fire to the buildings one by one while the soldiers cut down the villagers trying to flee. They each bore the image of a lizard curled around a stone tower, the crest of the local tower lord, on their armor, and a young man in plate armor and a cape rode atop a horse at the center of the formation. Belissar turned and ran out the back door. He had no idea why the local tower lord would do such a thing, but he was of no mind to ponder it. He ran past his beehives toward the tree line at the edge of his home. Running off into the wilderness bordering the hunger was not exactly a great idea, but Belissar was barely thinking at all at this point. All he wanted was to get as far away as possible. Feeling a sharp pain in his back, he stumbled to the ground, falling into some overgrown fields leading to the forest. An arrow had lodged itself in his back. Tears ran down his face as he gritted his teeth, trying not to scream from the pain. Maybe, if he was lucky, they'd think he was dead. That is, if the wound wasn't bad enough to actually kill him. But as he lay there, slowly, he began to relax. As he thought, he wondered why he was trying so hard. Bad break after bad break. And for what? There was no one at home waiting for him. No one would even realize he was gone. The entire village was gone too, and no one beyond even knew he existed. Nothing would change if he lived, and nothing would change if he died. So, how was one better than the other? What was the point of fighting his fate? If the gods had decreed this was his lot in life, then what could he do but accept it? He felt his heart calm even as he began to feel cold. He went ahead and closed his eyes. Perhaps this was for the best. Maybe, if he let himself go, he'd get to see Mrs. Incomos and his parents. Only a slight murmur in his heart caused him to hesitate, to wonder if this was truly the end. But that too passed as all around him grew dim. It was at that moment that a little bee landed on his back. A bee with half an antenna missing, and a slight glow around her body, too faint to be noticed in the afternoon sun. She buzzed and danced around Belissar's back, but the young man stirred no longer. The bee buzzed again, and again the man lay still. The bee began dancing faster and faster, buzzing her wings more and more frantically. As she did, the glow around her began to pulse, growing brighter each time. Eventually, a small bit of the light moved from her into Belissar's back. The face of the man on the horse scrunched up as the smell of smoke and blood filled his nose. Ruckanos was not fond of such dirty and laborious affairs. Normally, he resented his Lord Father for forcing them upon him. But, well, today was different. The augurs had spoken. It was time for a new tower to rise, and it was time for a new tower lord to rise with it. The gaze of the gods had turned toward his father's lands, and so the day Ruckanos had long awaited had arrived. He would become the master of the new tower, the chosen of the gods. Riches, power, and long life would be his, as well as grand armies loyal only to him, and he would finally be free from the authority of his father. He was not doomed to languish as generations of his siblings had before him. He was the one who would ascend to greatness. So great was his joy that he had thrown a grand banquet that lasted for a week straight before his Lord Father intervened. His father had been displeased with the delay. So displeased, in fact, that he had ordered Ruckanos to come straight to the site himself. Normally, the tower guard would have cleared the way, ensuring the area was free from all riffraff and obstructions. No one save the augurs, the tower lord-to-be, and the tower guard were permitted to witness such a sacred event. But Ruckanos now lacked the time to wait, and so he was here during the cleanup, waiting for his men to finish their dirty work so that the ritual could commence. But it was good that he was present. The incompetent fools had been bumbling about, waiting for the peasants to gather and pack their paltry possessions. Ruckanos knew that time was of the essence and could not be wasted on such irrelevant riffraff, so he'd ordered his men to clear the way immediately, by any and all means necessary. He knew his Lord Father would be upset, though why a tower lord saw any value in such impoverished peasantry he would never know. But it didn't matter. Once he had ascended and become a tower lord of his own, his Lord Father's will would no longer be his law. Just then, an old man to his side began to frown. This was one of the augurs, dressed in fine robes and carrying all sorts of tomes and crystals on his person.
"My lord, the manor stirs, and the gods are on the move. We must hurry if we are to prepare the bindings."
Ruckanos scowled and turned to one of the soldiers.
"Captain, what is taking so long? Do not tell me that my own guard cannot handle some dirty peasants."
His captain bowed his head.
"My apologies, my lord. We shall be finished up shortly. My men will be sweeping the perimeter, but I believe you should be able to proceed soon."
Ruckanos sighed.
"You had better. This is the moment of my ascension, Captain. Nothing shall be permitted to go wrong."
Just then, the augur gasped. Before Ruckanos could react to the interruption, a bright column of light shot into the sky from behind one of the houses.
"We are too late! It has already begun!"
Ruckanos dug his heels into his horse.
"Move, you fools! Whatever's happening there, stop it!"
He and his guard rushed toward the house in question, his horse galloping around to the back. Ruckanos arrived just in time to see a dirty peasant lying on the ground, an arrow in his back and surrounded by the column of light, before there was a crack of thunder and a bright flash of light that blinded the tower lord-to-be. When it faded and his eyes could see again, the peasant was gone, and the column of light with him. The augur turned pale.
"We were too late, my lord. The tower has been born, and the bindings were not prepared."
Ruckanos narrowed his eyes.
What are you saying?
The augur gulped.
If the bindings are not in place for the tower's birth, then we cannot adjust its course. We have failed for the first time in my career. For the first time since my grandfather's grandfather.
Ruckanos' eyes widened as he processed those statements.
It was only moments ago. Surely there is something you can do.
The augur slowly shook his head.
The tower has been born and moved beyond my sight. I know not where it has gone, and I can no longer bind it to you.
Ruckanos turned pale. The tower was gone. It was not bound to him, and they didn't know where it went. But that meant that he would not ascend today, and his Lord Father would be most displeased. 2. Well, I'll be. Belissar awoke with a start, sitting upright. He blinked for a moment, then gasped and reached for his back. He didn't feel anything there. No arrow shaft, no wounds, no pain, not even blood. He blinked again. Had it all been a dream? Just then, vivid memories passed through his mind. He could smell the smoke of flames just outside his window, and the scent of blood. He could hear the screams of the villagers, the roar of burning houses, and the angry shouts of soldiers. He could see sunlight reflecting off metal blades before they plunged into his neighbors. He could remember the sharp pain stabbing into his back. He turned pale and began to sweat. No, he didn't think all that was a dream after all. Not to mention the fact that he hadn't awoken in his bed, or on the ground where he had fallen. He finally thought to look at his surroundings. He was... well, he didn't know where. All around him was empty white space with only a single feature. A glowing sphere hovering in the air a bit in front of him.
Am I dead?
He couldn't think of any other explanation for his current surroundings and the sudden lack of mortal wounds on his back. But at the same time, this did not match anything he had been told. Where was the Hall of Judgment? Where was the God of Death? Just then, he heard a buzzing noise. He began glancing around until he saw it. A single bee buzzing around the glowing sphere. She flew up to him, and he held up his hand by reflex. Belissar's eyes widened as she landed right on his finger. She was missing half an antenna, just like the one from the spiderweb and the one from this morning.
Don't tell me you died too.
That seemed impossible. Even if this was somehow the same bee, only humans went to the Hall of Judgment when they died. Or so Belissar had been told. On the other hand, this place didn't match any description of the Hall of Judgment Belissar had heard. Not that any human had actually seen it and lived to talk about it. They couldn't, by definition. There was also the lack of a god passing judgment on the events of his life. He looked at the bee on his finger. Unless the god of death was a bee? Or had he somehow ended up in the Hall of Judgment for bees? Did bees have a Hall of Judgment? Said potential god buzzed her wings and danced around, brushing his finger with her uninjured antenna before taking off. She hovered in front of his eyes and flew in a figure 8 before turning and flying toward the sphere. Belissar blinked. The bee flew back in front of him and repeated her actions, heading back toward the orb.
Do you want me to do something with this?
The bee buzzed her wings and began dancing on top of the sphere.
What exactly?
The bee just repeated her actions. Belissar gulped before stepping forward. He had no idea what was going on, but if a potential bee god of death wanted him to act, then he'd have to try his best. He looked at the ball. Even though his surroundings were nothing but white light, he could somehow tell the sphere was glowing faintly. It was perfectly smooth, with no protrusions or marks anywhere, which meant no hints whatsoever as to what he was actually supposed to do with it. But the bee kept dancing and buzzing around on top of the orb.
Like this?
He reached out to touch it, for lack of any better idea. Once he did, Belissar grunted and shielded his face as the sphere began to glow brightly, to the point it hurt his eyes. He tried to pull his hand back, but it was apparently stuck to the orb. He felt it heat up, hotter than anything he'd ever felt. Yet he didn't feel any pain nor smell any smoke, so it didn't seem like it was burning him. The heat passed from the sphere into his hand and traveled along his arm. It circulated through his whole body, leaving his entire being feeling hot, burning without pain. And then, something appeared before his eyes.
Beginning dungeon binding.
Strange words began to appear before his eyes. He was blessed Mrs. Imkomos had taught him how to read, but knowing the words didn't help him make any sense of them. Dungeon binding? Was he in some sort of prison? Was this the Hall of Judgment after all? And had he just been judged as wicked?
Wait, this is some sort of mistake. I didn't break any of the commandments.
Well, there was that one about not lying, and that time he'd snuck some cookies. And he didn't actually know all the doctrine. Mrs. Imkomos had made it clear she didn't possess all of the holy texts, so he couldn't rule out that he had broken a rule he hadn't known about. But beyond that, he was pretty sure he had followed the rest. Don't murder, don't steal, pay taxes, obey any and all commands from the Tower Lords without question, etc.
Please select a starting defender. Slime. Rarity. Common. Random default option. Goblin. Rarity. Common. Random default option. Zombie. Rarity. Common. Random default option. Monster Bee Queen. Rarity. Rare. Unlocked by Dungeon Conduit's records. Clockwork Puppet. Rarity. Epic. Random option.
Belissar blinked again.
What?
Select a defender? From a list of monsters? What did that mean? Was this some kind of test? Was he choosing his own punishment? Would whatever he picked arrive to eat him alive? He glanced at the bee who was still on top of the sphere, but she didn't react. Well, the choice should be obvious, right? Or rather, Belissar had only heard stories about the others, if he had heard of them at all. But he knew bees, had worked with them for most of his life. He even pretended they were his friends and talked to them when no one else was around. Or so he thought. He hadn't become known as the weird bee guy for nothing. He hung his head at that thought. In any case, if he had to be killed or tormented or whatever this was, he would prefer it be done by his longtime companions.
Monster Bee Queen selected. Please select a starting room. Flower Meadow. Rarity. Common. Unlocked by starting defender. Forest. Rarity. Common. Unlocked by local environment. Stone Labyrinth. Rarity. Common. Random default option. Enchanter's Laboratory. Rarity. Uncommon. Random option.
Belissar tilted his head. Okay, now he was getting really confused. Pick a room? Was the god of death letting him choose where he would be punished? Why would he be allowed to choose that? Was it a consolation prize for good behavior? Well, if that was the case, the choice was pretty obvious here, too. Of all the places he could be punished, a flower meadow sounded the least bad.
Flower meadow selected. Completing binding.
The heat from the sphere grew even hotter and began to change. Before, his entire body had been filled with the same amount of heat all over. Now, it felt like it was concentrating on his hand. Suddenly, it vanished all at once, leaving only a now dull warmth in his body. Belissar stumbled back as his hand was freed, and then, turning his palm toward him, he blinked. There was now a glowing pattern on his hand in the shape of a stone tower. More words passed before his mind.
Constructing dungeon.
Belissar stumbled as the ground began to tremble, feeling as though he was rising into the air. The sphere began to change as well. Colors began to swirl inside of it, and the warmth now inside his body grew hot once more. Eventually, the rumbling stopped. Belissar glanced around, but he was still in the pure white space. And he was not, in fact, being eaten or tormented by monster bees. Indeed, nothing had changed at all, save for the orb. He stepped forward to peer inside of it, and blinked. Within, he could see a large meadow full of flowers, a field of color broken up only by the occasional tree. The sphere was blinking toward the top, which drew Belissar's attention. As he focused, additional words appeared before his mind.
Please place monster bee queen spawners. Upkeep. 20 mana per active spawner. Available mana. 95 out of 100.
Belissar blinked again.
Just what is going on here?
As he spoke the words, the view in the orb shifted, displaying a small circular building. It was a single story tall and made of some kind of white stone with perfectly smooth walls. At its top was a ring of stone holding some sort of glowing sphere. All around it was a sea of an amorphous black substance with faint rainbow undertones, constantly shifting and twisting like a stormy sea. Words again appeared before his eyes.
Dungeon status. Floors. 1. Rooms 1 out of 1. Pending completion. Available mana. 95 out of 100. Available monster types. Monster bee queen. Available room types. Flower meadow. Core corruption. 0%. Dungeon master. Belissar. Dungeon conduit. Unnamed bee. Current missions. Complete at least 1 room. Complete initial purification. And the favor of a patron.
The words did not help him understand the situation, but Belissar was hardly paying any attention to them, for his eyes were fixed upon the image inside the orb. It was a sight he recognized. It was a sight that every person alive could recognize.
It's a Tower of the Gods?
Though he recognized the sight, Belissar found himself even more confused. 3. Doth quoth the bee. Well, calling a single-story building a tower was a bit of an exaggeration, but Belissar couldn't mistake the material, the perfectly smooth round exterior, or the glowing sphere held by a ring of stone at the top. Descriptions of the towers were taught to frontier children. Illustrations filled every book on the subject, and stylized designs adorned the crests and banners of every tower lord. The old beekeeper who had taught him her craft had also made sure to instruct him on the doctrines, so Belissar was quite certain he wasn't wrong. Moreover, The moment he saw it in the sphere and the dungeon status appeared before his eyes, he knew. He could feel it. Quite literally, in fact. The warmth inside him resonated and confirmed his thoughts. He was now aware that the tower he viewed was the place he was standing in. He could feel its boundaries like the edges of his skin. He could even feel the empty spot the flower meadow was waiting to fill. It felt like he was on the verge of sneezing or had something stuck in his teeth, as the room was somehow there but not. Every inch of it had the same warmth flowing through it as the sphere and his body. He, an unworthy peasant, was standing inside a tower of the gods. And yet, he had not been smote. No, that wasn't all. He looked at his hand, searching for the symbol, which responded and began to glow. His eyes widened as he saw the same mark as in the dungeon status, as he saw his name listed in the place of the dungeon master. If this place was the dungeon, then that was what the strange words called a tower. And if he was the master, then he was a...
No. That's blasphemy, Belissar.
He grabbed his head and turned away from the sphere. It didn't make any sense. The towers of the gods were special gifts granted to humanity to keep the hunger at bay. And as gifts from the gods, only those specifically chosen by them were even allowed inside. And to become a tower lord, only those truly favored were worthy of such an honor. So Belissar, a random peasant from the frontier, certainly could not have become a tower lord. Such an event would go against everything he had ever been taught about towers, the world, the gods, everything. And yet, here he was. Everything he could see and feel told him this was a tower. And everything he could see and feel also told him that this tower was now connected to him. Belissar trembled and fell to the ground. This had to be a mistake. How could this even have happened? He'd been minding his own business and dying in the dirt, and now he had somehow not merely defiled a tower with his presence, but had gone and taken a tower lord's place somehow? What would happen to him when everyone found out? What would the tower lords do to him? What would the gods do to him? Probably accuse him of stealing it, even though he didn't know the first thing about what had happened, much less intended it. Of all the unlucky things to happen to him in this life, this must have been the worst yet. How was he going to explain himself to the gods? Would anyone believe that stealing a tower was some sort of completely unintentional accident? Would they care, even if they did? If he hadn't been doomed at the Hall of Judgment before, he definitely was now. Just then, the bee buzzed and flew in front of his face, flying around in different circular patterns. Belissar froze. What wrong? Queen still hurt? He heard... No, that was wrong. He didn't hear anything but buzzing. And yet, somehow, he could tell what the bee was saying, as if her dancing was somehow converting into words. Well, that or his mind had broken under the strain.
You can talk?
The bee paused and then began quickly zooming around. Queen can dance now?
Belissar's jaw dropped. Wait, now? You've always been talking?
Yes? Belissar's mouth opened and closed a couple of times before he managed to make any noise. Eventually, though, he shook his head. The bee talking now, or rather, him now being able to interpret the bee's dancing and flying as words, was, well, deeply concerning, but it paled in comparison to the rest of the issues at hand. Since the bee had seemed to want him to touch the sphere that had led to all this, perhaps she knew what had happened. Belissar froze again, then quickly scrambled to his feet as he rushed to bow toward the bee. Because if this was a tower of the gods, and this bee had been here from the start, seeming to know how it worked, then wouldn't that mean she was
Are you a god?
The bee buzzed and wobbled about on her flight. No, I'm worker. You're worker now, queen. Belissar blinked and exhaled his breath, standing back up.
Well, if not, do you know what happened then? How we ended up in a tower of the gods?
The bee began to dutifully weave her story through the air. Queen was hurt, wanted to help, like Queen helped worker. Then moved here and became core. Core want choose queen, so made queen the queen. Belissar blinked again.
Wait, you became a core? What's that?
The bee flew over to the sphere and landed on it. This! Belissar blinked as the gears turned in his mind.
Wait, so you became a tower of the gods?
The bee flew about a bit unsteadily. Tower is dungeon? Then, yes? Belissar's jaw dropped.
How?
Don't know. He grunted and held his head at that, taking a deep breath.
Look, Miss B, I'm grateful that you helped me and saved my life, from the looks of it. But, this is a tower of the gods, and I'm definitely not one of the chosen. It'll probably be a big problem once everyone finds out. So, could you unconnect me or something? Undo whatever happened?
The bee flew slowly. Sorry, can't. Belissar's heart sank into his stomach.
Can't?
The bee flew a little quicker. Can't. Core says once queen, always queen. And queen is worker's queen. Can't make not queen. No other queen. Belissar held his head and sank to the ground again. He sat there as his heart pounded before eventually taking a deep breath and trying to organize his thoughts and what he knew. Okay. First of all, he had almost been killed. Next, the bee, which apparently had been intelligent before this, had tried to save him, and somehow succeeded. Well, he should be grateful to her for that. In fact, didn't that confirm she actually was the same bee all along? That they were actually friends? Belissar shook his head. He was getting distracted. After that, they had somehow ended up here. The bee said she'd become the core of a tower of the gods. How did that work? He had no idea. None of the doctrine actually detailed the process by which the gods created their towers. Such things were beyond mortal minds, so who's to say they weren't formed from intelligent bees? In any case, as far as he knew, that was what had happened. And then she'd gotten him to touch said core, and now, the tower was somehow connected to him and listed him as its master. Him. An unworthy peasant who definitely hadn't been chosen by the gods to be here. Unless the bee was somehow connected to them? The tower listed her as a conduit or something, if that meant anything. And if true, it would explain the talking bee thing, and the lack of smiting for his very presence defiling the god's gift. Finally, the bee had said whatever had happened could not be undone. The stealing the tower thing was permanent, no matter how much he wanted to give it back. Belissar nodded to himself. Yep. He still had absolutely no idea what was going on here.
What do I do now?
Well, he was mostly speaking to himself, but there was someone in the room who could respond. And she did. Queen says, Not worker.
He tilted his head.
Huh?
The bee was flying in front of him in excited loops.
Queen is queen now. Queen of core. Queen leads. Builds hive. Lays brood. Worker listens.
Belissar heaved a sigh. Being in charge was exactly the issue here. And being told he was supposed to lead did not help him figure out what to do. Not to mention the whole build hive, lay brood thing. He was pretty sure the bee was under a fundamental misconception of his capabilities. Well, she was also calling him queen. He should probably correct her on that. Later, though, as he had to figure out how to avoid the wrath of the gods first. And also, something was drawing his attention and distracting him from solving his impending doom. The flower meadow room felt like it was poking at his side as a light kept blinking within the sphere. Core thing. Even if he turned away, it remained present on his mind and in his perception. He felt bloated, or maybe constipated? He sighed and stood up, walking over to the orb. Looking over the status that lingered before his eyes, he noticed something he had seen before.
Current missions. Complete at least one room. Complete initial purification. Earn the favor of a patron.
Okay, so apparently Tower Lords had missions? That made sense. They had the duty of watching over the gifts of the gods, which meant these missions might be assigned by the gods to the Tower Lord. He crossed his arms and frowned. The question was, would the gods be angrier if he messed around with one of their towers even more than he had? Or if he neglected these missions and left them unfulfilled after taking the place of the chosen who was supposed to handle them? The bee flew over to the core and landed on top of it as he pondered which decision was less likely to lead to divine judgment. She looked up at him, faintly buzzing her little wings. Belissar looked at her for a moment and then sighed. If the bee responsible for his presence here, who may or may not be connected to the gods themselves, wanted him to do something with this tower, then his best bet was probably to follow through. Reaching for the core, he really hoped he wouldn't regret this. 4. The Bee King. Belissar touched the orb and frowned.
Okay, then. We'll finish the, room, or whatever. Now, how do I actually do that?
As he thought, his vision went white. A moment later, he found himself floating above a field of flowers. He gasped, but he wasn't falling. He was flying? How was that possible? Trying to look down at himself for any hints, he gasped again. He couldn't see his body. At all. But as he focused on it, he realized he could still feel it. As far as he was aware, he was still standing in the white room with his hand on the core.
Weird.
But that was nothing new for this situation. This was the Tower of the Gods, after all. Who was he to say what was weird and what was normal? Maybe Tower Lords thought it weird that peasants had to walk around on their feet and stay inside their bodies? In any case, he was getting distracted again, and the room was still poking him. So he set out to work. Once he had that thought, something changed.
Please place monster bee queen spawners. Upkeep. 20 mana per active spawner. Available mana. 95 out of 100.
A tree with a larger beehive than Belissar had ever seen appeared on the ground below. It was transparent, as if made of light.
Place, huh? Does that mean it can move?
Belissar waved his hands around. Or did the ghostly equivalent, he supposed. The tree moved as he did.
Huh.
Moving it around a bit more,
He spun it around, tried to lift it into the sky, which didn't work, and then tried to sink it into the ground, but it turned red. It also turned red if he moved it on top of an existing tree. Eventually, however, he got tired of moving it around, and with no better ideas, he just put it back where it had first appeared.
Okay, the tower seems to respond to my thoughts or something. In that case, place it here.
The tree rooted into the ground and slowly grew solid from the top down.
Monster Bee Queen spawner placed. Available mana, 75 out of 100. Flower meadow can now be completed. Confirm.
Belissar blinked. Or tried to, as well as he could with his body elsewhere.
Confirm.
Suddenly, he felt as if he were being pulled up into the sky.
Flower meadow placed. Mission, complete at least one room completed. Reward, 1 room feature selection. Preparing for initial purification attempt. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes.
Belissar found himself back in the room with the core, feeling as the tower shifted. A doorway appeared in the room he was in. Blinking at it, he looked at the bee, then back at the door.
Should we check it out?
The bee flew up off the core and landed on his shoulder. Okay.
Right.
Belissar slowly began to step forward. Opening the door, he found the scene of a meadow before him, slightly shifting and distorting as if under a pool of water. He tried to stick his head through and peek outside, but his head passed right through the doorway and back inside the white room. Taking a step back, Belissar frowned. A moment later, he shook his head. The situation wasn't going to change if he just sat there pondering things he didn't understand, so he might as well try something. He stepped through the door. Immediately, Belissar stopped and blinked at the sight before him. He was standing in a meadow full of flowers surrounded by a wall of trees. The sun was shining down on him, and yellow dandelions covered the ground. A gentle breeze blew across the field, causing the flowers to sway. The occasional tree provided a bit of shade. Behind him, the wall of trees stretched out to either side, the trees growing so closely together he couldn't move or see past them. A glowing doorway made of white light appeared among them, and far in front of him, a large wooden gate stood in a second wall of trees. Belissar glanced around in a daze. It was exactly the field he had seen in the sphere.
I made this?
He bent down and picked up one of the dandelions. It looked real. It felt real. It smelled real. He stopped himself just before putting it in his mouth, as he recalled he did not particularly enjoy the taste of raw dandelion.
A tower of the gods, indeed.
After all, what else could he call something that could make an entire field like this out of nothing, and in moments? He gulped as his heart sank. This truly was the work of the gods, and that meant he had truly, if accidentally, stolen said work from one of the chosen. To see their power at work made him dread to see their wrath. He slowly walked through the field until he came to the center, where the tree with the beehive stood. As he approached it, he felt the warmth inside of both him and the tower begin to concentrate within the hive. Soon, the entrance began to glow, and then a bee emerged. She was larger than any he had ever seen, about the length of his finger. As he looked her over, words appeared before him once again.
Monster Bee Queen. Vitality, minimal. Strength, minimal. Speed, average. Magic, minimal. Defense, minimal. Resistance, minimal. Special. Above average. Notable skills. Poison sting. Brood mother. Command offspring. A honeybee queen that has accumulated enough mana to become something more. Mostly similar to her mundane cousins, but more aggressive and with a slightly magical venom. This one is a queen, and capable of building a hive of monster bees.
As Belissar was trying to process the words, the monster bee queen shook herself and then flew toward him. Belissar tensed for a moment, but she stopped in the air before him, watching his every move. He could feel her intentions somehow. She wanted orders?
Well, you're the bee. Go and do bee things, I guess.
The monster flew in a pattern Belissar now perceived as a salute and then headed off into the field. She began gathering pollen from the flowers before flying off to one of the trees. There, she started building a small wax honeycomb and laying eggs. Belissar just watched in silence while the first bee flew off his shoulder and danced around in the air before him. Queen built hive, laid brood. Belissar rubbed his chin before nodding. Now was as good a time as ever.
You know I'm a guy, right?
The bee paused. Guy? Belissar nodded.
A boy. A man. A male.
The bee's flight grew unsteady. Queen is drone? But queen made hive, laid brood. Drone can't. Belissar opened his mouth to object, but then glanced around at the field of flowers he had apparently made, and the monster queen bee he had apparently chosen, and the spawner he had apparently placed.
That's, well, I guess that's true. But, I am still a guy, you know?
The bee shook in flight. But how can queen be a drone? Drone is not queen. Belissar blinked.
Then how about a king?
The bee flew unsteadily. King? What king? Belissar nodded to himself.
It's, like a queen, but male. Rules countries, raises armies. It's, a human thing.
The bee flew slowly. King like queen, but also drone? Do both job. Humans have drone queens. Belissar furrowed his brow.
Kind of.
The bee continued her slow flight. Queen want call king? Belissar slowly nodded.
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
The bee paused for a moment, then flew in a quick salute. Okay, we'll call Queen King now. Belissar gave her a small grin.
Thanks.
Well, he had a feeling he hadn't exactly resolved the fundamental misunderstanding, but close enough. As long as she didn't expect him to lay eggs directly. With that situation resolved somewhat, Belissar made his way to the other unique feature in his field. The large gate on the other side. 2 large wooden doors standing alone in the middle of the field. Belissar walked around the gate and found nothing behind or around it. It truly appeared as just a door randomly standing in the middle of nowhere. He frowned and then shrugged.
Might as well. Begin initial purification attempt. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 23 hours, and 37 minutes.
Belissar immediately shut the door and braced his body against it once he saw a writhing, amorphous black mass outside. The hunger. Outside the door was a sea of the hunger. The doom that haunted the world. The punishment from the gods upon the wicked. It consumed everything it touched, be it human, beast, plant, or even metal and stone.
and turn them into twisted shadows of their former selves. Those shades would then assault the living and continue to spread the hunger. Belissar would die in seconds if exposed to it. Even now, his heart pounded as he slowly backed away from the gate. He was completely surrounded, which meant, soon, this place would be corrupted too. There would be no escape. Suddenly, he paused. He remembered that he was standing inside a tower of the gods, the gift they had granted to combat that very hunger, to protect the chosen from doom. He watched the gate for a few more minutes, but it seemed the hunger somehow couldn't make it past the supposedly wooden gates. He exhaled his breath. It seemed he was safe, for now. In fact, weren't the towers of the gods supposed to purify the hunger from their surroundings or something like that? Or had this one failed to do so because it was being defiled by him? Belissar gulped and once again prayed that the gods might forgive him. And given what he'd seen outside that gate, hopefully sooner rather than later. 5. Be the Builder. Belissar walked back over to where the monster bee queen was still making her first little hive. His heartbeat slowed and his mind calmed as he watched the bee buzz around, little comb cells taking shape. So, he was trapped here, waiting either for the gods to judge him or for the tower to purify the hunger surrounding it. Oh, and the local tower lord's son had burnt his village to the ground, cutting down everyone in it, including himself. So even if he escaped this place and somehow gave back the tower, he couldn't exactly go back to his old home. Belissar frowned. He wasn't particularly close to anyone in the village, not since the old beekeeper who took him in had died. And even before that, the rest of the village had had little interest in him after he lost his parents. But still, the idea that everyone he knew, good or bad, was gone. He shook his head. His had been an unlucky life, and now it seemed that misfortune had spread. Perhaps that was why he was now out here, besieged by the hunger. But what could he do? The situation wouldn't change if he just sat here moping about it. The gods hadn't smitten him yet for defiling their gift, so he may as well do something. Walking around the field, passing by the trees and scouring the field around them, he picked up whatever fallen branches he could find. He wasn't sure why there were fallen branches when the trees had just grown today, but he wasn't about to complain, especially not about the inner workings of a tower of the gods. He also began to pick some of the dandelions as he made his way back over to the monster bee's tree. Once there, he got to work. Picking the flowers off of the dandelions, he gathered their stems and tied them together, then found a low-hanging branch to hang them from. Now he just had to wait for the sun and the breeze to dry the stems out. While he was waiting, he thought about what else he could do, but frowned as he realized his priorities were wrong. If he was going to be trapped here for who knows how long, he would need food, water, and shelter. So once again, he walked through the field. When he was done, Belissar grimaced. There was nothing there but dandelions and a handful of trees. Hypothetically, the bees would produce honey eventually, but that would take a while, and the bees would need it for themselves. He also didn't have any of the heavy robes needed to approach the hive safely. Although, since he could apparently talk to bees now, maybe he could just ask them for some? In any case, that was something for the future. Right now, all he had were dandelions for both food and drink, and he did not relish the idea of subsisting on them alone. Though what choice did he have? He sighed once again and started to gather more dandelions. He would eat them once he got hungry or thirsty, but until then, he'd at least start gathering some material. Maybe he could make a cushion or something if he gathered enough. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 22 hours, and 41 minutes. After gathering and hanging as many dandelion stems as he could, enough time had passed that the first stems had dried out. All close enough. Belissar was getting tired of doing the same thing over and over and wanted to move on, so he gathered the driest stems and began to make basic cordage out of them. He then took some sticks and started to tie them together into a basic square. It was something he had discovered back when he was young. The old beekeeper had shown him that hanging branches from the top of a basket would help the bees shape their hive and give a way to pull out the honeycomb without destroying the entire colony. Belissar had experimented with different shapes and sizes in order to find what the bees liked best, and he'd eventually found that if he put straight square boxes in rows, the bees would build their comb within them. He especially liked that he could just pull the boxes out when he wanted the honeycomb, and so didn't have to destroy the hive. Looking at the rickety square made of twigs and dandelion rope, he sighed. This wasn't exactly what he had in mind, but he didn't exactly have his wood-cutting axe with him, and the knife he kept on his person wasn't going to chop through a tree branch. He wasn't going to be making nice bee houses anytime soon, it seemed. He could see the bee watching him, so he held up the square.
What do you think?
The bee buzzed and flew around rapidly. King-making hive! Worker, help! Belissar chuckled.
Well, at least you like it.
He went ahead and made some more dandelion rope, then hung the square from a branch near the monster bee queen. She looked at it curiously, and then started to build her new comb within the frame. Meanwhile, his other bee companion flew around to the corners, adding some beeswax to hold the sticks together. Belissar blinked. That definitely wasn't normal bee behavior. But then again, these also weren't normal bees. Still, he felt a smile grow on his face as he watched the two work, going over to see if any of the other dandelion stems had dried yet. Belissar ended up working until the sun began to set, making as many frames as he could and hanging them together. He didn't notice that he wasn't hungry, even after hours of work. Belissar frowned as the sun went down. How was there night when he was inside a tower? In fact, why was there a sun and sky inside? But he shook his head. Such things were the purview of gods and tower lords, not of peasants like himself. So he stretched, gathered what dandelion cords he had, and promptly realized that he had spent all day building improvised bee house frames and not actually preparing a shelter for himself. It was growing too dark to work on anything as well. With a sigh, he made his way over to the other side of the field, where the door to the core room was. Stepping inside, he found it just as he had left it. A room of pure white where he had trouble distinguishing where the floors and walls even were. Assuming there actually were floors and walls. Maybe he'd try exploring the edges of the room later. For now, he used the light of the room and the core to gather up some dandelion cords into something of a pillow, then lay down and placed his head upon it. The ground felt like... well, it felt solid, but it didn't really feel like anything, which was kind of weird to Belissar, and grew weirder the more he thought about it. So he tried his best not to, and to close his eyes. He lasted about half an hour before deciding that the weird floor that was there, but not really, and the white room that seemed the same color and brightness everywhere at all times were not conducive to his rest, and stepped back out into the flower meadow. He ended up just lying down wherever and staring up at the night sky. Well, the meadow wasn't very cold, and the field of flowers was soft enough. He had slept on worse before. He sighed and tried to get as comfortable as he could, putting aside the thoughts of gods, hunger, and burning villages. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 10 hours, and 23 minutes. Belissar had a fitful sleep and awoke as soon as the sun peeked over the horizon. Strangely, though, he didn't feel tired, or hungry, or thirsty, or even the need to relieve himself. He narrowed his eyes. At this point, Belissar was getting weirded out, but maybe he shouldn't? The Tower Lords were supposed to be something beyond the ranks of mortal men. They lived ageless lives and wielded powers the common folk couldn't comprehend. Belissar had always thought that was why they were chosen to rule the towers. But maybe some of it came from the towers themselves? He shook his head to clear his thoughts and rose to his feet. In the end, Belissar was no thinker or theologian, so he'd do what he did best. Keep his head down and take care of his bees. He walked over to the monster bee queen's tree and gasped. Dozens of worker bees now buzzed around the frames, some filling the rows with comb, others forming wax into an outer wall around the edges, while the others were off harvesting from the flowers. The queen herself was now busy laying eggs into the cells as the workers formed them. Belissar blinked. Bees grew quickly, but he thought it took a few days for an egg to grow into an adult worker at least. Well, they were supposed to be monster bees, so he supposed they might grow faster than a normal hive or something. Crossing his arms, he hummed. They honestly had enough frames, and he wasn't even sure they needed them, seeing as how they could form their hives with those basic outlines on their own. In which case, what should he do today? At that moment, his bee companion buzzed in front of him. "King! New queen coming!"
Oh, another one?
He walked over to the center tree just in time to see another monster bee queen climb out of the spawner hive. She shook herself, then flew over to him like the first had. He gave a small smile.
Let's build you a hive.
The monster bee queen danced her salute before gathering pollen as Belissar went to collect his frame materials. Another day saw another hive taking shape, and yet another day where Belissar forgot to build any accommodations for himself.
Initial purification attempt in 1 day, 10 hours, and 15 minutes.
Belissar again tossed and turned that night, but still didn't feel that tired in the morning, so he got to work as soon as it was light enough for him to see. Again, another day came and went. Another hive was built, and he again forgot to prepare anything for himself. But he didn't mind. He apparently didn't really need much, and he preferred working on the hives in any case. In fact, as the sun set, a few of the bees from the first one came and danced in front of him.
You want to show me something?
Belissar followed them back to the first hive. It was very nearly complete. A box shape very reminiscent of the bee houses he had back home, only made of wax and hanging from a tree branch. The queen bee came out and danced in front of Belissar.
You want to give me some honey?
The queen bee continued her dance. Tribute for King. A few workers guided him to one of the frames, and he climbed up the tree, pulling out the frame in question, filled to the brim with golden honey. He broke off a piece and took a bite, his eyes widening.
Delicious.
A delectable sweetness graced his tongue. And more than that, he could feel warmth spreading through his body of a similar sort as the core had filled him with at first. The entire hive began buzzing and dancing at his word, the queen bee most of all. Belissar felt a smile grow on his face, but he held out the frame.
Please, have some too.
The queen bee began to refuse, but Belissar shook his head.
A diligent worker deserves her reward.
The queen bee hesitated before slowly flying over to the comb and sipping from one of the cells. Belissar's smile grew. As the night grew dark, Belissar gathered his materials into the core room and continued working on more frames with the light of the core. All other thoughts left his mind save for the task before him.
Initial purification attempt in 8 hours and 51 minutes.
Initial purification attempt in 2 hours and 13 minutes. Initial purification attempt in 35 minutes. Initial purification attempt in 4 minutes. Initial purification attempt in 30 seconds. Initial purification attempt in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
6. Initial purification attempt.
Initial purification attempt in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Belissar was hanging another frame on a tree when, suddenly, his body went hot. His eyes widened as he realized it wasn't just him. The entire tower had gone hot. He could feel streams of heat flowing through the ground and the air.
Initial purification attempt commencing.
The gates to the hunger swung open, and Belissar gasped as the black, oil-like substance began to whip and reach into the flower meadow, only for the edges of the gate to begin glowing with bright light which made the hunger screech and its tendrils retreat back through the gate. So instead, the black substance began to condense and warp. Belissar fell on his behind as he heard snarling and growling. Then a black paw with rainbow highlights broke out of the writhing mass and stepped inside the gate. Black mist emanating from it like tongues of fire as huge claws crushed the dandelions underfoot. A second paw stepped through, and then a snarling snout began to emerge above, dripping with bits of the hunger that melted into the ground and caused the flowers below to wilt. Glowing red lights appeared where the creature may have had eyes. Only there were 6 of them in pairs climbing up its head. Belissar began scooting back through the dirt as the creature fully exited the hunger and stepped into the field. The black mist emanating from it made its full body shape hard to distinguish, but it was vaguely in the shape of a canine, though larger than any dog or wolf Belissar had ever seen. What he could make out were the sharp claws on its feet, the fangs lining a snout that was a bit too long, and the sharp spike at the end of a snake-like tail. Belissar turned pale.
Shade.
The shade threw its head up into the sky and let out a roar. Belissar let out a whimper and then spun around, pulling on the dirt with his hands as he tried to stand up and start running at the same time.
Help! Initial purification attempt has begun. Remaining hostiles. 1.
The shade snarled and took off running, chasing after Belissar. The flowers wilted beneath its feet every time it stepped, leaving a trail of death in its wake. Belissar wasn't a stranger to violence. He had warded off wild animals and such, as all rural villagers must. But this was a shade of the hunger, the disaster that brought ruin to the wicked kings of old and laid low the civilizations of the subhumans. This was a threat that even the tower guard could not defeat without sacrifice. It was far beyond a single farmer with a spear, and Belissar didn't even have his. Belissar could hear the snarling and growling behind him, could feel bits of dirt collide with the back of his legs as the shade chased after him. He began to feel cold as bits of dark mist flickered around him, whimpering as he felt the fell creature's breath upon his back and smelled the stench of death. It was then that his companion buzzed on his shoulder. "King, retreat! Worker, save!" Belissar turned to glance at his shoulder.
What?
But the little bee didn't answer. Instead, a faint light began to glow around her, and Belissar could feel a spot of heat growing on his shoulder. Before he could say anything else, she flew off his shoulder and straight toward the shade's forehead. A moment later, there was a small flicker of light, and the creature roared. It skidded to a stop, letting Belissar gain some distance. He could see the small spark of light fly off the shade's head and into the side of its torso, making it roar again. The spark flew away once more, but this time, the shade was ready. It whirled around, and its jaws snapped around the spark.
No! Conduit unnamed bee has fallen.
Belissar gritted his teeth and shut his eyes, but he kept running. There was nothing he could do now, and the shade had turned to face him once again, starting to run toward him once more. Belissar could hear more buzzing, and his eyes shot open. Bees were turning away from the flowers and flying toward the shade. First one, then two, and then a dozen. The creature growled and snapped around at the air, swatting with its paw and tail. Belissar saw a small cloud of bees approach from the nearest tree, where his first hive stood. He could feel his first monster bee queen as she rallied her forces and sallied out from the hive, urging him to move faster. The creature snarled and took a deep breath, letting out a cloud of black mist from its mouth that surged forward. The bees dropped from the sky as the mist passed over them, the queen bee falling with them. Belissar could feel as his bond with her faded.
Monster bee queen has fallen.
The shade then ran and pounced through the air toward the tree, crushing the entire hive in a single bite. Belissar gritted his teeth even harder as he pushed off the ground with all his strength. His legs were burning, his heart was pounding in his chest, and his eyes were growing blurry. But he kept running. On Belissar ran, and on the shade chased. He passed by the tree in the center even as another monster bee queen was about to emerge, only for the shade to coat the hive in a breath of deadly mist once more.
Monster bee queen has fallen. Monster bee queen spawner disabled.
The second hive flew into battle, only to again be brought down by the mist. The shade was sprinting as fast as it could, and quickly gaining on Belissar. He saw the light of the second door just ahead of him, but his legs were slowing down. He ran as fast as he could, but he had no further strength to give. He could not move any faster than he already was. And the shade was about to reach him. It would catch him before he could reach the core room. But the third and final monster bee queen arrived. Her hive was not yet complete, and her brood was the smallest of the bunch, but she had watched the first and second queens fall, and so she did not have her workers swarm the foe as her instincts demanded. Instead, small groups of bees rushed in one by one, stinging and then fleeing. The shade snarled and bit at them, but they had already passed, and another group stung its unprepared back. It whirled around, but they too had already fled. In the meantime, Belissar reached the door and leapt through with one last push of his legs. He tumbled into the room and willed the door shut, but it remained open. Belissar's eyes trembled as the core's interior shifted, showing the fight in the meadow. The shade let out a breath, but the bee groups scattered from one another, and only a few were caught. It snarled and snapped at the air, but the bees kept up their assault. With only a few of them falling at a time, Belissar began to hope.
Come on, you can do it.
The queen bee paused at Belissar's words, and then the bees sprung into action, intensifying their assault. The groups were flying in at maximum speed, stinging the shade over and over, which growled and roared, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, a cloud of mist burst out of the shade, surging in every direction. The bee groups fell one by one, and the queen barely had time to react before the cloud passed over her, too.
Monster bee queen has fallen.
Belissar's heart sank. The shade still stood in the end. Stalking forward slowly, it growled softly as it stepped toward the door of light in front of it.
It did not seem to have forgotten him nor lost his trail. Belissar thought of grabbing his knife. But what was the point? How could he dodge its breath of death when flying bees couldn't? How would his little knife fare against this shade's fangs and claws? He shut his eyes and whimpered, waiting for his death. The shade dug its claws into the ground and lowered its body before snarling and leaping toward the door of light. And the moment it touched the door, it exploded. The whole tower rumbled and shook, startling Belissar and causing him to open his eyes. He gasped as he saw the black tendrils of the hunger spreading across the featureless white room, feeling as the heat running through the tower turned cold. He could see in his core as the hunger spread across the flower meadow. He could see the hunger pouring in through the gateway as the light around its edges faded. And then Belissar collapsed to the ground. Initial purification attempt failed. 7. Become the master. The gateway slammed shut, locking the hunger out once again. The black tendrils that had spread through both the core room and the meadow began to slow down until they eventually stopped. The entire tower fell silent. Beginning cleansing. Belissar slowly rose to his feet as the rumbling stopped, glancing at the black tendrils within the core room, but they didn't move any further. He glanced in the core, but there was no sign of the monster, so he crept to the door and gingerly stepped outside. He gasped. The flower field was black and wilted. Everywhere he looked, tendrils of the hunger reached across the ground, leaving dead flowers in their wake. The breeze carried dried leaves through the air, and the trees in the fields were black and crumbling. And everywhere he looked on the ground, he saw dead bees. He walked through the field in a daze. It was silent, not a flower left to rustle in the wind, not a single bee left to buzz about. Not even the one who had saved him. Falling to his knees as he came to one of the trees, Belissar reached out to a pile of debris under the branches. There lay the remains of one of his hives. Reaching in, he picked up 2 sticks. The wax and dandelion cords holding them together crumbled as he held a dead bee within his hand. He clutched his head. Something cracked inside of him, and memories he rarely thought about now surged into his mind. A young boy, scarcely more than half a decade, stood at the side of the bed. 2 adults lay across it, their faces pale and drenched with sweat. Their bodies were taut, their breaths ragged, and they kept coughing. The young boy gripped his pants tight with both hands as he looked down. And then he felt a trembling hand slowly touch his own. His eyes shot up. His mother had turned her head to him. She tried to smile, but broke out coughing. Her eyes began to moisten. "I'm sorry, Belissar. Please, live." The young boy broke into tears. A young teenage boy of around 15 years, just old enough to be considered an adult, once again stood in an adult's bedroom. A frail old woman lay upon the bed. The boy, or perhaps young man now, kept his eyes glued upon the ground.
"Now, what's with that look? I know these old bones aren't the prettiest, but I can't be that bad to look at, can I?"
The young man slowly raised his head, glancing at the old woman out of the corner of his eye.
"No, Mrs. Incomos."
She began a chuckle that turned into a hacking cough.
"Come closer, would you?"
The young man slowly obliged as Mrs. Incomos gave a wry smile.
Now, don't you worry about me, Belissar. I'm going to the gods, to the Hall of Judgment, where the god of death shall evaluate my life. I can't say I've been perfect, but I can say now I'm happy with the life I've lived. Most of all, because of this.
Belissar felt a wrinkled, trembling hand grasp his. Feeling his eyes start to moisten against his will, he slowly turned to glance at the woman again. She gave him a sad smile as she rubbed the back of his hand with her thumb.
I know, boy. This is going to be hard for you, I won't lie. But this isn't the end. Just remember what I taught you and do the best you can, all right? Follow the doctrines, honor the gods and their chosen, and live a good life regardless of what anyone else says. Then, when your time comes, we'll meet again. You, me, and your mom and dad. You'll have to introduce me, okay?
Belissar slowly nodded. He began to sob mid-motion, and a tear dripped down Mrs. Incomos's cheek as well.
And take care of our bees, you hear?
With that, she let go of his hand and lay back against the bed to rest as Belissar's vision filled with tears. Back in the present, Belissar let out a long scream as he fell to the ground, curling up in the ashes, tears streaming from his eyes as sobs racked his body. Why? Why him? Why always him? He had lost his parents. He had nearly starved. He'd lost the old beekeeper who'd taken him in. He'd lost his entire village. And now, he had lost his bees, including perhaps the one real friend he had ever had. All because he, someone unworthy, had dared to take a tower of the gods from those who had been chosen. This dead and barren field was the result. His heart constricted at the thought of the little bee he had helped out of that spiderweb, who had brought him to a tower of the gods just to save him, who hadn't hesitated before jumping into the jaws of a monster just to buy him a little time. And with those thoughts came the thoughts of others. The beekeeper, the old woman who had taken him in when he was lying in the dirt. All the days she'd spent showing him her bees and how to care for them. All she had taught him, how to read and write, how to take care of himself, and how to honor the gods. And even further back to a time when he rarely wept at all, comforted in the arms of his mother and father. His sobs grew louder. He had done his best. He had worked his hardest. He had never made a fuss. He had kept his head down. He had followed every law. He had given honor to the gods and the Tower Lords. He had been agreeable to everyone. He had never complained, no matter what they did. Not when they had stolen his food. Not when they had trampled his fields. Not when they had taken his mead and his honey. Not when they had left him to starve. And yet, time and time again, more bad things happened. He would brush it off, hold his tears, say that it was just plain old bad luck. But it only ever got worse. And now, even when the gods were coming for him, the world was not content to let him have anything. Everything he had, everyone he cared about, had to be stripped from him.
Mom, Dad, Mrs. Incomos, my friend.
He finally broke. Belissar didn't know how long he lay there. He wept until he could weep no more, and then he lay there, staring blankly at the dirt. But then, something changed. His body began to grow warm. In fact, the whole tower began to grow warm once more. The ground, the sky, the air. It all began to glow and shine. Belissar slowly sat back up and rubbed his eyes, which then widened at what he saw. The black tendrils of the hunger began to recede, shrinking and streaming toward the core room. Shoots of grass and dandelions broke through the dirt and began to bloom. Colour returned to the tree branches, and green leaves began to cover them once more.
Cleansing complete. All spawners and features re-enabled. Core corruption at 37%. Core cannot be cleansed until dungeon is fully established. Next initial purification attempt in 3 days. Conduit respawning.
Belissar watched as the room returned to normal, the flowers sprouting as if nothing had ever happened. And as he read the last message before his eyes, his heart began to pound, and his eyes began to tremble. He glanced every which way until he looked back at the door to the core room once more. His eyes went as wide as they could go. A single bee was flying toward him. He held his breath as she approached. "King! You alive!" He held up trembling hands as she danced in the air, and she landed on his palms before dancing happily. Tears filled Belissar's eyes once more. There she was, the bee with half her left antenna missing. His friend. Gently cupping his hands, he brought them to his chest, hunching over to curl around them as best he could.
Thank goodness.
Tears streamed down his face again, and he began to sob once more, only this time for a different reason. When Belissar had finally calmed down, he stood back up and looked over the flower meadow. As the breeze began to blow in his face, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, smelling the flowers, then opened his eyes again. His friend had survived. Or had been brought back, more accurately. The flowers had regrown, the meadow had healed, and the tower still stood. But all was not as it was. The frames he had built were gone. The monster bee queens, the hives they had built, and all the workers they had born were gone too. Belissar watched as a new one crawled out of the monster spawner, and he instantly knew. She was different. Not one of the 4 who had perished. Only his friend had been brought back.
Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 23 hours, and 47 minutes.
He knew now what those words meant. He knew now the process by which the towers purified the hunger. He knew now why the Tower Lords wielded such great powers, and why only those chosen by the gods could take care of them. And he knew now the consequences of someone unworthy taking that job. Like him. The Shade would be back. It would once again seek his life, once again bring death and ruin to these fields. And as the Dungeon Master, it now fell upon him to fight it, to take up the mantle he had found himself wearing and fulfill the duty issued by the gods to the chosen Tower Lords. A duty that he was entirely unprepared for, and that would have deadly consequences for every living thing who dwelled here if he failed. He looked at the monster bee queen as she shook herself and then flew in the air before him, waiting for him to speak. His friend buzzed and flew off his shoulder, joining the queen and watching him. A fire grew in his chest, and he began to scowl, grinding his teeth as he remembered the sight of the dead bees littering the ground. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Belissar decided no more. He no longer cared if he died, no longer cared if the world wanted to crush him. He no longer cared if he had accidentally stolen from the Tower Lords or if he was one of the chosen. He no longer cared if he was prepared or if the gods would smite him for what he had done. The Shade, the hunger, would pay. And they would never again do what they had done today. Belissar wouldn't let them. He would stop them,
or he would die trying. And if he had truly defiled the tower with his deeds, he would let the gods judge him. But until they did, he would use everything at his disposal without worrying about what laws he broke in the process. He would do the best with what he had, which at present was a tower of the gods, and he would use it as best he could. He looked at the two bees buzzing in the air and nodded.
Let's get moving. We have a lot of work to do.
The two danced a salute, then rushed off to begin building a new hive. Belissar nodded to himself as he watched them go. They rushed to obey his command without complaint or hesitation. He, who had gotten them and their sisters killed. Belissar swore in his heart that day. The world had taken his mother, had taken his father. It had taken the old beekeeper, then taken his village, his home. It had tried to take his very life. But from now on, whether they were man, beast, god, or hunger, they would not take his bees. 8. So, what'll it be? Belissar stood as he rubbed his chin. He may have made a bold statement, but implementing it was another matter entirely. At the end of the day, he was still a peasant whose grandest deeds were warding off hungry wild animals. Tower lords using the gifts of the gods to battle the hunger were a bit outside of his expertise. Eventually, he walked back to the core room, deciding to start where this all began, at the core. He placed his hand on the sphere once again.
Dungeon status. Floors. 1. Rooms. 1 out of 1. Available mana. 75 out of 100. Available monster types. Monster Bee Queen. Available room types. Flower Meadow. Core Corruption. 37%. Dungeon Master. Belissar. Dungeon Conduit. Unnamed Bee. Current missions. Complete initial purification. Earn the favor of a patron. 1 room feature selection available.
Belissar hummed as he looked over his tower and the words that had appeared before his eyes once again. He noticed a new addition from the last time he checked and focused on it. As he did, the words shifted, spinning in such a way that he could no longer read them, before they stopped, having rearranged themselves.
Please select a room feature. Basic resource plants. Rarity. Common. Type. Nature. Resource. Pit trap. Rarity. Common. Type. Ground. Trap. Thorned roses. Rarity. Common. Type. Nature. Trap.
Belissar rubbed his chin. Room selection had let him build a flower meadow within the tower. Defender selection had resulted in the monster bee queens appearing in that room via the spawner he'd placed. So he figured this choice would let him place whatever he chose within the room as well. And all of this was to enable him to fight the hunger and the shades it would send to kill him. To purify the world, as a Tower Lord was mandated by the gods to do. So the question was, which of these would enable him and a few beehives to kill that monster? His life, the life of his bees, including his friend, and the very existence of this Tower of the Gods hung on the answer. Belissar turned his attention back to the original status and the flower meadow. He wanted to see what else he could do with this tower before he made his choice. Frowning, he looked at the spawner in the center of the room. It had been disabled when that shade had reached it. Well, it only spawned 1 monster bee queen a day, so it hadn't mattered much when the shade had torn through the tower. But still, it had been a mistake, if a small one,
to have placed it right in between the gate to the hunger and the door to the core room, right in the center of the path the shade had taken. Another sign of how unprepared and unworthy Belissar was for this job.
If only I could move it.
The moment he thought that, the core shifted its view to center on the tree.
Move, monster bee queen spawner!
Belissar blinked. Oh. Apparently, he could move it. Agreeing to the question, a faint outline of light surrounded the tree, and a transparent image rose from it. He blinked and shook his head. The tree followed his vision. Quickly willing it to move, the image flew all the way across the meadow, and promptly halted. Try as he might, Belissar couldn't move it any further beyond the door to the core room. The trees there seemed to form a solid wall. Belissar frowned and sighed. He couldn't help but feel that a real Tower Lord would have known all of this already. But he didn't, so he had no choice but to try things and see what worked. He tried again in all directions, but the wall of trees remained solid. He finally decided to place the spawner by the door to the core room. If the shade reached there, then he had lost anyway. But even if the spawner wasn't as far away as he had hoped, it had demonstrated something to Belissar. He apparently could make some adjustments to the room, at least to the spawner. So what else could he do? He began to focus on different parts of the room, starting with the flowers.
Manage flower types. Available types. Dandelion. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected.
Well, that was helpful. He tried the trees next.
Move tree.
Slightly more helpful. Maybe. At the very least, he could move some of the trees toward the back of the room, by the spawner and the core room door, and the queens could then build their hives further away from where the hunger would attack. Still, that wouldn't help them actually slay the shade. Belissar found he could add a few more trees, though there seemed to be a maximum number allowed. Guess they didn't want him turning a flower meadow into a forest. Not that more trees would particularly help. He could also remove them, but that would help even less than adding them. He sighed. With nothing better to do, he focused on the dirt.
Adjust terrain height.
Belissar pursed his lips. Surprisingly, the dirt was the right choice, as that might actually be helpful. Getting higher up always helped against land-based predators, though he wasn't sure if that helped against shades of the hunger. Still, if he could make a wall, then maybe he wouldn't have to fight it directly.
Maximum height reached.
Belissar sighed. Of course. Of course he couldn't raise it steeper than a gentle hill. This was a flower meadow, not a castle. For a gift from the gods that could create land and life out of thin air, there sure were a lot of limits. Maybe he should have picked one of the other options. That, or there was something he was missing that a real Tower Lord would have known.
Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes.
But there was no time to wonder what a Tower Lord could do that he couldn't. Time was ticking, and it was up to him to use it well. He sighed and let go of the core. He should at least tell his bee queen to set up her hive on one of the farther trees now. He paused. He hadn't even spoken, but he'd felt her salute somehow. He shook his head. He wasn't even in the same room as her. He had to have been imagining things. But just in case he wasn't, he peeked back at the core. The view shifted before showing the queen bee dancing a salute and then flying toward one of the newly arranged trees. He blinked again. Okay, so apparently he could also talk to the bees with his mind now? And somehow know their responses. He shook his head.
He had no time to get surprised at every little thing a Tower of the Gods could do. He would just have to figure things out as he went. And since he apparently didn't need to actually walk to the Queen to talk to her, he had no reason to leave the call room anymore. With a sigh, he turned back to the orb and zipped through the flower meadow once again, checking for anything else he could use while trying to figure out how he would actually fight that shade and which of the room's features would help most with it. Catching a glimpse of one of the ruined hives from before, with twigs sticking haphazardly out of the mess, he sighed, as he was once again reminded how out of his depth he was. A real Tower Lord would certainly have used the first 3 days to prepare their defenses. Meanwhile, Belissar had been trying to build bee houses out of twigs. Bee houses he didn't even need to build, since he could apparently just ask them to build their hives in the appropriate shape. His original little twig frames wouldn't even have worked had the bees not tried to follow his instructions on their own. Belissar paused and stared at the ruins of the hive as many thoughts in his mind began to twist and swirl. He thought of how he, a weak and unworthy peasant, could fight a monstrous creature. He thought of the bees trying to build their hives according to his shaky frames, clearly attempting to follow the commands he hadn't realized he could give them. He thought of his life before, and the various things he had made in his life as a beekeeper. He thought of what he had available in the flower meadow, and the list of room features he could now choose from. The different thoughts in his head began to intersect.
I think I have an idea.
Belissar was no Tower Lord, and he hadn't the first clue of how to fight like one, but he was a beekeeper and a farmer. And maybe, just maybe, with the help of the bees, he might be able to fight as what he actually was. In any case, time was ticking, and if he wanted to attempt what he was thinking, he would need all the time he could get. So, he brought up the list of room features once more and made his choice. He could only pray it would work. 9. Be prepared. Belissar placed the feature he had chosen, adjusting it to his liking. He then tried to place more monster bee queen spawners, and finding it worked, he placed another 3, for 4 total, before he ran out of mana. Mana, 14 out of 100. He then rearranged some of the trees and made a few hills before letting go of the core. There was nothing left he knew how to do with it that could help, so it was time to get to work with his hands. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 22 hours, and 38 minutes. He walked outside just as 3 new monster bee queens crawled out of their spawners. They flew in front of Belissar as he walked into the field, with the first queen and the conduit bee joining them. "King, have command?" He felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had gotten his friend killed while trying to save him, and yet she still asked him that without even a hint of doubt. He took a deep breath and nodded his head.
Yes, I have an idea. No, I'm not worthy of this tower, and you paid the price for it. You might still pay the price for it, but I'm going to try my best to protect you now. However, I will need your help, all of you, to pull it off. I'm sorry, but will you help me?
The conduit bee flew around rapidly. "Of course! King lead! Worker help!" The queen bees danced their agreement. Belissar took a deep breath.
Okay, let's get to work then.
Okay! And so they did. The queen bees flew off to start their hives, and the conduit bee went to help them. Meanwhile, Belissar hunched over and moved through the field, picking as many dandelions as he could while making his way over to the nearest tree. Once there, he began picking up sticks as well. He would need as many as he could find. Initial purification attempt in 2 days, 5 hours, and 17 minutes.
Belissar continued working till night fell. He thought he would be exhausted, but the warmth from the core and the tower filled him whenever he thought he was getting tired, so he was able to continue working with neither food nor sleep. Still, with the sun setting, it would be hard to do much. If only he could see in the dark. The moment he thought that, his vision seemed to light up. The field was still as dark as ever, but Belissar could somehow see it. Or, rather, it felt like his vision was still dark, but he somehow knew what was happening in the room anyway. As that thought crossed his mind, his vision seemed to float away from his body. He blinked. Apparently, he could see anything happening in the room, even when he wasn't touching the core.
Well, that's convenient. Yet another thing I wish I had known before.
He shook his head and went back to work tying some dandelion stems into a cord. It seemed he would be able to work through the night after all.
Initial purification attempt in 1 day, 23 hours, and 45 minutes.
Belissar watched as the first round of worker bees hatched and got to work. A third of them flew to and from their hives gathering nectar. A third flew to greet the new queens from the spawners and help them get set up. And a third flew toward the gate to the hunger, carrying the dried-out dandelion stems Belissar had picked yesterday. Belissar focused on one of them.
Monster bee worker. Vitality. Minimal. Strength. Minimal. Speed. Average. Magic. Minimal. Defense. Minimal. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minimal. Notable skills. Poison sting. Sacrificial strike. Brood offspring. Largely similar to a mundane honeybee, though the mana flowing through it improves the toxicity of its venom. Can be dangerous in numbers to the unprepared, but generally not meant for combat. Will be spawned by monster bee queens if available.
Belissar nodded. The monster bee workers were about what he expected from what he'd seen earlier, and barely different from normal bees. He wondered what made them monsters, then, and if he had made the wrong choice. Should he have chosen something else? But he shook his head. A tower lord might have, but Belissar was a humble beekeeper. Maybe bees weren't the right choice, but at the very least, there was something he knew. He didn't think he'd have come up with his idea if he'd had slimes or clockwork puppets or whatever else. That is, assuming his idea worked. He bent down as he thought, picking more stems. Bees came to grab them from him and lay them out in the sun to dry. They could carry the stems to and fro, but they had trouble cutting them, so it was up to Belissar to pick as many as he could. They had their jobs, and he had his.
Initial purification attempt in 1 day, 0 hours, and 22 minutes.
Hunger take you!
Yet another cord snapped as Belissar tried to pull his firebow back and forth. He had gathered enough material, and the bees were still hard at work, so now he was testing things to make sure he could pull it off. It wasn't going particularly well, and he had only a day left to go. But he didn't have his flint with him, and making a firebow with twigs and dandelion cords wasn't proving to be easy. He had managed to saw through some of the thinner branches of the trees to get something a little more substantial than a twig, but the dandelion cords kept snapping. A real Tower Lord would have known some magic, or else had an artifact prepared to do this. But a real Tower Lord probably wouldn't need to start a fire like this either. Belissar sighed and shook his head.
Guess I have no choice.
Grabbing the hem of his tunic, he stretched it out, then took his knife and cut off a strip from the bottom. Hopefully it would hold up better to the task than tied dandelion stems did. His entire plan depended on it. and time was ticking.
Initial purification attempt in 15 minutes.
The conduit bee buzzed and zipped around Belissar's head. King, sure? Belissar nodded.
For the 100th time, yes.
The bee picked up speed. But, worker job to fight. King, Queen, stay in hive. Stay safe. Belissar shook his head as he walked toward the gate, holding a branch with strips from his tunic wrapped around the top. A fire burned on his makeshift torch, going down the branch faster than he'd like. He could only hope he'd timed it right.
Not this time. I watched all of you die once because I'm unworthy. I'm not going to let that happen again.
The buzzing intensified. Worker job to fight. Worker job to die for hive. King must live. Additional bees flew around him, buzzing and dancing their agreement. But Belissar continued walking forward toward the gate to the hunger. 2 hills rose to either side of it with a small flat path between them lined sporadically with trees. Belissar had wanted 2 rows lining the path, but the maximum limit on the trees meant it was far sparser than he had hoped, which was why he would be standing before the gate himself.
If everything goes well, no one will die at all except that monster. You've done your part. This is mine.
The conduit bee flew unsteadily before him. But... Belissar smiled at her.
You've saved my life twice now. It's my turn to save yours.
The bee picked up a bit of speed. But... Worker came back? Belissar paused for a second, then shook his head. That was true, at least for the conduit bee, but it didn't change his mind.
I'm not going to let it take anything else. Now, fall back. Please.
The bee buzzed a bit more before slowly flying back. The bees weren't happy about this. Large clouds of them buzzed behind him, hovering at the exact distance he'd told them to stay at. Belissar sighed. He knew he was probably being foolish. The bees could most likely do this job, or at least part of it, and it was true that this was their normal role. Worker bees not only risked their lives, they killed themselves to protect the hive. They ripped their bodies apart just to deal a small sting to any would-be invaders. As long as the queens remained, they could replace the losses, and the conduit bee herself apparently could come back from the dead. But the image of the bees dropping from the sky as a black cloud passed over them flashed before Belissar's eyes. It may have been foolish, but he didn't want to see them die like that again. So here he was, a mere peasant, preparing to face the hunger.
Initial purification attempt in 5 minutes.
Belissar took a deep breath as he arrived at his position in front of the gate, trying to slow his beating heart. He talked up a big game, but now that he was here, waiting for that monster to approach, he couldn't help but have second thoughts. The mere idea of facing the shade again sent a shiver down his spine. Sweat already drenched his body, and he couldn't help but gulp. But he calmed himself. He had already died once, or at least come very close to it. Everyone in his life who knew him was already gone, save for the bee flying behind him. His life had very little meaning. He was the weird guy nobody cared about, with nothing he wanted to achieve but to take care of his bees and improve his mead recipes. The bees were different. They lived selflessly and with purpose. They would give their lives for each other, and now for him as well, without hesitation. They deserved to live and to carry on their work. They did not deserve to be slaughtered. Belissar wanted to protect them. He needed to protect them. He needed to prove that he had some value, that his life had been worth them saving, even if just a little, to prove he could live a good life and take care of his bees. So, he calmed his beating heart and his trembling hand as he fixed his eye on the gate.
Initial purification attempt in 1 minute.
10. Second initial purification attempt. Belissar furrowed his brow as the timer counted down.
Initial purification attempt in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial purification attempt commencing.
Once again, Belissar and the tower began to grow hot as every part of the tower began to shine. The sky, the trees, even the flowers glowed faintly. And the gates to the hunger swung open once more. Belissar gulped as the black mass surged into the flower meadow. The nightmare every mother frightened their children with. The horror that no man or woman dared to face. The very wrath of the gods made manifest. The doom of the wicked kings of old. But once again, the edges of the gateway began to glow. Belissar heard a screeching noise as the tendrils of the hunger fell back into the writhing mass once more. It condensed down like before. Then once again, a black paw with massive claws stepped out and dug into the dirt. Sweat dripped down Belissar's neck as the shade's long snout emerged, growling as it stepped into the dungeon. Belissar tightened his grip on his torch and pulled out his knife with his other hand. The shade lifted its head into the sky and roared.
Initial purification attempt has begun. Remaining hostiles. 1.
Belissar lifted his torch with a shaky hand.
Come and get me.
He winced as his voice cracked. The shade brought its head down to stare at him, then burst out running toward him with a snarl. Belissar turned and ran, his heart pounding. He was very much having second thoughts as to this plan. What was he, a peasant who had never experienced an actual battle in his life, doing trying to confront a shade of the hunger? Those jaws could snap him in half. The claws on its paws were as large as his hand. The barb on its tail would pierce right through him. This was a monstrosity who trained soldiers would break and run from, who even the most hardened of the tower guard would tremble at the thought of, who had taken the very intervention of the gods for humanity to confront it all. And Belissar thought he could face it down. He regretted every choice he had made as he ran. He felt a rumble in the ground as the shade's feet pounded behind him, hearing the snarling coming from behind. He thought he could feel the creature's breath on his back. But then he realized that was his imagination, for the creature's snarls weren't coming from behind him at all. Glancing over, his eyes widened. The monster had leapt through the trees and was running along the hill to Belissar's right, trying to run around him and head him off. No! If the monster didn't follow him as he wanted, then his entire plan would fail. He had failed. He should have known a couple of trees and a gentle slope wouldn't bother a monster like that. He should have known no plan thought up by a peasant could match the might of a tower lord. He had no choice but to run now and abandon this foolish recklessness. Until he heard the buzzing. King! The conduit bee glowed once again as she flew toward the monster, a swarm of bees following behind her. Belissar's eyes widened as the monster came to a halt, snapping and snarling as the bees buzzed around and stung its black, twisting fur. The creature took a deep breath, and images of dying bees raining from the sky filled Belissar's mind. Fall back! Heat from the tower filled Belissar's chest and imbued his shout. The bees immediately began flying away, even as black mist surged out from the monster. But because of Belissar's shout, most of the bees escaped, only a small handful of stragglers being caught by the edge of the mist. Belissar gritted his teeth and forced himself to breathe. No, this wasn't how he was going to let it end.
Even if his plan was going to fail, he wasn't going to just break and run. The bees wouldn't let him. They would sacrifice themselves if he did, and he wouldn't let that happen. Not after all he had seen. Not after all he had sworn. He took a deep breath, then waved the torch in the air. "Come and get me, monster!" His voice held this time. The shade turned to him and snarled, then leapt at him with a roar. Belissar jumped back and turned to run, but since he had stopped to get the shade's attention, it would take him some time to build up speed, while the shade needed only a single leap to do the same. It would catch him before he made it. Again, the conduit bee and the swarm swooped down from above. Belissar furrowed his brow. He had hoped he could keep the bees back, but at this point, it was clear he could not succeed alone. "Don't go all at once! Keep it moving in my direction!" The bees buzzed and began splitting up into smaller groups that swooped down one by one. The monster snapped at them, but they would fly off immediately to be replaced by the next group. And when the monster took a deep breath, they all flew back. Eventually, the creature began to bark, taking a deep breath and waving its head around, sending out clouds of black mist billowing in a wave above. It didn't manage to catch the latest group accosting it, but the next one was forced back, unable to approach through the wall of mist ahead of them. The monster then turned its eyes to Belissar. With a roar, it pounced toward him. Belissar stopped running. He stood still as the creature rushed toward him, heart pounding in his chest. He felt his legs trying to lift off the ground and the sweat dripping down his face, stinging his eyes. He felt faint as his vision swirled. But he forced himself to stand still, resisting the urge to shut his eyes even as he stared death in the face. He held the torch in front of him, the flame wavering as his arms trembled and the branch shook. The flame had burned down through enough of the branch that he could feel the heat on his hands. The monster had nearly reached him. With jaws wide open, it lifted its paws and extended its claws, then promptly vanished with a yelp as the ground vanished beneath its feet. Belissar heard a crash, followed by a second yelp. His heart leapt in his chest, and his legs turned to jelly, but he resisted the urge to fall to the ground. The hardest part was over, but this battle wasn't finished yet. Belissar cautiously crept to the edge of the hole while the bees began to buzz overhead. He peered over the side. The monster was tangled at the bottom, twisting, about to get back on its feet. It was surrounded by yellow walls as honeycomb lined the pit. The black fur covered in mist glistened slightly as honey, twigs, and dandelion stems stuck to it before turning black and wilting. More honey, stems, and twigs covered the bottom in a large mat. The monster shook its head as it rose to its feet. Looking at Belissar, it snarled and stepped forward to the edge, trying to dig its claws into the wall. Belissar narrowed his eyes and held out his hand. "This is for my bees." He dropped the torch. The bottom of the pit burst into flames as kindling and honey caught fire. The flames spread to the monster's fur, and the creature roared and fell back, trying to roll across the ground, only to set more of the honey and stems alight, spreading the fire. Belissar knew the one weapon a farmer had that every predator feared was fire. And as a beekeeper, he knew that beeswax made an excellent candle. Even honey itself was flammable if not mixed with anything. The fire continued to grow as the twigs and honey caught and burned, the wax all around beginning to melt and vaporize, further fueling the flame. The monster roared and raced along the edges, but the fire had spread to the entire pit and even the air itself, on account of the vaporized wax. The creature crouched down and tried to leap out of the pit, but Belissar had made it as deep as he could, and the creature failed to reach the edge. It tried to dig its claws into the walls, but they couldn't hold its weight, and it fell back once again. Trying to unleash the black mist once again had no effect on the flames, and there was nothing living for it to kill.
Eventually, its movement slowed down, and its roars grew soft. Soon, the creature fell to the ground and moved no more. Black mist began to rise from the flames and mix with the smoke as the monster's body disintegrated.
All hostiles defeated. Initial purification successful.
Belissar fell back onto his bottom as the message passed before his sight. His eyes began to grow wide. The monster was dead. The plan had worked.
We won.
Belissar blinked and then started to giggle. Soon he began to laugh. And all around him, the tower began to glow. 11. Blessed Victor be. Belissar took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It worked. It had actually worked. He'd figured he could start a fire with flowers, twigs, and honeycomb, which had been even easier since he could directly ask the bees to line the walls and floors with wax. But none of that burned particularly quickly, and it would take a bit for the fire to get going. So he'd needed a way to keep the monster in the flames. The pit trap had seemed to offer the solution, but Belissar had encountered a problem when he went to make it. It turned out he couldn't place it directly in front of the gate. In fact, he couldn't place the trees or the spawners there either. He didn't know why, but for one reason or another, the gate had to remain clear. It wasn't his place to question the gods, so he could only accept the limitation. And that meant there had been the issue of how to actually get the monster onto the trap. Since he couldn't make enough trees to form a path, either the bees would have had to fight once again, or he would have to. And so he'd resolved himself to face the shade personally, hoping against hope that he could lure it without getting mauled in the process. But, against all odds, it had worked. He, a simple peasant beekeeper with no magic or might to his name, had slain a shade of the hunger. He had fulfilled the role of a mighty tower lord. And that wasn't all. As Belissar laughed and rested on the ground, the tower's shine intensified. Belissar felt the heat within the tower grow red-hot. Then suddenly, a wave of light surged out from the core room and across the flower meadow. When it reached the pit trap, it burned away the last wisps of black mist before shrinking down as it approached the gateway, forming a tiny glowing ball before passing through the tower's entrance. Belissar gasped, feeling as a wave of power surged out of the tower itself in every direction. When he glanced outside the gateway, the hunger was gone. He could see green shoots breaking through the ground in the wake of the purifying light. Twisted, blackened trees began to right themselves and grow green leaves once again as bushes grew underneath. The wave carried onward, slowing down over time. Eventually it stopped. Belissar could still feel the hunger at the edges, reaching its tendrils into the cleared area, but they burned away like they had in the tower's gateway. An area of about 1 mile in diameter around the tower was now completely free of the hunger, and growing life once again.
Initial purification completed. Dungeon B3353402X is now established. Core corruption may now be purified. The following gods have noticed your victory and offer to become your patron. The god of fire, the god of mischief, the god of bees. Please accept or deny the offering patrons before receiving additional rewards.
Belissar froze. He blinked, and then he began to tremble. The gods had noticed him, and instead of smiting him, they were offering to become his patron?
What should I do? What's going on? What?
At that moment, the conduit bee buzzed in front of his face. His eyes were drawn to her as she danced in the air. King? Need help? His beating heart began to calm, and he nodded to himself. Holding out his finger, his bee friend landed on it, staring up at him with her little eyes. No, he knew exactly what to do. There was only one thing he could do.
The god of bees is now your patron. Applying blessing of bees.
He had never even heard of the god of bees before, but he knew this was the right choice. It was his bee friend who had saved his life and brought him here, who had gotten him to take control of this tower in the first place. It was the bees who had saved his life at the cost of their own when the first shade appeared and he was entirely unprepared, and their efforts that had prepared the pit that had slain the shade now. And it was their aid and sacrifice that had enabled him to lure the monster to the pit when he had nearly run in panic. He would not be here if it weren't for them. A surge of heat passed through him and the dungeon, and a statue rose by the gateway depicting a bee as large as a person standing on her hind legs, with smaller bees all around and on top of her. She held a small sphere, which began to glow with soft light. A pile of honeycombs surrounded her feet. 2 banners rose to either side, showing a group of bees on top of a yellow field. A large chest made of wax appeared at the foot of the statue. A second such statue and chest appeared at the other end of the flower meadow, just outside the core room. His hand began to glow, and the image of the tower engraved on it now had a flower growing at its base and small bees flying all around. All his bees began to buzz, and the dandelions began to sway. He could feel the heat making its way to his core room, so he turned his attention there. His eyes widened. The room was no longer an empty white space with neither floors nor walls. Yellow honeycomb now crisscrossed along the edges of the space, and golden honey dripped from the walls. A wax pillar rose in the center with the same giant bee carved into it, lifting her hands up and around the floating core. Outside, the tower also shifted. It maintained the same overall shape and color, but now, yellow banners unfurled along its sides, depicting the same bees upon a yellow field as the statue banners.
Blessing of bees applied. Effects. Bee-related options appear significantly more frequently. Bee-related option rarity increased. Special bee-related options are unlocked and may now appear. Bee monster upgrades and evolutions are now cheaper and easier to unlock. Bee-related option mana upkeep reduced. All bee monsters receive a medium boost to all stats. Non-bee options appear significantly less frequently. Non-bee option rarity decreased. Some non-bee options have been restricted and will no longer appear. Non-bee monster mana upkeep increased.
Belissar had but a moment to process it all before the messages continued.
Mission: complete initial purification. Completed. Reward: room limit increased to 2. Max mana increased to 200. Receive 1 room selection, 1 monster selection, and 1 room feature selection. Mission: earn the favor of a patron completed. Reward: 1 dungeon perk selection.
Belissar stood up and walked over to the statue. He stared at it for a moment.
It's a god. And you gave me a blessing.
He looked at the banners next to the statue, then down at his hand. The symbol engraved there appeared again, which now matched the image on the banners. His eyes widened before he fell to his knees, bowing his head.
Thank you for choosing me.
One of the gods had chosen him. He who was unworthy, who was unprepared. He who had not descended from the lines of the Tower Lords. He who was but a mere peasant with no family or friends. He who had no value. And now, he had been chosen as a Tower Lord, the blessed of the gods meant for great deeds and glorious purpose. He felt his eyes grow moist.
I will do my best.
The sphere held by the statue began to glow softly, bathing Belissar in a warm light. His bees gathered around him, buzzing and hovering in the air. Then they split off and returned to the flowers, continuing their work. Belissar watched them for a moment before he nodded and returned to his feet. That was right. If this was the god of bees, then the best way to repay the trust imbued in him would be to work as diligently as a bee would. Probably. Maybe. Belissar still didn't actually know anything about the god of bees or the inner workings of towers, but that didn't seem to bother the gods as far as he could tell, so he'd try not to let it bother him. Whether he liked it or not, whether he was prepared or not, he was a tower lord now. It was his job to manage this tower, to purify the hunger, and to protect the land. He could not sit back and keep his head down any longer. He would have to figure things out and find a way when challenges arose. Turning to watch his bees as they spread across the field, gathering nectar for their hives once again, he furrowed his brow. He would have to lead and protect his bees. They were counting on him, more so than the bees at home ever had. They would follow his lead, and they would live, or die, by his decisions. They would pay for every mistake he made. He truly was the king of the hive now, with all that such a title entailed. Belissar gripped his hands into fists and nodded. He swore that they would not die in vain, that he would repay their trust, that he would protect them as best he could, and that he would make his life one worth saving. 12. Don't be confused. First things first, Belissar apparently had some decisions to make.
Please select a room. Forest. Rarity. Common. Type. Nature. Field. Apiary. Rarity. Uncommon. Type. Bee. Resource. Settlement. Dirt tunnels. Rarity. Common. Type. Ground. Labyrinth.
Part of him wanted to make a choice immediately, but he held himself back. He had made his first choices haphazardly, and while it had worked out, he knew what might have happened if he had known what he was doing. Maybe zombies or clockwork puppets could have killed that monster with ease. Maybe an enchanter's lab would have had features he could have used to defend himself without days of prep work. Belissar had long lived a life of shutting up and getting to work. But now, his job was to think and make decisions. So think he did. Forests were good habitats for bees. Their natural environment, even. And greater access to wood might increase his options if Belissar had to build another fire. He could also build other structures as well. Maybe some walls or fences might help. Well, that was assuming he could get his hands on some actual tools. An apiary was where he'd grown up, and obviously having a place for his bees to call home should help, especially now that he'd been blessed by the god of bees and was going to be relying on bee monsters. And then dirt tunnels. Yeah, Belissar didn't really know what to make of that. He did know there were wild bees who dug in the dirt. If he got monster bees who did something similar, maybe they'd like a place like that? So, the question was which of these options would be the most helpful for his bees, and which would help him fight off the hunger. Belissar looked up and found the conduit bee hovering around him.
What do you think? A forest, an apiary, or some dirt tunnels? What sounds good to you?
The bee answered without hesitation. What king chooses? Belissar resisted a sigh. He should have expected that. So, saddled with the burden of leadership, Belissar thought, and thought, and thought until his head hurt. And he decided that maybe he should check the other options first. He definitely wasn't just putting it off because he had no idea what to pick yet.
Please select a monster. Monster bee soldier. Rarity. Common. Type. Bee. Monster carpenter bee.
Rarity. Common. Type. Bee. Nature. Monster digger bee. Rarity. Common. Type. Bee. Ground.
Belissar rubbed his chin as he looked over the options. Soldier bees. Definitely was something that could fight, if their name was anything to go by. Carpenter bees sounded like something that would like a forest, while digger bees were exactly the ones he'd been thinking about for the tunnels. But what would the monster versions of those actually be? Would they be like the monster bee queens, practically normal bees save for their ability to understand his words and intentions? Or would they be something else entirely? Belissar sighed. If only he had some way to check them beforehand. As he thought that, the words shifted, and the image of a bee a bit larger than a fully stretched out hand appeared.
Monster bee soldier. Vitality. Minimal. Strength. Minor. Speed. Average. Magic. Minimal. Defense. Minor. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minor. Notable skills. Poison sting. Death blow. Brood offspring. Spawner upkeep. 10. 5 with blessing of bees. A monster bee specialized for combat. Significantly larger than a regular bee, with a stinger large enough to deal physical damage and with more dangerous venom as well. Still weak alone, but dangerous in numbers. Note: monster bee queens with developed hives may spawn monster bee soldiers once unlocked.
Belissar blinked and then smacked his forehead with his palm. Once again, his ignorance of all things tower-related came back to haunt him. He apparently could gain more information on these choices if he bothered to ask. Well, it was better to learn later than never. And fortunately, he hadn't made any choices yet. He went ahead and checked the next option, seeing a black bee just a bit larger than his current bee workers, with sharper mandibles.
Monster carpenter bee. Vitality. Minimal plus. Strength. Minimal plus. Speed. Average. Magic. Minimal. Defense. Minimal. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minimal. Notable skills. Poison sting. Woodcut. Spawner upkeep. 1. A carpenter bee that has accumulated enough nature mana to become something more. Sharp mandibles meant for boring into wood allow for painful, if small, bites.
Next came the diggers. They were, like the carpenter bees, a bit bigger than the workers, but still largely bee-sized. They were brown and grey and very fuzzy, with short little wings and thicker mandibles.
Monster digger bee. Vitality. Minimal plus. Strength. Minimal. Speed. Below average. Magic. Minimal. Defense. Minimal plus. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minimal. Notable skills. Poison sting. Dig. Spawner upkeep. 1. A digger bee that has accumulated enough ground mana to become something more. Likes to burrow and tunnel. May ambush enemies from the ground.
That actually helped quite a bit. It seemed monster bee soldiers were related to the monster bee queens and workers, while the carpenter and digger bees were different sorts altogether, each specialized to certain environments. Which meant Belissar could now choose between strengthening his current hives with combat-specialized members, or gaining new and more versatile bee types that were about the same as his current bee workers in terms of fighting. Well, the monster bee soldiers had the obvious advantage of being something that could fight more directly. They were the first bee Belissar had seen that justified the name monster bee. Yet the choice wasn't so clear when Belissar thought about it.
The descriptions of their stats didn't seem that powerful, and they were still quite small compared to a human. Or a shade of the hunger. So, would they have been enough to take down a beast like that? Their stingers looked like they would definitely hurt, but would they be enough to kill? On the other hand, carpenter bees could apparently cut through wood. If Belissar had those and they could listen to him like the other bees, he could gain a lot of options. They could cut through dandelion stems and twigs on their own so that Belissar wouldn't need to pick each one personally. Depending on how good they were at cutting, maybe they could even cut through branches or process wood further. If so, that would make it much easier for Belissar to build a fire next time. Or maybe even more. Maybe he could build fences and walls. Or a wooden spear. He wasn't sure any of that would stop a shade like he had faced, but it was something to consider. He wasn't so sure about digger bees. Sure, they could definitely dig. It was in the name, after all. But would they be able to dig something like a pit trap? It seemed like that would take quite a while for little bees to accomplish. But still, Belissar's plan wouldn't have been even remotely possible if it weren't for the pit trap. So there was proven merit to digging holes. Not feeling ready to make a choice there yet, he went back to the room choices, trying to see if he could bring up more information on each. Forest. Type. Nature. Field. Innate features. Wild plant growth boost. Mana upkeep. 10. An open area filled with trees that restrict visibility and provide cover. Excellent for nature-type monsters and features. Excellent for resource production. Apiary. Type. B. Resource. Settlement. Innate features. Beehives. Mana upkeep. 10. 5 with blessing of bees. A farm dedicated to beekeeping. Comes with beehive nodes that produce honeycomb. If bee-type monsters are available, they may settle in beehives for a slight boost in brood growth and beehive productivity. Dirt tunnels. Type. Ground. Labyrinth. Innate features. None. Mana upkeep. 5. A network of tunnels dug directly into the ground. Soft walls mean new tunnels may be dug by defenders and invaders alike, and that plants and fungus may take root with ease. Excellent environment for ground-type monsters and features. The room descriptions didn't give as much detail as the monster ones, but it was something. Unfortunately, it didn't answer Belissar's current conundrums. Apiaries, like he thought, were specialized for bee monsters, but not in the way he'd thought. They appeared to be more focused on the production of honey than on the growth of the bees themselves. Which would be excellent if he were still a beekeeper, but didn't seem that useful against the hunger. Unless, again, he was missing something about being a tower lord? Why would the gods include such an option? Could he somehow sate a shade's hunger with honey? He thought back to what he knew of the towers of the gods and their lords. The tower lords certainly were said to have great wealth, but every story he'd been told of the towers depicted them as defending against the hunger and protecting the land. Were options like this just a reward for the tower lords themselves? Or would the production of honey play some role in the defense he couldn't see? Belissar shook his head. He didn't know what he didn't know, and he still didn't know what to choose. It sounded like a forest might be more useful for defense, if only to have access to more firewood. But maybe the slight boost in brood growth of an apiary might be more useful? He still wasn't sure. And, well, he still had some more choices to review. Please select a room feature. Basic resource plants. Rarity. Common. Type. Nature. Resource. Sticky honey trap. Rarity. Common. Type. B. Trap. Rest zone. Rarity. Common. Type. Recovery. Zone. Belissar blinked repeatedly, as this later set of choices came with yet another set of questions. First of all, some kind of honey trap. Was that the answer as to why an apiary was a room choice? Could he use his own bee's honey in the honey trap? And then, what was a rest zone? Rest zone. Type. Recovery. Zone. Mana upkeep. 5. A safe zone where challengers can rest. Remnants won't pass into the zones, and zones provide slight healing, as well as slightly boosted stamina and mana recovery. Belissar held his head. Challengers? Remnants? What did any of that mean? Were they supposed to be something important? Were challengers his monsters? Or the shades from the hunger? That couldn't be right. Why in any of the gods' names would he ever want to let a shade rest and recover? It felt like the more information he learned, the more questions he had. He was no closer to making a decision than he was when he'd first started. If anything, he was more confused and far less certain in his ability to make the right call. And he still had one more choice he hadn't even checked. Belissar groaned. 13. Just be yourself. Belissar took a deep breath. He could do this. He had slain a monster of the hunger. He had been chosen by a god, even. He was a Tower Lord now, one of the pinnacles of humanity who guided the course of civilization. So he definitely couldn't be afraid of looking at the next choice. Maybe it would even help him make all his other choices. At least, such was Belissar's hope and prayer. Please select a perk. Bee Specialist. Rarity. Common. Bee Breeder. Rarity. Uncommon. Enhanced Toxins. Rarity. Common. Having no idea what any of that meant from first glance, Belissar looked over each option in turn. Bee Specialist. B-type options offered more frequently. B-type monsters gain slight boost to all stats if more common than all other types. That seemed useful. He'd been blessed by the god of bees, so he would be using more of them than anything else. Probably. As far as Belissar knew, which wasn't much. Bee Breeder. Small increase to the rate monster bee queens bear offspring. Well, more bees wouldn't hurt. Enhanced Toxins. Small damage and duration increase for all toxins. So that would make his bees' stings hurt more. He could choose between slightly stronger bees, some more bees, or bees that stung harder. Belissar rubbed his chin. He then grunted, crossed his arms, and nodded. Yep, I have no idea what to do. He held his head and groaned. Belissar thought, and he thought, until the sun went down. But still he had no idea what to pick. He just didn't know enough about towers to know what he was even supposed to aim for. The conduit bee flew by once again after a hard day helping the other bees, no doubt. He lifted his finger, and she landed on it. King, need help? Belissar sighed. I don't know what I'm doing or what I should even do. I'm sorry. I don't know how to be a good Tower Lord. The bee danced around unsteadily. Tower Lord? Belissar shrugged. Or a good king, if that makes more sense. Or queen for you. I don't know. The bee began dancing excitedly. King, good king! Best king! Belissar chuckled at the sight, then shook his head. I'm really not. I wish there were another Tower Lord here. Someone who could teach me what to do. The bee kept dancing rapidly. King not need other king. King knows.
King makes best choice! King builds best hives!
Belissar shook his head again.
You and the queens built the hives, not me.
The bee began to buzz loudly.
King built all hives! Built hives without core!
Belissar blinked before tilting his head.
Are you talking about the old bee houses?
Yes, those! Warm, safe, good for hive. Old Queen said we're best.
Belissar blinked, and then chuckled. He guessed a little bee might indeed be impressed by something like that. But making a wooden box and running a tower of the gods were two entirely different things. Still, it didn't feel bad to have someone who believed in him. He only hoped he could live up to that trust. Rubbing his chin, he hummed. Well, he still didn't know much about being a tower lord, and he didn't know what the right choices here were. He was but a humble beekeeper. But that was apparently why his friend wanted him in charge. Not to mention his patron was the god of bees. Maybe he should just focus on what he knew? After all, he'd figured out how to fight the hunger when thinking as a farmer and a beekeeper. Maybe he should forget about being a good tower lord and just go with his gut? Well, in any case, making some choice was better than none. Hopefully. Maybe. There wasn't another countdown for a purification at the moment, but Belissar couldn't be certain if or when another would appear. And the one thing he knew was that he'd certainly like to have more bees to fight it with than a field of dandelions. Belissar sighed and stood up, then looked at the conduit bee again. He gave her a small smile.
I think I'm ready to choose. Thanks for your help.
Worker always help King.
Belissar paused at that. It seemed there was something important he had forgotten in all this chaos.
You know, I never got your name.
The bee paused, then danced slowly.
What name?
Belissar frowned. He guessed that maybe bees didn't have names for themselves?
No name, huh? In that case, why don't I give you one?
The bee just stared at Belissar as he thought.
How about Niobe?
Okay.
Conduit unnamed bee is now named Niobe.
Belissar smiled as he watched Niobe dance about before returning to his task. Taking a deep breath, he opened the windows, making his choices as they came to him.
Monster bee soldier spawner now available. Monster bee queens may now spawn monster bee soldiers.
Belissar would love to keep his bees from harm, never letting them fight again. But that simply wasn't reasonable. He was no fighter and had no confidence he could continue to protect the bees with his own hands. Equally as important, it was in the bees' own nature to protect their hives, and Belissar couldn't stop them from doing so forever. He had chosen them as the defenders of the tower, after all. The next best thing he could do was make sure they could fight effectively so that the next time he would not need to watch the hives be destroyed and the colonies fall from the sky en masse. As such, he went with the monster bee soldiers. Dedicated warrior bees might be capable of taking on an enemy on their own, and at the very least should do better than the workers, who are practically normal bees. The soldiers would fight, and the workers would gather, as was their intended roles. And with that in mind...
Apiary is now available.
The monster bee soldier description stated that queens could spawn them once their hives were more developed, so Belissar hoped an apiary would help them reach that stage more quickly. And, if it didn't, he had an idea as to how to benefit from the honey it produced.
Sticky honey trap is now available. Sticky honey trap. Type: bee. Trap. Mana upkeep. 5. 2 with blessing of bees. 1 if honey is provided. Spread sticky honey onto a target or area, hindering target's mobility. Upkeep reduced if dungeon has a source of honey. Effects may vary with type of honey.
With this, he would have a way to weaponize the honey more directly.
This would allow his worker bees to contribute to the defense by doing what they did best, while the apiary's honeycomb production would help as well. Perhaps if he could combine this trap with the pit one, he could repeat his fire pit strategy without needing 3 days of setup. The note about effects varying with the type of honey was also interesting. Could his bees make more than just regular honey? Would different types of bees make different types of honey then? The old beekeeper had told him stories as a child about fire bees who could make spicy honey, or ice bees who could survive in the winter and made honey as cool as snow. Up till now, he had thought they were just stories. But with the Tower of the Gods, who knew what was possible? Belissar even smiled. He was starting to look forward to the next monster choice. And finally, to round it all off, bee breeder selected. This had been the hardest of the choices. All of them were helpful to his bees, and he still didn't know enough to know which was more important. But at the end of the day, the strength of the bees came from their numbers. Bees work together, living in colonies of thousands, acting as one single being. They could drive away animals thousands of times their size by swarming as a group. So Belissar figured the more bees, the better. Stronger bees from bee specialist might have been helpful, but he didn't know how much stronger it would actually make them. Even the monster bee soldier wasn't listed as strong, after all, so how much would the perk actually boost them? He didn't feel like something described as a slight boost would enable a bee the size of his hand to take on the hunger's shades alone, at the very least. And as for getting more bee options, well, the blessing of bees was already doing that. Stronger venom was also useful, but again, Belissar didn't know exactly how useful. The monster from the hunger had clearly felt pain from the worker bee stings, but it hadn't seemed to slow down much. And, thinking of normal bees, a single sting generally wasn't that dangerous, unless the person was allergic. But 100 or 1,000 bee stings was a different story. So, again, Belissar figured having more stingers would help as much or as more than stronger venom. And ultimately, Belissar's goal now was to help his hives develop as fast as possible so they could get access to the soldier bees. Therefore, he'd figured bee breeder was his best bet. With that, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. He had made his choices. He didn't know if they were the right ones, but for better or for worse, he had made them. Now he just had to go and actually place some of his new options. 14. A home to be. The first thing Belissar did was check his tower's mana. Mana, 154 out of 200. It was a lot more than he'd expected. Not only had he gained another 100 mana to work with, but the blessing of bees had also reduced the cost of his existing spawners. A quick check of their information revealed their upkeep had gone down from 20 to 10, a reduction by half. And given that he had spent most of the mana he'd previously had on those spawners, that freed up a massive amount for him now. With plenty to spare, he proceeded to go place the apiary, walking back over to the core room to do so. Stepping inside the newly decorated room, he took a moment to look around. Kneeling down, he felt the wax on the floor and nodded. It was much less unnerving than the sort of, but also kind of not floor that had been there before, or the endless white space everywhere he looked. As long as he ignored the black tendrils of the hunger still lingering on some of the walls. Walking over to the core, he got to work. Or tried to. He furrowed his brow and crossed his arms as he stared at the orb.
Okay, so how exactly do I add a new room?
The first one had just sort of added itself, after all. Fortunately, the core reacted to his intention, and the image inside it zoomed out, showing an angled top-down view of the flower meadow, as well as the core room.
Current rooms for floor 1. 1 out of 2. Add room.
Belissar blinked a few times.
Yes. Available rooms. Flower meadow. Type.
Nature. Field. Apiary. Type. B. Resource. Settlement.
Apiary, please.
A transparent room now appeared before his eyes. It featured a small farmhouse in a small field surrounded by flowers and a handful of trees, like a miniature version of the flower meadow. In a fenced yard in front of the house were a handful of tree trunks, each with a basket beehive on top. There were 3 rows of 3 beehives each. Belissar found he could adjust various features of the room as with the flower meadow, but he couldn't change the number of beehives at the moment. He went ahead and moved them behind the farmhouse to give them as much protection as he could. Beyond that, he didn't have anything he wanted to change. Once he thought that, the view zoomed out again. A transparent image of the room now appeared in between the flower meadow and the core room. Belissar found he could move the room around the meadow, putting the apiary in between it and the core room, between it and the gateway, or off to one side. He could also rotate the rooms and move the doors along their walls as he pleased. Well, it was all very interesting, but Belissar still had no idea what he was doing or why. So he ended up putting the apiary where it had first appeared, between the flower meadow and the core room. He figured that if his bees were going to set up there, he'd rather have their hives further away from the gateway. He even considered putting them off to the side and trying to keep them out of harm's way entirely. But during the failed purification attempt, when the monster had attacked the door to the core room, bits of the hunger had spread across all of the tower. Even an untrained peasant like Belissar could tell that was a bad thing. So he figured the core room should probably be as far away from the gateway as possible. He did, however, move the door to the core room to the far left side of the apiary, while putting the hives to the right. He still didn't want them in the direct path of the monsters if he could help it. He heaved a sigh.
Okay, I think that's it.
Once he signaled he was done, he felt the warmth inside the tower stir once more. The doorway to the flower meadow shifted, now showing the apiary. Once the tower had calmed down, he stepped through. For a moment, he simply stared at the sight before him. He was standing in another clearing surrounded by walls of trees, with 2 doors on either end. Another statue of the god of bees stood next to the door leading to the core room, and the apiary itself filled the clearing ahead of him. The little house he'd seen in the core's vision was now a full-sized dwelling standing before him, a house about the same size as his own had been. He could see the basket hives in the yard to the right. He frowned at that sight. They were the traditional bee houses which generally had to be destroyed entirely to gather the honey. He did not like that method, and he and the old beekeeper had worked hard developing their own bee houses to avoid such violent waste. He would have to build some once he had the chance. However, these would suffice for now. He wasn't as concerned about gathering the honey when the bees themselves could move it for him. Besides, it wasn't like he had to pay tribute to the Tower Lord this year, seeing as his village had been burned to the ground and all, and that the Tower Lord's son had been the one to do it, nearly killing him in the process. Belissar also remembered that, technically, he was the local Tower Lord now. Well, for whatever locale this tower was in, that was. He didn't imagine there were many villages in an area that had been covered by the hunger until very recently. Shaking his head, he walked into the house. It was furnished with some basic furniture, though it was largely empty otherwise. Belissar nodded as he noted a storage area with a lot of jars for honey. He then found a bedroom with a very simple mattress and sheet. On a whim, he lay down. It wasn't as comfortable as his bed back home had been, but it was worlds better than trying to lay down in the original core room. Belissar yawned as he had that thought. He closed his eyes but for a moment. Belissar slowly opened his eyes as the sun filtering through the window fell on his face. He rose and stretched his arms, then stood up and walked over to the window. He blinked. Those were not his bee houses, but rather a bunch of basket hives. Belissar had a brief moment of panic before his mind fully woke up and he remembered the events of the past few days.
Right. I don't live in the village anymore. And I'm a tower lord now, or something. And this is the tower.
He inhaled sharply as his mind processed the words coming out of his very own mouth, then shook his head and walked out of the room. He had not intended to sleep, as it had seemed that his body remained in good condition regardless. However, it appeared that his mind was not entirely free from exhaustion. And, well, he had certainly had a lot to think about recently. Furrowing his brow, he checked the dungeon status again, but fortunately he couldn't find any purification attempt timers. It seemed his little unplanned nap wouldn't hurt him for now. Sighing at his own inability to focus, he tried to recall what he'd been doing when he fell asleep. He nodded as it came to him.
Right. Traps.
His vision floated out of his body to view the room as a whole. He found he could also move his sight to the flower meadow if he wanted. He went ahead and placed a couple more pit traps, as well as some of the new sticky honey ones, little holes that would spray a bunch of honey when something passed in front of them. He found he could, in fact, place them inside the pit traps, and did so. He also found that while he couldn't put pit traps, or any traps, right in front of either the gateway or the core room, he could put them in front of the door between the flower meadow and the apiary. So he did that with a sigh of relief. If he had to face another monster, it now couldn't reach the apiary without stepping on a trap, so he wouldn't have to lure it with either his bees or his body. All he needed to do was make sure there was a fire set up by the apiary entrance, and he would be good to go. With the traps in place, it was time to address the spawners. He considered his current mana.
Mana, 111 out of 200.
The apiary itself had cost him 5 mana, while the pit traps and sticky honey traps had cost 1 mana apiece. He had made 19 of them, if he recalled correctly, which came out to... Belissar soon ran out of fingers. With nothing to write on, he stepped outside of the farmhouse and found some dirt to scratch marks into. 38 mana. He didn't really know if that was a lot or not. With the mana he had left, he could make a lot more spawners. But how many should he make? And also, should he make more of the queen ones, or should he add in some of the soldiers? The queens could supposedly spawn soldiers on their own, but maybe it might be better to get some directly and right away. Belissar had no idea. A swirl of the tower's heat caught his attention, and he nodded. With the sun now rising in the sky, it was about time for the queen spawners to activate. He guessed he could decide after getting the newcomers acclimated. He definitely wasn't just pushing off the decision. 15. Be the magic?
1, 2, 3.
Belissar counted once. He counted twice. He counted thrice. He counted with his fingers. He counted with his toes. He counted with the dirt. He counted with some stones. He frowned. No matter how many times or by what method he counted, he came up with the same answer. There were 3 monster bee queens hovering before him in the flower meadow, despite there being 4 monster bee queen spawners. Belissar would admit he wasn't the greatest at math, but he figured those numbers should add up, like they had every other day before this. With no other way to resolve this conundrum, he focused on one of the spawners, the one which hadn't seemed to work today.
Monster bee queen spawner. Monsters. Monster bee queen. Cooldown. 0 out of 24 hours. Current monsters spawned. 4 out of 4.
Belissar blinked.
Oh.
It seemed this was, again, something he could have learned ahead of time if he had known to check. Apparently, the spawners could only create so many monsters, and this particular one had reached its maximum. Belissar furrowed his brow as he rubbed his chin. That certainly changed things. He would need to think carefully now about which spawners to make, if the ultimate number of monsters was fixed. Belissar thought carefully for a couple more minutes before sighing and shrugging. In the end,
He didn't really know what exactly that change meant for him any more than he knew anything else about running a tower. So again, he was left with little choice but to go with his gut feeling. Mana. 71 out of 200. He went ahead and doubled the number of monster bee queen spawners, placing 4 in the apiary to match the 4 in the flower meadow. He figured that the queens could eventually spawn monster bee soldiers on their own, so it was probably better to focus on those. Maybe. At the very least, he wouldn't use up all of his mana right away. If another purification countdown started and his hives didn't have any soldiers yet, he'd still have the option of spawning some directly. He also wanted to save some of his mana in general, in case more options appeared. He didn't know if these choices were permanent, after all. Remove monster bee queen spawner. Note that mana will remain reserved while spawned monsters remain. Amount reserved is proportional to the ratio of currently spawned monsters to spawners maximum. Belissar paused again. Well, that answered that. Apparently monster spawners weren't permanent after all. Belissar let out another sigh. It was good that he was learning more, but every bit he learned just made him more aware of how much he didn't know. At the very least, this bit of information didn't change his decisions. It boosted his confidence knowing he could adjust the spawners if he needed to, though. With that in mind, he walked back to the apiary and up to the beehives, frowning again as he saw their basket shapes. He focused on one as he got closer. Apiary beehive. Occupant. None. Current product. Honeycomb. Base production rate. 1 honeycomb every 24 hours. The beehive had a large hole on the bottom, and a large hexagonal honeycomb had gotten pushed out to rest on the tree trunk. Blinking, Belissar picked it up. He observed it from every angle, and even sniffed it. As far as he could tell, it was pure honeycomb, free from any eggs or larvae. Belissar tilted his head, then glanced inside the beehive hole. He heard buzzing, yet he couldn't actually see any bees inside.
Okay, this is kind of weird. So these beehives just make honeycomb without any bees?
Belissar shook his head. It just didn't seem right. But then again, he was standing in the daylight despite being indoors. He supposed a Tower of the Gods didn't have to play by any rules save its own. He glanced over as a wave of monster bee queens from the new apiary spawners flew over to him. They hovered around the beehives, observing them. Belissar shrugged.
What do you think? I'm sorry they aren't the nicest, but do you want to use them?
The nearest monster bee queen paused for a second at his question before dancing a salute and flying into the hive. Belissar watched as the beehive's information changed. Apiary beehive. Occupant. Monster bee queen. Current product. Mana honeycomb. Base production rate. 1 honeycomb every 24 hours. Slight boost to monster bee growth rate. Belissar tilted his head. He was a little disappointed the base production rate hadn't improved, but he supposed the queen didn't have any workers yet, so maybe that would change. The slight boost to the bee's growth rate was something he knew from the apiary's description, so not a surprise. What was a surprise was the current product.
Mana honeycomb.
Mana. Magical power. The fuel that granted the Tower Guard powers beyond mortal men. Belissar had heard stories of it, but had never encountered it before. No one in his village had. After all, it was a power reserved only for the Tower Guard, granted to them by their lords for the defense of humanity. It was also stated to be highly dangerous in the wrong hands. It was said a peasant who tried to dabble in such a power could blow apart their entire village or set themselves on fire, turn themselves into a frog or other such horrors. And those who mastered it without the blessing of the Tower Lords, well, those were the wicked witches and warlocks who preyed upon the innocent. Or they were cursed by the gods and twisted into demi-humans.
a tormented existence that was half man and half beast. Either way, no good ever came of dabbling in such things. That was why any occurrence of mana was to be reported to the local Tower Lord immediately. So, of course, Belissar had never heard of bees using it, much less somehow putting it into honey. What would that even look like? Some kind of magical honey. Would it make him explode? Would it turn him into a bee? Suddenly, Belissar's eyes widened as he had a thought. If the monster bee queen entering the beehive made it produce mana honeycomb, then didn't that mean it was the monster bees who made mana honey? Didn't their description say something about them gathering mana?
Monster bee queen. A honey bee queen that has accumulated enough mana to become something more. Mostly similar to her mundane cousins, but more aggressive and with a slightly magical venom. This one is a queen, and capable of building a hive of monster bees.
Oh, it did. Belissar frowned, his eyes trembling. Didn't that mean the honey the monster bee queens had offered him was mana honey? He quickly felt his stomach, searching for anything wrong. But everything was as it should be, and as far as he could tell, he hadn't turned into anything unnatural, ignoring for a moment the part about him being a Tower Lord who didn't seem to need to eat or drink or even sleep unless he felt like it. He thought about the moment when he had eaten the honey and furrowed his brow. He couldn't think of anything strange, besides that sense of warmth filling him, which was a lot like the warmth he felt from the tower itself. He paused, his eyes going even wider. Wait, was that heat he felt? Mana! That would actually make a lot of sense, now that Belissar thought about it. If the tower guards received mana from the Tower Lords, then it just made sense that the tower itself would have mana in it, right? And it would also make sense for the Tower Lord to have mana too. Belissar looked at his hands as he felt the warmth that had suffused his body since the tower had been bound to him.
I have mana now?
His first instinct was to report it to the local tower guard before remembering that he was, in fact, a Tower Lord now. So instead, he focused on the mana, narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow as he concentrated. A few minutes later, he shrugged. Well, that was all incredible to think about, but he still didn't actually know how to use mana, or whatever. Not to mention the potential dangers of doing so haphazardly, even if he did figure it out. Maybe the mana honey would make a shade explode if they ate it or something. But beyond that, this revelation didn't seem to change much. Mostly because Belissar didn't know how it could actually change things. He sighed.
Is there, like, a guide for Tower Lords or something?
He listened just in case, but no one responded to his words, and no strange words appeared before his eyes. He sighed again. The one time he wished there was something there. But it seemed he was still on his own as he dabbled in these powers he didn't comprehend. He could only hope it wouldn't explode in his face. Possibly literally. Shocking revelations about his powers and bees aside, Belissar did still have some work to do, so he walked back to the flower meadow and to the hives on the trees by the door. The monster bee queens came out and flew before him, dancing in a salute pattern. Belissar nodded.
So, we only have about 9 beehives in the apiary. You girls were first, so do you want to move there? You could also just move your hives to the trees there if you don't want the houses.
The monster bee queens remained still for a moment before starting a slow refusal pattern. Belissar frowned.
Are you sure? I know your hives are set up already, but don't you want to move further back? It could be dangerous to keep your hives here.
The queens picked up speed, and Belissar frowned again. They seemed quite resolute in their decision to remain here, indicating that they wished to defend the gateway. Belissar didn't want them to, but it wouldn't actually help to have more rooms if he moved all of the bees to the end of the tower. At the end of the day, they were supposed to be the tower's defenders. Belissar would just have to do his best to ensure they survived the effort. 16. A mission bequeathed. Belissar sat back against one of the trees in the flower meadow, taking a deep breath as a breeze spread the scent of flowers through the air. He watched as bees moved from blossom to blossom, carrying nectar back to their hives. He watched as they flew in and out of the pit traps, coating the floors and walls in wax in case Belissar needed to light them on fire again.
Well, now what?
He had spent as much of his mana as he was willing to for now. He couldn't make any more rooms at present, and had a bunch of traps already. He had 8 monster bee queen spawners, and the queens were hard at work setting up their colonies. The apiary had made some honeycomb, but Belissar didn't really know what else to do with it. Well, as a beekeeper, he knew plenty of things he could do with them. The honey had a lot of culinary and even medicinal uses, while beeswax could be used to make sealants, salves, candles, and other products. He'd even heard some of the Tower Lords' wives could use it for beauty products. But most of those weren't useful for defense, save for the candles. Maybe he could use the honey as bait for a trap if the shades found it appetizing. But the hunger itself would consume everything, trap included, so he wasn't sure if its shades cared about food specifically. Without anything better to do, he went ahead and checked the dungeon status. Maybe there was something else there he had missed.
Dungeon status. Patron. God of Bees. Floors. 1. Rooms. 2 out of 2. Available mana. 71 out of 200. DP. 1. Available monster types. Monster Bee Queen. Monster Bee Soldier. Available room types. Flower Meadow. Apiary. Core Corruption. 36%. Dungeon Master. Belissar. Dungeon Conduit. Niobe. Current missions. None.
Belissar blinked. There were, in fact, some changes from the last time he had checked. The core corruption had gone down by 1%, which was a relief, as core corruption didn't sound like anything good. But more importantly, there was a new value that hadn't been there before.
DP. What's that? Dungeon points. Used for various upgrades or to acquire more choices. Awarded for ongoing purification, remnant defeat, challenger activity, or at the discretion of the dungeon's patron god.
Belissar tilted his head. He, again, had more questions. Upgrades? Choices? And then remnants and challenges were being mentioned once again. Not to mention the patron god. Belissar frowned. He hadn't really thought about it with everything going on, but the god of bees had chosen him and had become this tower's patron. He wondered if he should do something for her. Or him? He didn't know anything about the god of bees, but her seemed more likely, given what he knew of the little insects. Should he be worshipping somehow? Offering sacrifices? Praying? His little village had had their rituals and whatnot, but they'd been too small for a priest or anything. The worship of the gods was centralized around the towers, so a village on the far frontier like his own was the last thing on the minds of the faithful. Besides, it was not the place of the unwashed masses to come before the gods. That was the role of the chosen Tower Lords and the devoted priests, to act as the bridge between the gods above and the common folk below. So the only thing Belissar's village had ever been told about the gods was that the Tower Lords required extra tribute from them so they could make the appropriate offerings. Mrs. Incomos had gathered what sacred text she could find and taught him to honor the gods as best she could, but her collection had been far from complete. Unfortunately, Belissar was now one of those Tower Lords, and he had no idea what to do. He wished he did. Beyond just the general avoidance of smiting, the god of bees had chosen him. She believed in him enough to forgive his defilement of the tower, and had granted him her blessing. Belissar thought he should thank her somehow, at the very least. Just then, he heard a sound directly in his head. A chime, like the sound of a bell.
New mission received. Pray at a shrine of bees.
Belissar blinked at the words in front of his eyes and began to tremble. That mission had to be from the god of bees, right? Had she heard him? Was she listening to his thoughts? Was she listening to him right now? That would make sense for a god if he thought about it. A direct response was unheard of for a peasant, but since he was the Tower Lord now, that might not apply anymore. In any case, she had given him a task, apparently, one that seemed to answer his question. So, he stood up and made his way to one of the statues that had appeared when he'd received the blessing of bees. He figured that had to be what Shrine of Bees referred to. Pausing, he made his way to the apiary instead, where he gathered up a bunch of the honeycomb produced by the beehives. He didn't really know how to pray to a god or anything, but he figured he at least shouldn't show up empty-handed, since Tower Lords often mentioned offering tribute and all. He didn't know if the honeycomb produced by the apiary would be to her liking, but it was the best thing he had at present. Walking now to the Shrine of Bees in the apiary, he placed the honeycomb in the chest before the statue, then knelt down and bowed his head.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how this is supposed to go, but, God of Bees, if you can hear me, thank you for your blessing, and for not smiting me for defiling one of your towers. I'm, not really sure what I'm doing here, but I'll try my best.
Belissar winced with each word he spoke. Even he could tell that was no prayer anyone would approve of. But the sphere held by the statue started to glow softly, bathing Belissar in warm light. The chest then began to shine brightly for a moment, flashed once, and then fell dark. Belissar slowly reached for it, opening the lid. He blinked. The honeycomb had all disappeared, and lying in its place was an axe and a saw?
Mission. Pray at a shrine of bees completed. Reward. 1 wood-cutting axe and 1 wood-cutting saw. New mission received. Build a bee house.
Belissar lifted the axe out of the chest with both hands. He looked at the words before his eyes, then down at the axe, then up at the Shrine of Bees. He glanced back and forth several more times.
You want me to build a bee house? You mean like the ones I used to?
The shrine glowed a bit brighter. Belissar blinked a few more times. That was not the mission he'd expected to receive. His first purification had failed because he had spent his time trying to make bee houses instead of doing Tower Lord things. Shouldn't he continue doing Tower Lord things now? Worshipping the gods, purifying the lands, defeating the hunger, mustering the troops. But the shrine continued glowing, the axe remained in his hand, and the mission stayed unchanged in the dungeon status. Belissar looked up at the statue above him and nodded.
Okay. I'll, do my best.
The shrine grew bright once more in a flash of light before falling dim. Belissar took a deep breath and then rose to his feet, picking up the tools. Well, at least this was something he knew how to do. If not, why he was doing it. Besides, if this was what the god of bees said she wanted, who was he to question her? With that, he grabbed his tools and got to work, finding a tree none of the bees were using and beginning to chop away at it. While Belissar began working to acquire some wood, the bees spread across the flower meadow. With over a dozen colonies at this point, the field was getting rather crowded, and so the workers spread out further and further. Eventually, they began to reach the edges of the field in all directions, coming upon the doors to either side. Those who reached the apiary door went no further, for such was the territory of the next generation, and so not a good direction to expand their efforts. But the ones who reached the gateway leading outside the tower had no such qualms. A group of scouts gathered in the air before the gates, which began to open on their own, leading to the outside world. The scouts flew outside. and found a world of plenty. Green grass now covered the ground. Shoots of various plants continued to grow, and even some flowers had started to bloom. Flowers of colors and shapes the bees had never seen before, far different from the dandelion field that was all they had ever known. The workers began to fly around excitedly and land on each of the blooms in turn, sampling the nectar and its suitability for honey making. Some flew back to report their findings, while others spread out even farther, exploring the land the tower had reclaimed from the hunger. 17. A beneficial find. Belissar grunted as he hauled branches and logs back toward the farmhouse. Fortunately, this was something he had done before. Everyone in his village was capable of some basic logging and woodwork, as no one had such abundance that they could hire a specialist at any given time. This went doubly so for Belissar and the old beekeeper, neither of whom had extensive family assets or extensive families who could come and help. Unfortunately, Belissar found that whatever tower magic kept him free of need for food and drink did not extend to muscle fatigue from extensive exertion. He could very much feel the burn all across his body as he plopped another large piece of wood onto the pile he had gathered. The pile that still needed to be dried and processed into usable shapes before he could even begin to work on one of his old bee houses. This may have been a task he was used to, but that didn't mean it was easy. The gates of the tower opened up into the world beyond once again, and a swarm of bees flew out in a buzzing cloud. The scouts had reported back on their findings, and the queens were now sending out a full wave of harvesters to gather from the flowers outside. The scouts themselves continued onward, searching for even more locations to gather from as the harvesters availed themselves of the first finds. The scouts flew beyond the immediate area around the tower into a more heavily forested area. The flowers were more difficult to find here with the trees and brush barring the way, but still, they found much to report. Some of the trees and bushes had flowers of their own as well. But a few of the scouts did not settle for these finds, pushing far into the forest instead. They had detected something, their antennas twitching as they caught faint wisps of a scent on the wind. A small light seemed to flicker just beyond the sight of their eyes, and something resonated with the mana flowing within them. It was almost as if something was calling to them. Eventually, a handful of the scouts came across something. Something beyond the simple plants and trees that had regrown in the light of the tower. Something far older. Something that had existed in ages past, before the hunger had ever swallowed this place. Ancient stone ruins rose above the brush, covered in moss and vines. Stone arches and pillars had crumbled, the walls and roofs they'd supported long gone. Ancient markings faded on the stone, wind and rain leveling out the grooves carved into the surfaces. Small flickers of light were all that remained of ancient enchantments, the barest hints of mana that had once powered wonders. And yet, something lingered in this place. The air held still. The leaves fell around the structure. The rot and decay seemed to hesitate. It was as if this place were pushing against time, as if something remained that wanted to preserve what memories still endured. And the bees ignored it entirely and flew instead to the flowers growing on the outskirts of the ruins. They began to buzz and dance about as they sampled the nectar, then flew back toward the tower at maximum speed. Belissar ended up taking a rest in the farmhouse once again after laying out some sword planks to dry. He chewed some honeycomb from the apiary bee houses before turning in for the night, sleeping better than he had ever since his village had burned down. He stretched his arms as he awoke, smiling as he moved about and found no pain in any part of his body. The magic of the tower may not have prevented exhaustion, but it sure did an excellent job of repairing it. Stretching one more time, he then prepared to resume his work for the day when Niobe came buzzing through the door, flying about at maximum speed. "King, come quick!" Belissar's eyes widened.
Niobe, what's the matter? Did something happen?
Niobe just kept telling him to come and then zoomed out the door, Belissar grabbed the axe and hurried after her, running through the apiary and into the flower meadow. Niobe led him onward until they arrived at the gate of the tower itself. Belissar's eyes widened when he saw the gate was open, and yet he didn't see any of the hunger trying to force its way inside. "Come quick!" Belissar gasped as Niobe zoomed out the gate, then noticed dozens of other bees flying in and out as well. His eyes widened further for a second, but he gulped and followed after them. He blinked at the sun shining down on his face. The real sun. Before him was a small clearing in the middle of a forest. It was covered in grass, with flowers adding occasional specks of color. Bees flew everywhere in the field, landing on each of the flowers in turn. Belissar stood still for a moment, taking in the scene.
What is this?
He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Previously, he had seen nothing but the hunger behind the gate. He knew the tower had pushed it back, but the scene before him was more than that. He had expected barren rock, maybe some dirt and lichen at most. Instead, the land was filled with life and color, with his bees happily buzzing and gathering the bounty of nature. It was like the hunger had never been there. Belissar slowly turned around. Walking to the edge of the gateway, he placed a hand on the walls of the tower. His tower.
Tower of the gods, indeed.
For what else could this be but a miracle? The Tower of the Gods had not only pushed back the hunger, but it had also reclaimed the world from it. It had restored what had been lost and healed what had been twisted. And it had been his work, his victory over the shade, which had made this possible. So long did Belissar stand staring at the scene that Niobe flew back and buzzed in front of his face. "King, come quick!" Belissar shook himself out of his daze and followed after Niobe once more. He narrowed his eyes as he followed.
Can you tell me what's going on now?
"Scouts, find something! Something important!" Belissar nodded and followed after her, before promptly tripping over a lifted root and falling into a bush.
Ouch.
King! King, okay? Belissar slowed down a bit, carefully making his way through the forest after that. He had to hack his way through some particularly thick bushes when he couldn't find a path forward, but eventually, he rounded a final tree and found what the bees wanted him to see. His eyes widened as he saw the ruins, the ancient stone still standing tall even as the majority had already crumbled. There was a faint buzzing and heat from the mana remaining in long-gone enchantments. He could still make out the nearly faded markings, messages of an ancient script he couldn't decipher. He saw a once towering statue now but a crumbling torso, as its head and arms had long since broken apart. He stepped forward.
What is this place?
And then Niobe buzzed before him. "King! This way!" Belissar blinked and turned his head as Niobe flew off to the side. He glanced at her, then back at the ruins, shaking his head back and forth between them.
Are you sure? Not these?
"This way!" She seemed very insistent, so Belissar shrugged and turned to follow her. "Here! Look!" Belissar followed until he arrived at a small bunch of flowers. Several of his bees were hovering around them. At first, he tilted his head. They were pretty pale blue flowers, but they seemed little different from any of the others in the field around them. He was about to question the bees about it when he saw it. A faint shimmer of light passed through the petals. Belissar nearly thought it was simply the sunlight passing through the canopy above, except he felt a slight warmth and heard a very faint hum at the same time. Crouching down, he reached for one of the flowers, gently holding one of its petals in his fingers. His eyes widened. The warmth he'd felt was emanating from the flowers, a warmth he now recognized, and he knew immediately why the bees were drawn to it. These flowers contained mana. He already knew that a bee colony's honey could vary slightly based on what flowers they gathered nectar from. Likewise, his bees were monster bees who produced a kind of mana-infused honey. So, what would happen if they gathered nectar from a flower already filled with mana? Well, Belissar had no idea, but his intuition told him it was something he wanted to find out. Plus, the bee seemed very excited about this.
Good flowers! Queens think we should bring home, but workers can't lift. King can?
Belissar nodded. In fact, they were so excited that they had come to find him and ask for his help. Good idea. He crouched down and began to dig into the dirt with his hands, careful not to tear up any of the roots he encountered. Soon, he lifted a handful of dirt held together by the roots of the flower, carrying the whole plant with it. He gave one last glance at the ruins before he set off back toward his tower. Whatever was there could wait. His bees had made a request of him, and he would deliver. Besides, he was a bit excited to see what the results would be. 18. Curiosa Bee. Belissar brought the flower back to the tower. He was planning to carry it to the far corner of the flower meadow, but a message popped before his eyes the moment he stepped inside. Absorb mana flower. Current samples. 0 out of 5. Belissar stared at the message for a bit. He had a feeling this was yet another important Tower Lord thing he didn't know about. He had no idea what would happen if he absorbed the flower, but he felt the tower wouldn't have prompted him if it wasn't something important. He thought for a minute, then put the flower to the side. Stepping outside the gate again, he crouched down and picked some of the other flowers in the area until he had 5 of the same one. Once he brought them back inside, the message appeared before him again. Absorb lily. Current samples. 0 out of 3. It turned out the sample number wasn't consistent. Belissar shrugged and confirmed. 3 of the lilies in his hands were covered in glowing light before vanishing. Lily absorbed. Sufficient samples gathered. Lily now available. Current applications. Flower meadow. Apiary. Crouching down, Belissar focused on the dandelions in the flower meadow once more. He had a hunch as to what had just occurred. Manage flower types. Available types. Dandelion. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected. Lily. Mana upkeep. 0. He smiled slightly. It seemed his hunch was correct. He went ahead and selected lilies. Flower types. Dandelion. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected. Lily. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected. Belissar watched as new shoots began to pop out of his flower field. White lilies grew among the dandelions, adding a new shade of color that spread across the meadow. The bees gathering nectar all paused, then many of their numbers began to fly to the new flowers. Belissar nodded in satisfaction. It was nice to have correctly guessed what the tower was trying to do. Focusing on the apiary next, he saw there weren't as many flowers there, but there was a small field he was able to manage, along with flowers growing around the bee houses, so he went ahead and added lilies there too. I think I'm getting the hang of this. King is best king! He couldn't help but chuckle as Niobe danced before him. Stepping outside the tower once more, he walked back toward the forest. Now that he had confirmed what was going on, he definitely wanted these mana flowers. A short while later, Belissar returned, several more plants in his arms. Mana flower absorbed. Sufficient samples gathered. Mana flower now available. Current applications. Flower meadow. Apiary. He again focused on the flower field. Manage flower types. Available types. Dandelion. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected. Lily. Mana upkeep.
0. Selected. Mana flower. Mana upkeep. 3.
He paused and frowned. The mana flowers were apparently a bit different from the normal ones and were going to cost him. 3 was a lot when the entire flower meadow had only cost him 5. He crossed his arms and hummed. He honestly didn't have enough information to make a decision. Mana-filled plants were legends and stories to a former peasant like him, so he had no idea what this flower was or how valuable it would be. But he glanced at his bees. They were extremely excited about this flower, enough to report it to him immediately. And to Belissar, that was reason enough. He didn't want to be wasteful, but the bees were the ones who were going to work and fight and die for this tower. They deserved whatever consideration he could give them. And if it turned out mana flowers had other uses, then all the better. He went ahead and selected it for the flower meadow. This time the changes were more subtle. The field itself didn't change in color, and Belissar frowned at first, but the words confirmed he had selected the flowers. But then, he felt it. A light current of what he now knew was mana flowing through the field unlike before. He followed the current until he eventually found a spot of blue in a field of yellow, green, and white. A subtle thing, easy to miss. A lone mana flower growing amid the dandelions and lilies. Walking around the field, he found a few more. He did wonder if such a small and sparse number of flowers was worth the mana upkeep, but all the bees nearby had stopped what they were doing and were congregating around the flowers wherever they grew. One of the queens herself had flown over and frozen mid-air at the sight. She turned to him and simply hovered in the air, watching him. Belissar motioned to the flower.
Go ahead. I made them for you girls, after all.
The queen dipped in her flight and began a dance of gratitude. And respect? Or perhaps something more. Then the worker bee swarmed the flower, quickly forming a long line to gather as much nectar from it as possible. Belissar nodded, and his face relaxed. If his bees liked them that much, then he considered it a worthwhile expense. With that, he moved on to his next task. Belissar made his way through the forest once again, coming before the ruins. He couldn't help himself. He was curious about them.
King, what doing?
Niobe buzzed around him, along with several of the other bees who had followed him when he left the tower. Belissar shook his head.
I'm not sure, but I wanted to check this place out. It looks like people lived here. Other humans, like me.
Okay, we help.
Belissar smiled as the bees spread out and began to fly around the ruins. Even when neither he nor they knew what he was doing, they never hesitated to help. They really were the best. But Belissar wasn't about to let them do all the work, so he got to exploring as well. Stepping closer to the stone, he traced his hand upon some engraved words, but he still couldn't make heads or tails of them, so he moved on. The ruins were arranged in a small circle that rose into the air. The stones that remained reached about 2 stories, but Belissar thought they might have gone higher. He couldn't say for sure, as everything above that point was long gone, but it seemed like some sort of tower. Maybe a watchtower for a guard outpost? As he walked, he could feel small spots of warmth. Small bits of mana still imbued the stone, and occasionally, he could feel it move about slowly. He rubbed his chin.
How did this stuff survive the hunger? I thought it consumed everything.
He'd thought the tower had simply grown everything back from scratch. But then, why would there be ruins? Why wouldn't the tower just create a brand new structure if that was the case? Or did the gods want to restore things exactly as they were when the hunger arrived? Had these ruins already been like this before the hunger got there? Well, Belissar didn't have even the beginnings of the knowledge required to answer these questions, so he shook his head and kept exploring. The ruins were mostly empty. Little remained besides the stone itself.
either time, nature, or the hunger having claimed everything else. There was a stone path leading out from the far side of the structure, but the structure was close to the edge of the safe zone around the tower, so right now, it just led to the hunger. Instead, Belissar found himself wandering back toward the entrance, where the broken statue was. He noticed something lying behind it. A rectangular stone, a bit on the flat side. He thought it was just another piece of debris at first, but on closer inspection, its shape was too neat, too regular. And most of all, there was a faint hint of mana inside. He dusted it off before flipping it over. It turned out it was some sort of thick stone tablet engraved with the same letters as the ruins themselves. There was also a carving showing some sort of soldier and a crest he didn't recognize. Belissar glanced at it for a couple of minutes before he shrugged. It didn't mean anything more to him than any of the other carvings had. And even though he felt hints of mana inside, they didn't seem to do anything. He may have been able to feel mana now, but he didn't know how to actually do anything with it, and wasn't willing to risk spontaneous combustion attempting some experiment. He picked up the tablet. He figured, if nothing else, maybe the tower would try to absorb it if it was anything useful. He nodded at Niobe as she flew over to rejoin him. Find anything?
Sorry. Couldn't.
Belissar smiled and held his hand out for her to land on.
Don't be. I was just curious about this place. Besides, you girls were the ones who found it, and the mana flowers too.
She didn't respond, but her wings buzzed a bit. The rest of the bees began to rejoin them, and Belissar nodded at them all.
Let's go home.
Belissar took the tablet back to the tower, but nothing happened when he passed through the gateway. He shrugged and carried it over to the apiary, placing it inside the farmhouse. It was an easier walk than trekking back through the forest would be, so he figured he might as well keep it. After that, he stepped outside and gathered a bunch of the flowers surrounding the tower, absorbing them and applying them to the flower meadow in the apiary. He smiled as he looked over the now colourful field filled with bees. He felt that, honestly, this site was much better than some dusty old ruins would ever be. P.O.B. The Firstborn. Back in one of the hives in the flower meadow, a monster bee queen watched as her workers processed the new honey. She was the first queen of the first spawner's second dynasty, the first of her line, and the firstborn of all the queens, the first guardian of the gate to the beyond. She watched as her children finished their work, leaving a cell full of glistening honey. Honey that occasionally shimmered with a subtle glow, a golden light lost in the yellow colors of the wax and the bees all around it. The queen felt the warmth of mana stir within the cell, resonating with the mana inside of her. She felt a heat grow within her torso. It was time. She and her spawner siblings were the only ones to bear the title of the Second Dynasty. But every bee in the dungeon knew the reason why. Back when she was born, she'd thought she was the first of the king's defenders. But she'd been quickly dissuaded of that notion. She'd felt the bond with her king moments after her birth, a being beyond mere bees, with depths of emotion and existence she couldn't yet fully comprehend. And she had been nearly overwhelmed by the sensations of that moment. But there had been two things she could understand: loss and a desire to protect. The conduit had later explained to them what had happened. An entire dynasty of queens had lived before them. They'd spread across the king's fields and formed their civilization upon his generosity. They had grown their colonies and grand constructions formed by the king's own hands. They had been the first to offer their tribute to the king. And then, the invader had come. The armies of the First Dynasty had risen to meet it, led by the conduit herself. But they'd failed. The armies of the First Dynasty had fallen in droves. They'd given their lives in the multitudes,
as was their duty, but they'd failed to stop the assault. The invader had torn through them all the same and laid waste to their civilization. The mighty structures the king had forged, the pillars upon which the hives had been built, were crushed in the jaws of the enemy. The queens themselves had fallen, leading the last of their armies in a final, desperate stand. It had not been enough. Only the king and the conduit had survived, and the conduit only by her bond to the dungeon and the king. And in the aftermath, the king had changed. No longer did he build the hives by his own hand. No longer did he use his wisdom for prosperity and shelter. No longer did he leave the defense to the queens. The bees had proven too weak to do as he required, and so the king himself had been forced to intervene. At first, the firstborn of the second dynasty had been pleased to serve as her king had commanded. She devoted her workers to the tasks he ordered, though she understood not the meaning behind them. She sent her workers to aid her siblings and those of the other spawners, gifting resources to what would have been rival hives under any other circumstances. She had her workers carry the stems of the flowers instead of the nectar. She constructed a hive that was not a hive, leaving empty cells deep within the ground. She had not understood these things, but she'd seen the intensity and the drive of her king as he worked. She'd heard from the conduit that he had devised a grand plan, and she was honored to be a part of it, even as she drilled her hive with the lessons of the first battle. And then, the day arrived. The invader had returned, and the second dynasty would be put to the test. Or so the firstborn thought. Instead, the king's wisdom had been revealed. The invader was lured into a trap, and the empty hive they had built was set ablaze, and the invader joined the ashes. The battle was won without the loss of a single hive, and only token casualties among the assembled armies. And the firstborn's heart burned. The king himself had stood before the invader, placing his own life before its jaws. He had not permitted them to fight. Nay, he had forbidden them from doing so. The firstborn had not led her army into battle, only being permitted to contribute a token diversion from her scouts. As the invader burned within the flames, the firstborn had realized the truth. The second dynasty was no better than the first. They, too, had failed. The king had not trusted them to fight the invader. He could not. The conduit had spoken of the sheer casualties the first dynasty had experienced, all in vain. The firstborn herself had felt the deep pain of the king at those losses. He'd resolved to avoid the needless death and destruction that had befallen the first invasion by turning his hand to war. His wisdom, his plans, and his grand constructions devoted to the delivery of death. He'd taken on the job that should have been their duty, all because they were too weak to defend their king and his realm. No, they could not even defend themselves. Their king had risked himself to protect them. He, who should have been the last to face danger. The firstborn would not let it stand. Her entire hive had redoubled its efforts, all of her children devoting themselves to their work with even greater fervor than before. Her scouts flew into the beyond, past the sight and protection of their king, in search of new lands and resources. And she thought they had found a shining treasure, a worthy tribute to offer to the king. But once again, he had demonstrated his power and his charity. He had not taken the sweetest of flowers for his own, but spread them across his lands. And he'd offered them to her, freely. His generosity knew no bounds, but she could not help but feel disappointed. Once again, she had failed to be of use to her king, who continued to sacrifice for the sake of those who should serve him. But now, that was about to change. She dunked her head into the cell before her and drank deeply. The warmth of mana filled her body and set it ablaze. For the first time since her birth, She had more mana than could be spent on the laying of her brood. Monster bee eggs required mana to lay, and even more mana to grow. The small amounts they received from mundane honey and their own bodies were barely enough to sustain the colony's growth. But now, thanks to the king's generosity, they had more than enough. Mana began to fill her body and push against her chitin. She buzzed as she began to glow with light. A few minutes later, the light died down, and a new queen several times the size she was before stepped forward. She drank more of the mana honey to fill her reserves, then strode over to a new section of the hive, one with cells far larger than any her hive had built before. The king had not rejected them entirely. The firstborn had felt as his power stirred within them, changing them. She'd seen visions of mighty warriors, giants bred for battle who stood tall and strong among all of bee kind. Soldiers with lances long and sharp, clad in armor so thick even the deadly hornet could not pierce it. Warriors of a kind who could face much larger enemies directly, who could defeat the invader without sacrificing their entire civilization in the process, who would not require the protection of the very king they'd been born to defend. She'd known then that her king still believed in them, that he had seen beyond their present weakness. She understood now his generosity, for it would take far more mana to birth these children than the firstborn had ever possessed. With the mundane flowers, she would have had to cut an entire generation of workers to store up the power for even one of these giants. Even her hive, the most developed and numerous of all, could not endure such an interruption. It would have taken a long time before she was established enough to do so. But now that her king had granted them access to nectar overflowing with mana, she had power in abundance. She herself had advanced to a new stage and grown beyond the limits of her mundane ancestors. Her body now produced 10 times as much mana as before, and she would scarcely require external nutrients to expand the ranks of her children. She could lay dozens of worker eggs at a time and still devote all of the honey they produced to grow and sustain the next generation. And most importantly, a giant egg packed with mana would be no great burden to her now. She came to a large cell even as the workers lined the sides with mana honey. And then, she began to lay her army. The first true army amongst any dynasty of any spawner within her king's dungeon. And with them, her hive would prove its might to the king. They would take up their role as the dungeon's defenders. They would defend the king and all that belonged to him. They would be weak and helpless no longer. 19. Gotta be diligent. After gathering the flowers, Belissar returned to his woodworking. He did think about searching the forest for more specimens, or maybe trying to absorb other plants like bushes and trees, but ultimately decided to prioritize the bee house construction. He figured the bees would let him know if they found a flower they really liked, and moving bushes, much less trees, into the tower seemed difficult. Besides, this was a mission tasked to him by the god of bees herself, so he should probably focus on it if there were no other pressing matters. He had already cut some planks and set them out to dry. Now all he had to do was wait 6 months to a year. Belissar paused, then sighed. At home, they had stocks of wood to work with, but since he was starting from scratch, there wasn't much he could do but wait if he wanted quality. Well, in his village, people couldn't always wait for the best of things, so he also knew how to build with freshly cut wood, which meant he didn't have to wait for fully dried planks. But this was a mission from a god. How could he accept cutting any corners? Well, he was already going to cut some corners, since all he had was an axe, a saw, and his knife. He didn't have all the tools a true woodworker might use, after all, so some of the details and finishes might be a bit rough by necessity. And, well, the god of bees had accepted his mess of a prayer for the shrine mission. In fact, he could argue the god of bees had accepted cut corners by blessing some peasant beekeeper instead of a chosen tower lord.
Belissar thought for a moment before he stood up and went to grab his axe and saw. Yeah, he had no idea what quality of a job was acceptable for this mission, but there was no sense sitting around for 6 months doing nothing. He figured he'd make one now with greenwood, and if it wasn't acceptable, then he'd wait for fully dried planks. Worst came to worst, he'd have an extra bee house which might be a bit rough around the edges but would still be a roof over his bees' heads. Belissar tilted his head as he wondered if it would rain in his tower. There was a sky with a sun. There was also night and day, so maybe? And what about seasons? Was winter coming? Flower meadow upgrades. Randomized weather. Cost, 100 DP. Weather control. Cost, 1000 DP. Seasonal cycle. Cost, 500 DP. Belissar nodded. Of course there were more upgrades that he didn't know about. At this point, it just made sense. Well, at least he knew something he could use the DP on now. DP. 2. He pursed his lips. Yes, he was currently getting DP at a rate of 1 per day. Well, he could randomize the weather before the planks finished drying, at least. And it'd only take over a year and a half to get seasons. Less than 3 years if he wanted to control the weather, apparently. He decided he was fine with things as they were. Who wouldn't want a nice, sunny flower meadow with a pleasant breeze? Why would he want a winter anyway? His bees would have to go and hibernate. Maybe, if monster bees still had to do that. In any case, Belissar decided he would save the DP for something else. After all, who knew what else he might need it for? DP shop. Room feature choice. Cost, 1000 DP. Monster choice. Cost, 3000 DP. Room choice. Cost, 3000 DP. Perk choice. Cost, 10,000 DP. Additional room slot. Cost, 5,000 DP. Boost maximum mana. Cost, 5,000 DP. Belissar now knew, apparently. And it seemed like 100 DP was really cheap. He had a feeling that 1 DP per day may not be what other Tower Lords relied on. Well, he'd worry about that when he figured out how to actually get any more. Ongoing purification didn't sound like something he was ready for if it was anything like the initial purification. Remnants and challengers were still terms he didn't know about, and at the discretion of his patron meant that he should keep focusing on the mission assigned to him by the god of bees. Remnant. A portion of corruption condensed into corporeal form. Allows challengers to assist in ongoing purification. Challenger. A being independent from the dungeon with enough intelligence to acknowledge the patron god. And now Belissar technically knew what those terms meant. Not that the descriptions made him any less confused. Condensed corruption so that challengers could assist with purification. Okay. And beings with enough intelligence to acknowledge the patron god. Did that mean people? Then why didn't it just say that? Maybe that was supposed to be the tower guard specifically? After all, peasants weren't supposed to be capable of entering a tower without defiling it, so there should be some sort of distinguishing feature. Right? And then there was Belissar, who had not only entered a tower but taken command of it without being smitten by the gods. He wasn't actually sure if his tower was defiled or not, but it seemed to still work fine as far as he could tell. If a god was blessing it, then surely it should be fine. In any case, the information still didn't really answer Belissar's original question of how to get more DP, so he put it aside as he originally intended and moved on to his task. He left the tower and headed toward the tree line, figuring that he may as well take some wood from outside so his bees could use all his trees for their hives. And who knew? Maybe the tower would absorb the tree? So he went to work and began chopping. Absorb pinecone. Samples. 0 out of 100. It turned out the tower didn't absorb the wood itself, but could absorb the pine cones from the tree he cut. Maybe because he only brought part of the tree instead of the whole thing? Well, it was nice to know he could just carry pine cones instead. Uprooting an entire tree on his own was beyond Belissar, much less carrying it. It would, however, take a lot of samples to produce any results. Belissar decided he'd absorb them here and there, but wouldn't go out of his way for the moment. The flower meadow and apiary couldn't have that many trees to begin with, so switching up the types wasn't all that impactful. Maybe if the bees found one with flowers they liked, he'd work at it a bit more diligently. Belissar instead busied himself by carrying pieces of wood across the meadow into the apiary, almost dumping them on the ground as he arrived by the farmhouse. He rubbed his aching arms as he looked at the pile of wood on the ground, and thought about the larger pile still out in the forest. He grimaced. For a brief moment, he wondered what might have been if he had chosen a human-sized offending monster, but he quickly banished those thoughts. He was doing this for the bees, and they deserved his best. He certainly wouldn't fault them for being unable to help with his current task. So he told himself as he dragged his feet back out toward the flower meadow and the exit to the tower. It took a couple more trips to get all the wood inside, after which Belissar stumbled into the farmhouse and collapsed on the bed, trying to ignore his burning muscles. Belissar woke up the next morning and stretched his arms. He smiled, as once again, he had made a full recovery. Sometimes this tower business wasn't half bad. He had a quick breakfast of honeycomb before stepping outside, and stopped and blinked at the sight waiting for him. One of the monster bee queens hovered in the air before him. Only she had somehow grown significantly larger, now the size of a hand and a half. And hovering in the air behind her were 6 monster bee soldiers. Hand-sized bees with solid-looking chitin and stingers like small daggers. Once Belissar stepped outside, the queen made a motion, and the soldier bees performed a salute dance, all moving in sync. The queen bee joined them in the movement, and then they all hovered motionless before Belissar. King! Niobe flew over and greeted him as well.
Niobe, these are the soldier bees?
The little bee flew around happily. Yes! Hive now has soldiers! We'll fight for king next time! Belissar furrowed his brow at that, but looked over the monster bee soldiers. He imagined the shade attacking again. Only this time, it wasn't tiny bees flying to their deaths. This time, he imagined the bees before him, their large stingers plunging into the shade's side. He imagined a swarm of bees like that meeting the monster as it arrived. The shade was still terrifying to Belissar, and he couldn't help but think of the fallen hives when he thought of it. But with the soldiers before him now, it didn't seem so unthinkable that they could face such a monster directly. He smiled.
Well done. I think we'll be much better prepared if we have to fight again.
The queen buzzed and gave another salute, the soldier bees following suit. 20. Belissar's Bee House. Belissar sawed away as best he could at the piece of wood before him. He was working on one of the bee house walls at the moment, trying to cut some grooves he could slot the trays into. He looked at it and sighed. It was not his finest work. A rough cut that looked more like some creature had taken a bite out of the wood than a detailed woodworker's craftsmanship. But that was the limit of his current tools and material. Since he was working with wet wood, he would have to leave room for it to bend or shrink, or any number of other such things he couldn't necessarily predict. He wasn't going to get it to fit perfectly together. He was just hoping he could get it to fit together, period. He sighed and put it aside, beginning to work on the next wall. He wanted to make sure all this would actually work before he went and cut a bunch of the grooves. A while later, he had a basic 3-sided box that fit together. Sort of. There were holes and gaps and whatnot, but at the very least, it stood up without collapsing. Belissar then went and cut out a floor piece, seeing if he could get it to fit in. It did. Sort of. Again, there were gaps on the edges Belissar would have preferred to do without, so he tried to cut some pieces to line the edges. Next, he began to cut some thinner, long pieces for the frames. Getting the grooves and shape so the frame parts would fit together was challenging, but eventually Belissar got one assembled. He placed it down into the box, and it managed to fit into the grooves he had carved in the wall. He heaved a sigh of relief. With the proof of concept confirmed, he could begin to assemble the rest of it. It took most of the day, but eventually Belissar finished. He took a step back and beheld the work of his hands. It was a rickety thing, leaning to one side where he'd misjudged the length of one of the legs, and with gaps all over the place. But it was a complete box, with some frames to guide the bees that could be pulled out, with a lot of effort and grunting. Belissar sighed. And then he heard a chime.
Mission: build a bee house completed. Reward: 225 DP.
He blinked and looked over the bee house again. The god of bees approved of this work? Belissar frowned, but then glanced over at the existing beehives, and his face relaxed. Maybe the point wasn't to get the best that Belissar could produce, but just to get something that would work without having to destroy an entire bee colony with each harvest. Compared to that, he could understand why the god of bees would prefer even the rough construction he had made. But in the end, it was neither his nor even the god of bees' opinion that would truly determine if the hive was sufficient.
Well, okay then. What do you think?
He glanced over at some of the bees circling around him. He caught sight of Niobe, and the queen from the nearest basket hive. Both of them began buzzing and flying around the house at maximum speed. Great! Amazing! King is best king! Belissar chuckled at that before nodding.
As long as you girls like it.
He moved to pick up the hive, grunting at the weight of the wood. The rough construction meant he'd made things a bit thicker than normal, and he was paying for that now. But eventually, he moved it over to the closest basket hive, intending to make it as easy as possible for the queen to transfer over. But it was then that the beehive and the basket hive began to glow.
Compatible design confirmed. Upgrade apiary beehive to Belissar's bee house. Cost: 25 DP.
Oh, sure. That would be helpful.
Light covered the two hives. Then, with a flash, the basket hive vanished. Belissar's bee house moved in its place, sitting on top of the tree trunk now. His eyes widened and he rushed over to it. Replacing the basket hive was all well and good, but that queen had been working hard in the basket hive. The very last thing Belissar wanted was for her to lose her brood growing inside. So he quickly removed the lid of the bee house and began pulling out the frames. He exhaled his breath. Honeycomb now filled the frames, and Belissar could see little eggs and larvae in some of them. The queen herself flew in front of Belissar and began a dance of happiness and gratitude. It seemed the process had transferred over the queen's brood to the new house without issue. A smile grew on Belissar's face as he put the frame and lid back where they belonged.
Enjoy.
The queen gave her gratitude one last time, saluted to Belissar, and then flew into the bee house to continue her work. Belissar turned his attention to the words he had ignored in his panic.
Apiary beehive upgraded to Belissar's bee house. Product: Manna honeycomb changed to Manna honeycomb tray. Maximum product stored increased from 1 to 3. Bee productivity increased. Bee happiness increased.
Belissar blinked. The last line was written in glowing yellow letters. Soon, though, he began to grin. That message alone made all this effort worthwhile to him. He went and focused on the next basket hive. Since the tower could upgrade them, he figured he wanted all his bees to have one.
Upgrade apiary beehive to Belissar's bee house. Cost:
100 DP. 25 if bee house provided.
Belissar frowned and rubbed his chin. It seemed it would be a bit more expensive to upgrade if he didn't build the bee houses himself. He did some math as quickly as he could manage in the dirt and determined that if he built all of the bee houses personally, he could just afford to upgrade the entire apiary, while if he didn't, he could only afford to upgrade 2 more. There was no choice to Belissar. His bees deserved as many homes as he could build, a decision reinforced further when he heard another chime.
New mission received. Upgrade all apiary beehives to Belissar's bee houses.
Belissar nodded.
Absolutely.
Belissar spent the rest of the week working on the bee houses. With each one he made, he was able to adjust a bit more, both improving the quality of the construction and decreasing the build time. He noticed a curious phenomenon. Every time he upgraded an apiary beehive with a new and improved bee house, the other upgraded bee houses would adjust themselves to match. It wasn't an identical copy of the latest one. Rather, it seemed to average out between the quality of the first one and the best one available. But either way, Belissar was glad. He was happy to know the first queen wouldn't be left high and dry. Of course, that wasn't all he did. As much as Belissar enjoyed working entirely on the bee houses, the whole purification business still weighed on the edge of his mind. So he also spent some time making whatever preparations he happened to think of, gathering and chopping a bunch of firewood throughout the week, since it would also need time to dry. Once some of it had dried, he could start to do some work with beeswax. Unfortunately, he didn't have a strainer or any pots, but he could do some basics. He managed to carve some grooves into a log to melt the beeswax in, then dipped some branches he'd gathered from the outside forest into the grooves. That way, he managed to make some torches that were a bit better crafted than wrapping a strip of tunic around a stick. A tunic that now left a bit of his stomach exposed thanks to the strips he'd cut off the bottom earlier. He sighed and shook his head. Fortunately, the climate in the tower seemed very pleasant at the moment. Or perhaps it was the manner of the tower protecting his body? In any case, it was fine, since his only company at present were the bees, but he should probably keep an eye out for any plants he could use to make repairs. Fortunately, he knew a bit of textile work. Some of the village boys called it women's work, but in a village of their size, most people knew how to do most jobs that needed doing. That went doubly so for Belissar, growing up first with just the old beekeeper, and later living completely on his own. Unfortunately, those skills wouldn't matter unless he could acquire some suitable materials, so Belissar just resolved to keep an eye out for now. In any case, he now had a stockpile of firewood and kindling to make fires of various sizes as necessary, as well as some torches to light. He assembled another gathering of kindling, firewood, wax and honey in the pit traps on either side of the door between the flower meadow and the apiary, as well as in the pit trap closest to the gate to the outside. He then built a campfire pit on the apiary side and stored the torches and his fire bow around it. He found out at that time that he could designate a section of the apiary where flowers wouldn't grow, and so was able to clear a suitable area without too much trouble. He was thus ready to make a fire he could use to light the torches in case he needed to use the pit traps like he did before. The work slowed down his bee house making, but he felt it was necessary. If and when the hunger returned to his tower, he would be ready. 21. Be resolved. Belissar was resting in his room after a long day of woodworking when Niobe flew inside. Belissar smiled and held his finger out for her to land on it. "King okay?" Belissar turned thoughtful for a second, then nodded with a smile.
You know what? I am.
He glanced out the window at the apiary's beehives. 8 had been converted, and only one of the basket hives remained. He could catch glimpses of the bees returning to their hives.
Better, even. All of this, towers and gods and hunger, was confusing and scary at first. But now, I can't say I hate it. Just me and you and the other bees, all working together. I hope we can keep doing this.
Niobe began dancing rapidly.
King, best king! Will always be king! Workers and queens will always help!
Belissar chuckled and grinned.
Hope you're right about that.
The next morning, Belissar awoke to pleasant weather, as every morning had been in the tower. He stretched and ate a bit of mana honeycomb, smiling as the warmth of mana spread throughout his body. Once his fears of spontaneous combustion had faded, he'd realized he had been eating the honey all along with no ill effect. In fact, he had come to enjoy the mana honey. It was quite pleasant. Exiting the house, he gathered some trays of honey from the converted hives. They tended to fill up if he didn't, and the bees seemed happy to offer their honey to him, so he did so every morning. He took a couple of the trays and offered them at the shrine, then went about starting his work for the day. He began by carrying some wood over to the last basket hive remaining in the apiary, intending to assemble the bee house right next to it. He had learned after having to drag the first one over, after all. He was just bending down to pick up a piece of wood when a message appeared before his eyes.
Ongoing purification limit reached. Minor purification required. Minor purification attempt in 3 days.
Belissar slowly rose back to his feet, his spine going completely straight. Niobe flew over to him.
King okay?
Belissar's face turned grim.
It's time, Niobe. The hunger is coming again.
Niobe flew about unsteadily.
King have orders?
Belissar slowly nodded.
Inform the queens. We need to prepare for battle.
He took a deep breath as Niobe saluted and flew off. The queens had received his intent even as he was asking Niobe to inform them, and he could already feel them stir. Now was the key moment. Now was when Belissar would find out how his decisions would play out, and if all had been correct.
Minor purification attempt in 2 days, 23 hours, and 58 minutes.
But there was no time for further pondering. The clock was ticking, and Belissar intended to do everything he could to turn the odds in his favor. Every preparation he could make would reduce the casualties among his bees, so he would spare no effort here. Walking over to the side of the farmhouse where firewood lay in large stacks, he grabbed as much as he could carry and made his way toward the flower meadow. He'd kept the 2 pit traps by the apiary entrance stocked with wood and kindling, but now that he knew an assault was incoming, he planned to prepare as many fire pits as he could, starting with the ones closest to the entrance. The sticky honey traps would help with that, but adding firewood and kindling would increase the blaze further. He would also need to prepare campfire pits near the other traps so he could be ready to set them ablaze. And now that he had woodcutting tools and a forest beyond the tower, he could also try to prepare actual fences on the path from the gate to hopefully try to drive the shade into the first pit trap. But all his thoughts ceased when he stepped through the apiary entrance and into the flower meadow. His eyes went wide at the sight before him. The air thrummed with the buzzing of countless wings. The sky turned yellow and black as a sea of chitin spread out above. An army of monster bee soldiers hovered before him, led by a dozen large monster bee queens. The lead queen shook her body, and the others followed suit. Every bee soldier then curled back and thrust their abdomen forward, displaying their dagger-like stingers. Belissar felt a slight breeze from over 100 simultaneous thrusts. His jaw dropped open, and no words came to him. It seemed the flower meadow queens had been quite busy. Niobe flew in front of him.
King! Queens say they fight! Soldiers want to fight!
The queens and the soldiers hovered in place, remaining still as their eyes fixed upon Belissar. With such a scene before him, he could only manage a silent nod. The firstborn watched from the entrance of her hive as she waited for enough mana to lay another soldier egg. Her army was flying up in the air, the soldiers breaking off into squads of different sizes and taking turns diving down toward one of their own, who hovered close to the ground but otherwise did all they could to evade. The target soldier suddenly shook themselves, and all the bees in the air scattered in different directions before coalescing back together. The target soldier swapped out for another in the process and rejoined the attackers above as the diving practice resumed. The conduit had shared all that she could of the First Dynasty's fall, and the Firstborn had shared as much with her soldiers. They now trained and refined the tactics the third queen of the Firstborner's First Dynasty had pioneered in her final moments. They did not attack all at once, but practiced a rotation of small squads that would prevent the invader from wiping them all out in one go. They practiced quick scattering and evasion to avoid the deadly breath attacks the Firstborn of the Second Dynasty had witnessed firsthand, and practiced hit-and-run attacks that would keep them out of the jaws of the enemy. It went against their instincts somewhat, but even mundane bees adapted to their foes, and monster bees were something more. Besides, their king did not wish to see them perish any more than was necessary. The soldier's instinct for sacrifice would not take precedence over the king's desire, something the Firstborn had spoken to her soldiers about until each one of them had understood personally. The king had permitted them to fight. He had even permitted them to make the first attempt, after a discussion with the conduit and the queens of the flower meadow. He would withhold his flames and his plans, focusing on the burning chasms toward the back of the flower meadow, and so would give the soldiers a chance to engage the enemy by their own strength. Only if they failed would the king step in to protect the hives. And so, they would not fail. The Firstborn swore they would not fail. The destruction of the First Dynasty and the weakness of the Second would be repaid in full. She and the other queens of the flower meadow had worked solely to achieve this task. They had cut their workers to the bare minimum and drunk as much mana honey as they could, all seeking to grow as fast as possible. And once they had grown, they turned every bit of mana and honey they could to raising as many soldier bees as possible, all to assemble the army training before them. They had set aside their rivalry and pooled their efforts in order to avoid even the slightest bit of waste. The workers pushed themselves to the brink, producing as much honey as they possibly could, restricting their own meals and rest to the barest minimum. The queens held nothing in reserve. They emptied the honey storage as soon as it was filled and turned every bit of strength they had to lay even one more soldier egg. Even now, her instinct screamed that her hive stockpiles were empty and that she would not survive the cold of winter, were the king's domain subject to such a thing. And even with all that effort and sacrifice, they had barely assembled enough soldiers for a single battle. That was why the soldiers now drilled relentlessly and were told in no uncertain terms that sacrifice was the absolute last resort. Each one of them was precious, each one of them necessary if they were to achieve victory. For the fight to come, they would not have the reserves to replenish their numbers. They would not only need to fight, they would need to survive. Even minimum casualties could be enough to tip the scales against them. But such was the will of the bees to protect the hive and right the wrongs of the first and second invasions. Not a worker complained about the strict rationing. Not a soldier complained about the endless drills. Not a queen complained as their abdomens burned and their mana drained to the bottom over and over. This was why they could not be permitted to fail, especially now that the king had given them his trust. And yet, the Firstborn was worried. The hives of the flower meadow were all on the brink. Despite the best efforts of the workers, honey production was beginning to dip. The existing workers were at their physical limits. There was no spare honey to help them recover, and with the queens cutting worker egg numbers, there were no reserves to relieve them. Try as they might, the queens would have to stop laying soldier eggs, or else their hives would collapse. But that might be unavoidable as well. The queens had not saved any of their own mana, and the honey stores were empty. The queens would hardly have the strength to lay new worker eggs at this point. Just then, the Firstborn heard the buzzing. Turning to face the entrance to the apiary, her antennas shot straight up. Waves upon waves of worker bees flew from the apiary, carrying with them glistening drops of honey. They broke apart into separate formations, and each made their way to one of the hives, including the firstborn's own. The firstborn's tired workers pulled themselves from their rest and moved to block the entrance to their hive, but the firstborn waved them down. The worker bee leading the formation landed in front of the firstborn, and the two touched antennas, speaking to one another.
Conduit says, "I'll help King."
The firstborn acknowledged this in a daze, stepping away from the entrance to her hive. Every instinct told her to retaliate as another hive's bees flew into hers, yet she did not. And her shock only grew as the worker bees deposited their honey into the storage cells before exiting the hive and flying back toward the apiary. An endless stream of them seemed to arrive, filling her entire storage in mere minutes. She could not help but gape at the sheer abundance of honey the apiary bees had brought. They, the younger queens born after the first spawner's entire second dynasty, had now given away more honey than her entire worker force could produce. She had to wonder if their hives had stripped themselves bare to achieve such a thing. But it did not seem so. Even as she gaped, more and more bees arrived, buzzing around the entrance, since there were no cells left to fill. The firstborn shook herself and got to work, rushing over to the nearest cell and drinking deeply of the honey, refilling her mana up to full. Flying over to the nearest soldier cell, she laid more eggs as quickly as she could. Her workers sipped on enough honey to get moving, and then began to expand the hive, creating more cells for the apiary bees to fill. She realized the truth. The bees of the dungeon were not rival hives. They were all one, a colony of many, a hive of hives. They were all the brood of the king, and together they would win this fight and earn his trust. So, all the bees devoted themselves to their work. There was much to do, and only a short time to do it. 22. First minor purification.
Minor purification attempt in 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
Belissar had his arms crossed while tapping his foot. He kept reminding himself to breathe, taking deep breaths while drumming his fingers on the torch he held against his arm. He was currently standing in the apiary just in front of the door to the flower meadow. A roaring fire crackled in the campfire next to him, but his attention was on the gate at the far end, where soldier bees hovered in the air. They were gathered into small squads and spread out across the sky, waiting for the purification to begin. He heaved a sigh. Niobe had convinced him to let the flower meadow bees take first stab at the monster. And he needed them to, when he thought about it. He had chosen the soldier bees for this exact reason, so what was the point in keeping them from danger? Plus, he needed to know what they could do. If even the soldier bees couldn't defeat a shade, then he'd need to rethink a lot of his decisions and defenses. As a result, Belissar wouldn't get involved right away this time. He'd remain in the apiary while the fight raged. If the bees couldn't take down the shade themselves, then they'd lure it into one of the prepped fire pits near the end of the flower meadow. Belissar could then light his torch and rush out to set the pit ablaze. Around him buzzed the workers from the apiary hives, along with some newcomers. Monster bee soldiers hovered around him, but not from the flower meadow hives. Belissar had gone ahead and added a pair of monster bee soldier spawners to the apiary. None of the apiary hives had developed enough to spawn soldiers on their own, and none of them would be able to do so in the time before the purification. Since the flower meadow hives had been focusing on the soldiers, Belissar had needed the apiary's help to prep the fire pits with extra wax. Belissar had also noticed them loaning honey to the meadow hives, perhaps allowing them to focus even more heavily on the soldiers. All of which meant the apiary queens had not had the leeway to raise soldiers. As such, Belissar had figured he should spawn some soldiers to cover the apiary as well. If, gods forbid, the flower meadow fell and they couldn't lure the shade into one of the pit traps, Belissar didn't want to leave the apiary with only workers for defense. With that, all the preparations Belissar could make in the time allotted were complete.
They had prepped as many fire pits as possible. They had spawned more monster bee soldiers, and Belissar had even seen them training for the battle. Belissar himself held his torch and his axe. But Belissar couldn't help but worry. He didn't want to see any of his bees hurt after all. And if the bees didn't defeat the Shade immediately, it would have the opportunity to rampage across the flower meadow until they could lure it into a pit. At worst, it might destroy one or even all of the hives before then. Losing the queens there would be a heavy blow. But the bees were resolved to do this, and Belissar needed them to if he was to be an effective Tower Lord. So he did his best to calm himself and stand at the ready. He didn't really succeed. But the timer counted down regardless, and soon, the moment was upon them.
Minor purification attempt commencing.
This time was a bit different from before. The tower's mana still heated up, but not to the burning extent of the initial purification. The gate didn't swing open this time either. Instead, Belissar felt a chill down his spine as something cold crept through the tower's mana. It inched out of the core and made its way toward the gate. Once there, it coalesced, and tendrils of the hunger began to form and gather together. Once again, a shade of the hunger formed and let out a roar.
Minor purification has begun. Remaining hostiles. 1.
Belissar tilted his head. He knew he was looking at it from far away with his tower sight, as he had started to call it, but the shade seemed smaller than before. However, he had no time to question it, for the bees had already begun their attack. A squad of 4 soldiers had started diving the moment the shade took shape, and it had barely finished its roar when they slammed into it. 2 dagger-like stingers pierced into the shade's side, which let out another roar. The other 2 overshot their target and missed. Then all 4 flew up and away. The shade snapped its jaws at them, but they had already left its range and escaped unharmed. A second squad struck from behind even as the shade bit at the first. These 4 had adjusted their aim, and all 4 stingers hit the shade's back. With another roar, it whipped its tail around. But again, the bees had flown out of the way. The shade had apparently had enough at this point, and it took a deep breath. Most of the bees scattered as they'd practiced, but the third squad had already begun its dive and struggled to pull up as the monster unleashed a cloud of black mist from its mouth. One of the soldier bees was caught by the mist, and to Belissar's surprise, did not drop to the ground. However, she shook about in the air and slowed to a crawl, so she couldn't evade when the shade's tail pierced through her torso. She went limp and stopped moving. The bees renewed their assault, another squad stinging the shade's flanks even as their sister fell. The soldiers were finding their rhythm now, and stung the shade again and again. Its tail and jaws missed time after time, and the bees were careful to avoid the shade's breath now. A misty black ooze dripped from various spots on the creature, which wasn't moving as quickly as it had at the start. Belissar blinked. The shade hadn't even advanced from the doorway, and yet the soldier bees had it on the ropes. Of every outcome he had thought about and planned for, this one came as a surprise.
We're winning?
Niobe flew about him rapidly in response. Yes! Belissar started to grin at that. But then something changed. The bees had the shade surrounded at this point, but a cornered beast was the most dangerous. The shade once again took a deep breath, and the bees backed away once more. But the creature didn't let out the black mist this time. Instead, it took off running as fast as it could once the bees fell back, and so broke free of the cloud of soldiers around it. Of all the outcomes the soldier bees had trained for, they had not anticipated the shade might run from them. They were caught off guard and rushed to chase after it. And that was what it was waiting for. The shade spun around and unleashed its black breath. Several squads of bees flew straight into it before they could evade, and then the beast was upon them, pouncing into their midst and assaulting the stunned squads. Its claws took the wing off a bee, sending her falling to the ground. Its tail pierced through another two while its jaws clamped down on yet another. An entire squad fell in an instant. The other bees in the air retaliated, rushing in to sting the shade's sides, but it mostly ignored them, whipping its tail around while focusing on the stunned bees ahead. The soldier bees' careful rotation had broken with the sudden change in situation and the plight of their sisters, and so a group of them all rushed in at once. The tail caught them and knocked them away, leaving them spinning about in the air from the force of the strike. But the shade was not at its best either. It had not crushed the bee in its jaws yet, though she lacked the strength to break free. Her chitin armor had saved her life, but it had begun to crack under the monster's grip, and its fangs had pierced through in places. She was bleeding heavily and could barely wiggle about at this point. She had no hope of escape. However, escape was not her plan. Her abdomen was still free, as the monster had bit her torso, and it stretched up, her stinger extended out, and then the soldier's abdomen began to glow. Even as her chitin cracked and shattered, she swung her stinger forward, shredding her torso on the shade's fangs as she curled her body around. The stinger thrust up into the creature's head from the bottom, a flash of light shining from the monstrosity's mouth as the soldier poured all of her remaining strength into a death blow. The shade wobbled and staggered about before it fell to the ground. The soldier bee set upon it, stinging it repeatedly, but it responded to them no longer. A few moments after it fell, its body collapsed into a dissipating cloud of black mist. Back in the apiary, Belissar kept staring at the vanishing mist with his eyes as wide as they could go.
We won.
All hostiles defeated. Minor purification successful. 23. Be grateful. Belissar slowly closed his mouth. The shade may have seemed a bit smaller than the first, and never used the all-direction mist attack, but it also hadn't been particularly weak as far as Belissar could tell. It wasn't like he could have taken it by himself without the pit traps, after all. And yet, the soldier bees had handled it. They'd taken it down with only a handful of losses. The shade had barely made it beyond the gate, even. It took Belissar a moment to accept the situation. Minor purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 50 DP. Plus 10 max mana. Monster Bee Soldier Strength Boost. Minimal. But he was not dreaming. A shade of the hunger had been defeated without needing the traps or fire at all. Belissar hadn't even lifted a finger. It was a tremendous victory. Bees win! King's hive, best hive! King, best king! Belissar couldn't help but smile as Niobe flew around him as fast as she could. The apiary bees all around began to buzz and zip through the air, performing quick and elaborate aerial dances as they celebrated the victory. He took a deep breath, relaxing his body as he exhaled it. His choices hadn't been wrong. His bees could defend a tower of the gods after all. He hadn't expected them to lose here, but to see the victory with his own eyes was still a relief. He really could call himself a tower lord now, without qualifiers. Well, he'd still appreciate a manual or guide of some sort, but as long as his bees were safe, he was content with how things were going. That thought did bring a slight frown to Belissar's face. He glanced at the fallen bee soldiers on the ground, the wounded one who could no longer fly, and the remains of the one who had given her life to strike the critical blow. The victory had been great indeed, and with far less losses than Belissar had feared. But it had not come without sacrifice. He nodded to himself and pushed aside the messages regarding rewards as he began to walk toward the flower meadow. He had something to do, and all else could wait.
Belissar waited as the bees celebrated before he began his task. Once they had calmed down, he walked to the site of the battlefield. Picking up the wounded bee, he placed her on his shoulder, then gathered the remains of the fallen bee soldiers. Niobe flew over to him.
King, what doing? That worker's job.
Belissar shook his head.
They gave their lives for me. The least I can do is honor them.
Niobe shook about in the air.
Honor? What that?
The rest of the bees watched Belissar as he gently held the remains in his arms, carrying them to the end of the flower meadow and laying them down by the shrine of bees. He then retrieved his axe, saw, and some wood, and got to work, digging a hole in the ground as best he could with what he had and placing the bees inside of it. He knew that normal bees didn't seem overly concerned with their dead. The bees who died in the hive would be removed and dumped at a safe distance. The bees who died outside were simply left where they fell. He didn't know if monster bees did it differently, but Niobe's confusion seemed to confirm that they acted much the same. So, since they had no ceremonies of their own, Belissar simply did as he thought best. He put the bees in the same hole, figuring they would have preferred to be together, before burying them back up and getting to work on the wood. He made a hexagonal honeycomb sculpture, carving some bees into it as best he could, before propping it up over the grave. At this point, he was surrounded by bees. All of the queens had grown curious as to his actions and gathered from both the flower meadow and the apiary to watch. When he was finished, he turned to Niobe.
Do you know who their queens were?
We'll ask.
Niobe gathered with the queens, and then 3 of the flower meadow leaders flew over to Belissar, including the largest and oldest of the bunch.
Do they have names? Or a way to call each other?
Niobe flew unsteadily.
No name. We call by birth. This is first queen of the first spawner's 2nd dynasty, third queen of third spawner's 1st dynasty, and first queen of 4th spawner's 1st dynasty.
Belissar rubbed his chin and then nodded. Taking several planks of wood, he placed them by the sculpture, carving a set of numbers separated by dashes on each, corresponding to the numbers Niobe had stated. He then asked how many of the fallen belonged to each of the queens and carved a line for each into their respective planks. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet and frowned for a moment, his heart beginning to pound. Belissar did not often think of the dead. What point was there in that? No matter what tears were shed or what words were spoken, the dead were gone, and that was that. It was unfortunate, but there was no sense dwelling on what could not be changed. The bees didn't bother with such things. They simply removed the corpses and kept at their work. Belissar had tried to do the same. But when he thought of his bees, who'd given their lives without hesitation or regret, he felt they did not deserve to simply be cast away and forgotten. He felt he had to do something for them. So he changed his mind. In the aftermath of the first purification, he had realized he hadn't moved on at all, that the thoughts of those he had lost still lingered inside him, as much as he tried to deny it. Even the very thought of them brought tears to his eyes, which was why he had done all he could not to think of them. Those thoughts now stabbed through his chest like a cold knife. Every muscle in his body tensed and told him to flee as the moisture built in his eyes. But Belissar fixed his sight on the bees hovering before him and put aside his own discomfort. He would do this for them, at the very least. He took the wounded bee soldier on his shoulder and gently placed her before the grave, then took a step back and faced her. He bowed his head.
Thank you for your sacrifice. We won because of you. I won't forget that.
He didn't know what else to say or do. His parents hadn't even had a funeral, and he'd buried the old beekeeper himself. So he simply stood in silence for a moment. The wounded soldier squirmed a bit under Belissar's gaze while the rest of the bees hovered in the air, unsure of what to do. Then one of them began to move. Niobe began to fly in a slow pattern, starting a new dance she had never done before. This was not something instinctive to her or taught to her by her colony. So she slowly, unsteadily, mapped out the movements herself. She tried to match the dance to the feeling she could perceive from the king, making slow, graceful movements and beating her wings as softly as possible, yet keeping her course as straight and steady as she could. Once Niobe completed her dance, she repeated it, now absent the hesitation or doubt of her first attempt. A slow, steady buzz rose in the air. The other bees began to follow her. First the queens of the flower meadow, then the soldiers, and then all the rest. The wounded soldier couldn't follow without her wings, but she beat her remaining pair along the rhythm of the others. The king turned and watched as the bees conducted their dance. He nodded at them as they concluded.
Thank you all.
The bees buzzed in response. The firstborn trembled as the king's words vibrated through her chitin. Her mana stirred, filling her body with heat. A grand and mighty victory had been won this day. She had achieved all she had set out to do. The enemy had been defeated by the strength of their armies, felled by the sacrifice of one of her own soldiers. The destruction of the first dynasty had been repaid in full, and the bees had proven themselves worthy defenders to the king. If it had ended there, the firstborn would have flown high for quite some time. But the king had not been content with that. No, he had taken the fallen and carried them by his own hand. He'd begun a new construction, one that did not seem suited as either shelter or defense. The firstborn had watched in confusion, uncertain as to the king's purposes here. Until he'd called her. She stood before him as the conduit reported her titles. What happened next shook her from her antenna down to her stinger. The king carved her own title into a monument of his own design, one that stood next to the shrine of the goddess herself, the queen of all bees who reigned in the skies above. She did not know the symbols the king had carved, but the king's intent was coming through their bond, and she knew this one was supposed to represent her. He carved a symbol for each of her soldiers who had fallen in battle. He left an enduring mark that would remind all who saw it what her hive had sacrificed in the defense of her king. The rest of the day passed in a blur for the firstborn, even as she followed the conduit's dance. It was not until night fell that she came to herself, even as her soldiers and workers began to tug her back to her hive. Feelings and emotions she couldn't describe surged through her, causing her wings to buzz. Her hive all turned to her in alarm, and she began to dance rapidly as thoughts raced through her mind. This would only be the beginning. They had defeated one invader, but more would come, and the firstborn intended to be ready. Nay, they would be more than ready. Her hive would build the finest army bee-kind had ever seen. All for the king. 24. Be rewarded. Belissar walked back toward the farmhouse once the ceremony was done. Niobe came and flew alongside him in silence. Once back inside, he exhaled his breath and sat down, and Niobe came and landed on his finger.
King okay?
Belissar gave her a soft smile.
Yes, it's just...
He took another deep breath and let it out slowly, glancing out the window. Thoughts of the lost passed through his mind, and he felt pain in his chest once again.
I'm remembering a lot of things. A lot of things I try not to think about.
Niobe looked up at him.
Niobe help?
Belissar smiled and brushed her back with one of his fingers.
You already do. You already have.
He thought back to the past, to the days where he would talk and talk to the little bee drinking honey off his finger, saying all the things he couldn't tell anyone else. His heart grew warm as he remembered that said bee had been Niobe all along, and she really was his friend, just like he had imagined. Niobe buzzed, and Belissar found himself chuckling. The painful memories were still there, but didn't feel as sharp anymore. Belissar shook his head and cleared his mind. In any case, there was something more he could do now to protect his friend and his bees.
Minor purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 50 DP. Plus 10 max mana. Monster bee soldier strength boost. Minimal.
Another choice, another reward for a battle won. This one didn't seem as dramatic as the last, all things considered, but Belissar didn't mind. He'd prefer an easy battle with minimal sacrifice to massive gains, so to him, it was good that the fight had been smaller this time around. But the size of the rewards didn't mean he shouldn't put some thought into it.
DP, mana, or a boost to the soldiers, huh? What do you think, Niobe?
Niobe answered immediately.
Whatever King chooses.
Belissar chuckled as she gave him the exact answer he'd been expecting, and then began to consider his choices. 50 DP wasn't enough to really afford anything on its own, so felt a bit underwhelming. On the other hand, at 1 DP a day, that was 50 days' worth. When viewed that way, it would dramatically cut the time he needed to wait until he could afford something. 10 max mana was small compared to his current 200. On the other hand, it alone was enough for another monster bee queen spawner, which would mean another 4 hives. Finally, he could improve his soldier bees, giving them a bit of strength. It wasn't much, but every little bit would help. Belissar rubbed his chin. He should also consider how all this had happened. The message that had first announced this battle had specifically stated that a minor purification was required because the ongoing purification limit had been reached. The exact wording still confused Belissar, but it did shed some light on other questions he had. Ongoing purification limit reached meant that the ongoing purification had been, well, ongoing. So perhaps that was something the tower did on its own, rather than being an attack by the hunger like Belissar feared. If he focused, he could still feel the hunger at the edges of the tower's influence, reaching in toward the purified land beyond. So maybe ongoing purification meant the tower holding it back? If so, there was apparently a limit to which the tower could resist the hunger, at which point Belissar was required to purify it more directly. That limit had apparently been a week, or 10 days if he included the countdown time, though Belissar didn't know yet if that was just for this time or a consistent thing. But the important part was that the wording of all this implied that it would happen again. In fact, ongoing purification implied it would continue happening for as long as the tower needed to resist the hunger. Battles were going to come consistently, and if he continued to win them, so would the rewards. That made this choice all the more important. What would best defend his bees in perpetuity? The soldier boost would obviously improve their ability to fight. The max mana would allow for more bees or more traps. But if he was going to be facing one of these minor purifications every 10 days, then he could also take the DP and try to save up for a bigger purchase. Maybe he could get a deadlier trap, or a new bee type which would let his bees fight and win with no losses at all. If he were willing to let them handle things for the time it took to get to that stage. Belissar thought for a bit, then made his choice. At this stage, he knew that overthinking it would get him nowhere. So if nothing he knew would inform his choice one way or another, he'd follow his gut.
Monster bee soldier strength boost. Minimal. Selected. Monster bee soldiers receive a slight boost to strength.
What settled things for him this time was the memory of the soldier bees themselves. Several of them had given their lives to earn this victory, and Belissar wanted to reward them for their efforts. Maybe he couldn't make that choice every time. Maybe he'd need to save up DP later or expand his mana. But today, For this first choice, he felt it was appropriate to grant the boon to the ones who had earned it. Belissar nodded, satisfied, then headed off to bed. The next day, Belissar took a bit of time to think as he munched on a bit of honeycomb. He would have to keep track of the days to confirm, but he figured he should assume another minor purification was coming in a week or so. So he figured he should consider how to use that time. All in all, the defense had gone very well, and no major weaknesses had been revealed. The death of soldier bees was regrettable to Belissar, but he was aware he was being a bit silly. Regular bees died all the time. Sacrificing themselves was their main form of defense, he reminded himself. So he should not let the death of a handful detract from their victory. The hives of the flower meadow had proven capable of handling shades with their soldiers, and their numbers would only grow. In the end, Belissar couldn't think of anything he specifically needed to do to prepare for the next minor purification besides ensuring the flower meadow hives were taken care of. He had noticed the apiary queens donating honey to them during the preparations, so he may need to check on them. The soldier bees didn't seem to do much nectar gathering after all. Belissar himself returned to his task from before the minor purification was announced. The god of bees had given him a mission, after all, and he was one bee house away from completing it. And now that he had confirmed his defenses were solid, he had no reason not to finish it up. Belissar watched as the final apiary beehive converted to one of his own.
Mission: upgrade all apiary beehives to Belissar's bee houses completed. Reward: 1 room feature selection. Please select a room feature. Basic resource plants. Rarity: common. Type: nature. Resource. Beehive. Rarity: uncommon. Type: bee. Resource: monster nest. Hidden wax cell. Rarity: common. Type: bee. Trap.
He smiled as the queen of that hive began a dance of gratitude and joy.
Enjoy.
She repeated her happy dance before climbing inside to resume her work. Belissar then walked back through the apiary, gathering some manna honeycomb trays from the other bee houses. The lids would pop up slightly whenever one was ready. When Belissar lifted the lid, the tray would slide itself up, and a rectangular piece of honeycomb would pop right out. Belissar didn't know exactly how all that worked. He knew for sure that his roughly constructed trays didn't slide that easily. And he also knew that normal bees would not be producing this much honey. The Tower of the Gods was powerful indeed. Which is why he thought carefully about the choice before him as he gathered the honeycomb. He reviewed each option in turn, hoping for more information.
Basic resource plants. Type: nature. Resource: mana upkeep. Depends on resource selected. A spot where resource-producing plants can be easily grown and harvested. Compatible plants will depend on the room. Existing compatible plants may be converted to nodes.
Belissar hummed as he read it over. He was a bit worried that the description didn't specify what kind of plants or resources he would get. In fact, that would apparently change based on what room he placed it in, though he wasn't certain that the flower meadow and the apiary would be much different, given they had very similar plants to begin with. But depending on what he got, plant-based resources could be very useful. If he got something appropriate for textiles, he could fix his tunic or make a new one. If he got more wood, then he could expand his construction efforts to prepare more fire pits. Medicinal herbs would be a priority as well, though he wasn't sure if tower lords or monster bees could actually get sick. Fruit and vegetables wouldn't change much beyond adding variety to his diet, given that he didn't seem to actually need food after becoming a tower lord. However, they would, at minimum, add more flowering plants for his bees to gather from. No matter what plants he received, he knew it wouldn't be a loss. Still, there were 2 more options to consider.
Beehive. Type: bee. Resource: monster nest. Mana upkeep: 5 per hive.
2 with blessing of bees. A hive where bees and bee monsters may build their colonies. Produces honeycomb at a steady rate and boosts productivity and growth of any bees dwelling inside.
Belissar furrowed his brow. It seemed by all accounts to be the same basket hives as he'd found in the apiary, so Belissar knew what to expect and how useful they would be. The apiary had 9 bee houses at present, while he had 8 monster bee queen spawners that would spawn 4 monster bee queens each, so the other queens would certainly be happy if he had some more hives. The question was, how would it work with the apiary? At present, Belissar couldn't actually change the number of beehives, so would this choice allow for that? He guessed that it would. It didn't seem a useful choice if not. Well, assuming it did, there were clear reasons to take this choice. But it wasn't as clear-cut as the choice might seem. Belissar could build bee houses himself, after all, and was planning to do so for the other queens as time permitted, so he tried to focus on what the tower option would provide on top of that, which was the magical daily production of honeycomb and the boost to productivity and growth. The growth seemed a bit subtle at the moment, while the productivity just meant more honey. That could help with more sticky honey traps, but Belissar hadn't even seen one of those in action yet. He shook his head and moved on to the final choice.
Hidden wax cell. Type: bee. Trap. Mana upkeep. 1 per cell. 0.5 with blessing of bees. A camouflaged cell a monster bee may ambush foes from. Can resize to fit larger monster bee species.
This was a more direct combat option. Belissar tried to imagine what it might look like. Perhaps soldier bees stinging a shade's feet while their sisters buzzed above it? That could be useful, though it seemed a bit straightforward. Besides, couldn't the monster bee soldiers wait inside one of the pit traps? Or couldn't he dig them some holes to do the same thing? Well, it was a cheaper option in terms of mana upkeep, so perhaps that was by design. Belissar continued to look over the options as he carried the honeycomb inside the farmhouse. 25. Be resourceful.
Basic resource plant selected.
Belissar didn't have much trouble with this decision for once. Hidden wax traps just weren't impactful enough, especially since the monster bee soldiers were able to handle shades on their own. Beehives were tempting, but weren't a priority at the moment. He already had plenty of honey production, and honeycomb was beginning to accumulate in the farmhouse's storage jars even. The slight boost in brood growth would have been useful, but the flower meadow hives had already developed to the point of producing soldiers, while the apiary already had a bunch of bee houses. More of them just meant more of what he already had. All in all, Belissar figured that the extra and possibly new resources would be the most beneficial to both him and the bees. More resources would increase the things Belissar could make, and thus expand his contributions to the tower. More plants meant more flowers and more nectar for the bees to gather, which might end up being necessary before expanding the hives in any case. The donation of honey from the apiary hives to the meadow ones implied there had been a shortfall after all. He had been worried about that, but fortunately, the meadow queens were birthing more workers now, so hopefully, that wouldn't be an issue going forward. With his choice made, Belissar focused on the flower meadow. As he did, he noticed several spots shining across the field. Focusing on those, he found they were the mana flowers.
Compatible plant. Mana flower. Upgrade to resource plant node. Mana upkeep. 5 per mana flower node.
Belissar nearly confirmed immediately. The bees loved those, and Niobe had informed him they had been crucial for the development of the meadow hives. But he figured he should hold on, at least until he checked out what else he could do. After all, each node cost more than enabling them for the entire field, and the same amount as the meadow itself, so it wasn't the cheapest thing for sure. He double-checked his available mana.
Mana. 58 out of 200. Enabling mana flowers for the meadow and adding the 2 soldier bee spawners in the apiary had cut it a bit. He certainly had enough to add some mana flower nodes, but he could find himself out of free mana if he spent it haphazardly. So he took a look to see what other resource nodes he could add. Available resource plants for flower meadow. Basic healing herbs. Mana upkeep. 3 per node. Basic poisonous flowers. Mana upkeep. 3 per node. Basic textile flowers. Mana upkeep. 3 per node. Mana flower. Mana upkeep. 5 per node. Belissar smiled. It turned out resource plants not only had one but nearly all of the different resources he had guessed, plus a few more. He could gain access to both medicine and textiles with the right nodes. Poisonous flowers also made sense, since quite a few common flowers could be toxic. Belissar wasn't as versed in the ways of poison, nor did he have any of the tools necessary to handle and process it. But if he did manage to figure something out, the flowers could represent another weapon to use against the hunger. Presuming poison actually worked on the shades. The bee sting seemed to hurt them, so Belissar figured it may be worth a shot. Worst came to worst. Poisonous flowers were still flowers, and Belissar had observed bees gathering nectar from them the same as any other in the past. And that was only for the flower meadow. Available resource plants for apiary. Basic healing herbs. Mana upkeep. 3 per node. Basic poisonous flowers. Mana upkeep. 3 per node. Mana flower. Mana upkeep. 5 per node. Belissar tilted his head at that. Seemed there wasn't anything new for the apiary. Less options, even, as textile flowers weren't available there. But he just shrugged. It made sense that a flower meadow would have more plant options than an apiary, he supposed. Bees seemed to like most flowering plants, after all, so perhaps there wasn't anything particularly unique to the apiary itself. But it was no matter, for the meadow options were more than enough. All in all, this had been an excellent purchase. Now he just needed to figure out how many of each he wanted. Belissar finally decided he would test one of each node in both of the rooms. He also enabled mana flowers for the apiary, leaving him with 30 mana available when it was all said and done. He figured the bees of both rooms would appreciate the extra blooms, and doubling up on healing herbs and poisonous flowers could prove useful if he needed medicine or poison stockpiles in the future. He was fine with one textile node for now, since he was the only person in the tower who could actually make use of it. He placed the nodes in both rooms near the hives and spawners so the bees would have quick trips to each, then watched with interest as circles of light began to glow on the ground, followed by new plants going from brand new shoots to fully bloomed flowers in seconds. His eyes went wide as he watched the display of the tower's power once again. It was still an incredible thing to see. Walking out of the farmhouse over to the apiary nodes, he stood and stared as he saw the small patches of flowers that had just grown out of nothing. It was even more impressive when viewed from the ground with his own eyes. The mana flower node was particularly impressive. A lone mana flower was a subtle thing that blended in with the flowers around it, but it was different when a bunch of them gathered together. Their subtle glow combined into a greater whole, creating little shimmers of light like the twinkling stars in the sky, or like the sun reflecting off a flowing river. Belissar walked over to the node, feeling the warmth of mana suffusing the area around it. The apiary bees swarmed around the node yet remained at a distance from it. Belissar smiled at the sight.
Go ahead. I made it for you all.
The bees buzzed and danced in gratitude before swarming over the flowers. Belissar chuckled and left them to it as he looked over the other 2 nodes. The healing herb node was leafy green with slight blue undertones. Belissar felt it could be easily overlooked with all the flowers around it. Meanwhile, the poisonous flower node was mostly bright purple and very much stood out. Both contained a few different species, including some Belissar didn't immediately recognize.
He nodded in approval and walked over to the healing herbs. Noticing some of them seemed to be glowing slightly, he reached out to touch them. He'd only touched them lightly, but they pulled out of the soil with hardly any effort, almost removing themselves. Belissar glanced at the herb now in his hand and rubbed his chin. The apiary beehives also pushed honeycomb out to where it would be easily harvested, even before they had bees or the bee house trays, so Belissar guessed this was similar.
Well, that's convenient. Should help with the textiles, I hope.
He wasn't looking forward to trying to process and weave fabric completely by hand, after all. In any case, he left the non-glowing herbs for the bees, nodding at them so they wouldn't hesitate to visit the new flowers, then made his way to the flower meadow. He smirked slightly to himself as he thought that the bees were probably waiting for him there, too. His smirk only grew as he stepped into the meadow and found the bees hovering around the new nodes exactly as he'd thought. Shaking his head and chuckling as he walked over to them, he gave them permission to gather. He chuckled some more as he watched them swarm over the new flowers. It turned out monster bees were the politest people he had ever known. In any case, he made his way to the textile plant node. He found a bunch of flax flowers there, several of which were glowing. He went ahead and harvested them. And sighed. The plants pulled off all as one piece, which meant it was up to Belissar and his bare handful of tools to process them into useful fibers. He shook his head. He supposed it was technically better this way, as the seeds and other parts of the plants could be useful as well, but this was a job he'd never particularly enjoyed. Still, he would enjoy having an undamaged tunic, so he set about harvesting what he could before taking them back to the apiary. The sooner he got started, the sooner he'd get it over with. Still, he couldn't help but grin as he walked past the other nodes and saw clouds of bees flying to and from the new flowers. He supposed he should take on the new work as enthusiastically as they were. P.O.B. The Favor of the King. The firstborn of the fifth spawner's first dynasty, the first of her line, paced about after laying another egg. She was troubled by recent events. She was the favored of the king. That was the truth. He had granted her rulership of a magical palace just beyond the gates of his own abode. She was the first of the queens to offer him tribute, each and every day. It was the honey of her children that graced his table, and she was the queen he greeted personally on a daily basis. She had also been the first to receive his blessing. He'd crafted for her a hive with his very own hands, turning towering trees into a dwelling without equal. When he'd finished, he'd inspected her brood personally to ensure their safety and comfort. Ultimately, he had not been satisfied and spawned guards of his own, tasked with the defense of his favored queens. She was truly the most favored of all bee kind, the first queen, above all others. Well, the conduit had the honor of serving the king directly and speaking with his voice, but in the end, she was not a queen. The conduit was the king's worker, and the first of the fifth was his queen, and the queen knew which was preferable. And yet, she had recently learned of troubling developments. The queens of the first through fourth spawners were not like her, or any of her siblings and peers. They were simple, barbaric even. They lived on the outskirts far beyond the king's abode, at the very edges of his domain, right at the very edge of the beyond. They lived in humble hives of their own make, blessed not by the constructions of the king. They dwelled not within his sight. They rarely offered tribute. He never dined upon their labor. And it was only natural. They produced the barest fraction of even the least of the apiary queens. They barely produced enough honey to feed themselves. And moreover, 4 of them bore the title of the Second Dynasty. A declaration of shame.
A reminder that it was the bees of their spawner who had failed to defend the king and perished in vain. And to make it worse, those of the 1st through 4th spawners had been present for the 2nd invasion. It was said that the king had fought personally in that dreadful time and slain the invader with his own hand. A testament to the might of the king, and to the weakness of all the queens that lived then. Where were their hives when the king was threatened? Where were their armies when the invader assaulted his realm? It was little wonder why they had been cast from the king's sight, exiled to the outskirts of his domain. Also, the 1st of the 5th had thought. That the queens of the flower meadow had produced soldier bees was known to the 1st of the 5th. She had assumed this was a desperate act of necessity. Those who were not blessed with the protection of the king had to fend for themselves. It was yet another sign of their impoverishment. The 1st of the 5th would admit the soldiers were an impressive sight, but a wasteful one. They could not gather nectar. They could not process honey. They could not take care of the brood. They were nothing but a drain upon their colony. They consumed that which should be offered to the king. The 1st of the 5th would not make that mistake. And she was proven right. Word of the 3rd invasion came, and the bees of the flower meadow were utterly unprepared. In their panic to boost their defenses, their meager stores had run dry long before the invader was due to arrive. They would have starved had the conduit not convinced the 1st of the 5th to offer charity. It was only by her grace that they'd survived, for it would not do for any claimed by the king to perish without his command. And as she'd opened the endless stores of her hive and let the honey flow, she'd demonstrated once and for all the diligence and strength of her offspring, the reason why she was the favoured queen. But it was when her workers returned that she first began to doubt. She had not bothered to scout the outer realm, for why would she? Surely there was little there that would matter to her, the one who dwelled in the abundance of the king's own home. Surely the impoverished queens there required every meagre scrap they could find. It was beneath her to take what little they could scrounge up. But the reports of her workers told a different story. They spoke of a land of plenty, flowers as far as the eye could see. And worse, they spoke of a treasure beyond imagining. Manna flowers whose nectar overflowed with power, that did not require the manna of the workers to produce honey suitable for the brood. The 1st of the 5th had been confused by this. A treasure such as that should have enabled any competent queen to match, or maybe even surpass, her own brood. They should have been capable of fielding an endless tide of workers, and with the abundant fields her workers reported, they should have been able to construct truly grand hives. She did not believe that even those disgraced queens would be so incompetent as to starve when they had access to such a treasure. She assumed they had warred among themselves for control of it. But the reports indicated their broods were working together, cooperating in a way no rival queens ever should. Even the 1st of the 5th had to wonder. Had the king truly exiled them into a place of such abundance? And then came the battle. The 1st of the 5th had had her scouts observe. They'd returned and gushed with fantastic tales of giant bee warriors flying circles around a monster more terrible than even the spider or the hornet. The creature had been felled before it even reached any of the king's defenses. The armies of the flower meadow queens had stopped it all on their own. And then came the ceremony, where the king had gathered the fallen with his own hands and given what he called honor to them. He'd carved the titles of the flower meadow queens into towering monuments. He'd carried a wounded soldier on his own shoulder. The 1st of the 5th was despondent at this. The exiled ones had received those so-called honors that even she, the favored queen, had not. The strength of their arms and the gratitude they had earned called into question all she had ever known. At best, The queens of the flower meadows had redeemed themselves and more in the eyes of the king. Perhaps they would even be welcomed back into his abode. At worst, she was wrong about their exile in the first place. Perhaps they did not dwell in the outskirts because the king was disappointed in them, but because he trusted them the most, because he believed that they could defend themselves, a trust they had fulfilled. Why else would he grant them such grand treasures such as the manna flowers? Why else would he show them such favor when it was all said and done? Had she been wrong all along? Did the king care more about stingers than honey? Was she kept near to him not because she was favored, but because she was weak, untrustworthy? The first of the fifth could not remain still. She paced about every moment she was awake, even as her workers tried to calm her. But how could she be calm? All that she had worked for, all that she had built, may have been for naught if she had misunderstood so greatly. That is, until she felt it. The rumblings in the ground and sky. The manna of the king stirring to create wonders. She flew out of her hive, wishing to see what had occurred with her own eyes. And what she saw did not disappoint. A glowing field of flowers stretched out before her. Countless manna flowers grew before her, nothing like the lone blossom here or there the meadow queen scrounged from. No, there were so many of them. Their manna began to coalesce and shimmer in the air. This was an abundance an entire dynasty could be built upon. She glanced at the king. Before, she would have had no questions as to his intent to favor her. But now, she could not help the creeping doubt. Was this a boon for them? Or did the king have other intentions with all this she could not see? But he smiled at her, a sight that brightened the world like the dawn.
Go ahead. I made it for you all.
The first of the fifth nearly fell from the sky as she ordered her hive to swarm upon the flowers below. Shortly thereafter, the first of the fifth watched as her workers filled row after row of wax cells with glistening honey. She danced about happily as she drank from the honey packed to the brim with manna and felt her own reserves grow. She had not been wrong. She was truly the favored of the king. She saw now his wisdom, the intent of his designs. She was the favored, and that meant that she was precious. She had to be protected. So the king had grown the flower meadow queen such that they might sacrifice in her defense. And he tested the manna flowers upon them to ensure the gift was suitable for her. Once he had granted her an abundance of the treasures beyond the meadow queen's wildest dreams. And that wasn't all. He had also created fields of new flowers, types the queen had never seen. And as her workers processed the nectar from these new plants, she found the honey they produced possessed new and mysterious qualities, types entirely unlike the honey they had produced before now. As she had expected, it was honey that ruled all. The king wanted her to expand her production in ways never before conceived, and he had granted them an overabundance of the manna flowers so that she would have as many workers as she needed to do it. Her wings buzzed as she looked over the different trays, each possessing honey made from a different source. She truly was favored above all. She would go forth and work without doubts from now on, confident that she, more than any other, understood the king. At least until the scouts returned with reports that the king had done the same thing in the flower meadow. 26. You'll be going mad. The next few days were a bit of a grind for Belissar. First, he had to separate all the different parts of the flax from each other. He stored the seeds, since they could be processed into linseed oil, which could have uses in his woodworking and his fire traps, or even in his diet if he had surplus. Then he had to separate the useful fibers from the straw and inner pitch. Both were steps that were noticeably difficult for a lone person who lacked the normal tools one might use for the job. The little scrapes and scratches he got processing the flax with his hand also did not improve his opinion of the task. And when that was done, it would have to be retted and dried and scutched. Belissar was starting to feel that the cuts in his tunic weren't that big a deal after all. He may not have had many fond memories of his neighbors, but he did miss being able to trade wax and mead for already processed cloth. He broke up the monotony with some construction planning. He may have skipped out on beehives as a room feature, but he still wanted to build some for the queens who didn't have them yet. The apiary itself had more queens than bee houses now that its spawners had filled up to their max, and none of the flower meadow queens had a bee house at all. The only reason he hadn't gotten started was that he was still thinking about modifications to the design. The meadow queens, after all, were no normal bees at this point. The queens and the soldiers were far larger than any mundane bee could ever grow to be. At the very minimum, Belissar would need to build the houses far larger to accommodate both the existing soldiers and any future growth. And beyond that, there was the question of purpose. Belissar's current bee houses were a tool for a beekeeper. The trays made it easy for him to gather honeycomb from the hive or to check on the status of the bees. That was helpful for the apiary beehives, which were designed with that same purpose in mind. But the flower meadow colonies were different. Their focus was on defense, not honey production. So the question was, how could Belissar adjust his bee houses to support them? Should he try to make them less accessible and more defensible? Did they even need trays and removable lids? Did they even need a bee house at all? All Belissar knew at this stage was that he didn't want to make the standard hives for them, but working out the details was slow going. He was no castle builder, and defensible bee houses went against the very idea of bee houses in the first place, so he was charting out new territory here in more ways than one. But one thing he could distract himself with, or rather, work on right away, was a fence for the entrance. The bees had proven they could handle a shade alone, but there was no reason not to make use of all those traps he'd bought. If he could make a tall fence leading directly to the first pit trap, they could handle shades without putting anyone at risk at all. Belissar tried to process some larger branches and smaller tree trunks into tall stakes and plant them in the ground. He figured he needed something a bit more substantial, as a shade would probably just jump over a smaller fence. It was not working particularly well, if he was entirely honest. Digging a deep enough hole with a small enough diameter was proving difficult for a solo worker who lacked any sort of digging tools. And then there was the matter of getting those holes close enough to form a useful barrier. He even tried using the pit traps, but even their smallest size was still too large for this case. He couldn't put them close to the entrance either. So Belissar was left back at his flax processing for the most part. That is, until one morning when he went to gather the honeycomb. He found the queen of the closest hive waiting for him at the entrance of her bee house. She did a little dance of greeting once he approached, and he tilted his head.
You want to show me something?
She signaled yes and flew up to the lid of the bee house. Belissar opened it and pulled out the trays that were ready for harvest. He normally just took one a day from each hive. Even with his daily offerings to the god of bees, he scarcely needed 9 trays of honeycomb every day, much less more, but figured he should clear the way so they could keep making more at the very least. But this time, the queen seemed to want him to take all of them, so he did. The first tray was a tray of manna honeycomb as usual. But something seemed different. The manna concentration in the honey was unlike any Belissar had seen before, to the point that the tray felt warm to the touch. Belissar thought for a moment before realizing this honey must have been made with nectar from the manna flowers. And that gave him a clue as to what the other 2 might be. He reached out for one of them that had a slightly green and blue tint to it. He was surprised, however, when he picked it up and words appeared before him. Healing herb manna honeycomb tray. A tray of honeycomb containing healing herb manna honey. Made by monster bees with the nectar of healing herbs. This honey has a slight medicinal and healing effect. He knew honey had some medicinal qualities to it, but this was something else. Manna honey with a slight healing effect. If Belissar didn't know any better, he'd say that sounded like one of those healing potions from the stories. The healing potion's supposed to be poisonous if drank by anyone not blessed by the gods, and that could only be the product of foul magics otherwise. But, well, Belissar had been blessed by one of the gods. He could feel the mana inside the honey, so he knew it was magical in every definition of the word. So perhaps the stories weren't so far-fetched after all. If so, he could be holding an actual treasure in his hand. Something that could heal wounds in an instant before his very eyes, or even restore lost limbs and mortal blows. Well, the word slight seemed to imply the effects might be a bit more muted than in the stories, but Belissar would be glad to have something like this available regardless. He had one final tray left to check, one with a slight purple tint to it. At this point, he had a pretty good idea of what it was. Mad Manna Honeycomb Tray. A tray of honeycomb containing mad manna honey. Made by monster bees with the nectar of toxic flowers, this honey has accumulated a significant concentration of neurotoxins. Causes intoxication and hallucinogenic effects when consumed. In excessive quantities may cause paralysis as well. Belissar nodded. As he thought, this was the honey produced from the poisonous flowers. The old beekeeper had told him stories of mad honey, though he never thought he might encounter it himself. He decided to be very careful with where he left this tray. He looked at the queen, who was hovering in the air and staring at him, and smiled at her.
Great work. This is amazing.
She froze, dipping as her wings stopped beating for a second. Then she began to fly around rapidly before rushing back into the bee house. Belissar chuckled and took the trays. He kept the manna honeycomb inside the house, then took the healing herb and mad honey trays with him. He had some ideas he wanted to try. Sticky mad honey trap. Type: bee. Trap. Honey equipped. Mad manna honey. Mana upkeep. 3. 1 if honey is provided. Spread sticky honey onto a target or area, hindering target's mobility. Upkeep reduced if dungeon has a source of honey. Effects may vary with type of honey. Currently equipped with mad manna honey. May cause intoxication, hallucination, or even paralysis if ingested or contacted for too long. Belissar smiled as he confirmed his idea would work. When he'd brought the mad manna honey to one of the pit traps, he'd gotten an option to add it to the sticky honey trap installed at the bottom. It would add an extra layer of defense to the trap, though it had consumed an entire tray of the honey. Belissar would have to get to work installing it on the rest. After that, he took the healing herb honeycomb to the flower meadow, where he found the wounded monster bee soldier standing by the entrance to her hive, unable to participate in the drills of her flying sisters. She began a dance of salute as Belissar approached. He smiled and let her finish before holding out the honeycomb.
Here, try some of this.
The soldier bee froze and stood still for a moment, just staring up at Belissar. Then, she slowly began to crawl forward. She gently extended her mouth and took a small sip as Belissar chuckled.
Go ahead and drink up.
She continued drinking slowly, but did as Belissar said until a bunch of the cells were empty.
How's that? Feel anything?
The bee paused for a second before dancing a hesitant no. Belissar watched her for a minute, but nothing changed, and her lost wings did not regrow. He let out a soft sigh.
Well, it was worth a shot. Let me know if you feel anything or want some more.
The bee danced a slow salute to him before he began walking back to the apiary. It seemed the healing herb honey wasn't exactly the limb-restoring potion of the stories, but it was better to have it than not. With that, he had nothing pressing left to do, and so slowly returned to the flax processing. 27. Bee honey-trapped. Belissar sighed as he checked the first set of flax he had prepped. Rutting was slow going given the lack of water in his tower. There was some dew in the morning, and the flowers were clearly getting watered somehow, but there were no bodies of water he could leave the flax in. Drying them afterward would likewise take a while since the only thing he could do was leave it out in the sun. So the first set he had prepped wasn't ready for further processing yet, which meant his task today would be prepping more batches. Yet another day of picking apart the stems and leaves and seeds by hand. Belissar heaved another sigh. But there was nothing for it. The textile plant node produced more flax each day, and since Belissar would prefer not to wait for this entire process every time he needed fabric, he needed to at least build up a decent stockpile, which meant he had no choice but to keep at it. He couldn't help but wonder if other Tower Lords went through all this. Fortunately for Belissar, however, something was about to change.
Ongoing purification limit reached. Minor purification required. Minor purification attempt in 3 days.
It hadn't exactly been a week since the last time, but close enough, apparently. Belissar smiled and leapt up, before frowning and shaking his head. Right. A purification attempt meant a battle, which meant more of his bees would likely perish. It was not a happy thing. That he would have to put aside his flax work to prepare for the fight was a small silver lining, but he'd rather do flax work the rest of his life than see his bees come to harm. But he didn't have that choice, so he'd just have to put aside his other tasks and focus on keeping the tower safe. Belissar went around checking the various defenses, prepping the pit trap closest to the gate with wood and kindling. He had not done so last time to give the soldier bees their chance to fight, but now that they had proven they could do so, there was no reason not to use every tool at his disposal. He also prepared a campfire site by the front and stuck some extra torches into the ground around it. He was going to upgrade the sticky honey traps with more mad manna honey, but found his bees had already started doing that. It turned out they could ferry the honey directly to the traps and had started doing so after they'd seen him upgrade the first one. And here Belissar had wondered why they hadn't produced many mad honey trays since then. So after that, his task was largely complete. Belissar crossed his arms and hummed. The soldier bee army continued to train, and their numbers had even grown since last time. Not as dramatically. It turned out the Flower Meadow Queens had cut workers and run into problems as a result, so they dialed it back a bit. But still, the army was even stronger than it had been during the last purification. In all honesty, Belissar was pretty sure they'd be able to handle it without issue. The pit traps by the flower meadow hives and the apiary entrance were already stocked and ready. Belissar could prep more of them, but the others were scattered about the flower meadow at random. Belissar could certainly stock them with kindling and wood, but building a campfire next to each was of questionable benefit. After all, Belissar couldn't light and manage more than 1 or 2 fires at a time and didn't want to risk burning the field down by leaving one unattended. He could work on the entrance fence, but that still wasn't going well, and Belissar didn't think he could make meaningful progress on it in the next 3 days. He nodded to himself. Yep. Nothing he could think of would make a significant difference in the next 3 days. If the bees could handle a shade right in the entrance, then nothing further in felt that important. Belissar shook his head and then got to work gathering kindling and firewood. Even if prepping the other pit traps wasn't all that helpful, it was something, and it was better to have them ready than not. Besides, it beat another day of picking apart flags.
Minor purification attempt in 2 days, 1 hour, and 12 minutes.
Filling up the rest of the pit traps took Belissar all of 1 day. He crossed his arms, tapped his foot, and hummed before sighing. Yep,
There wasn't much left for him to do at this stage, so he guessed he would just have to work on flax again for the next 2 days. It felt wrong to do something else with an attack incoming. He wondered if there was anything he could do about that.
Begin minor purification immediately?
Belissar shook his head to deny the question, then smiled. Looked like the countdown was a maximum time, not a minimum. And so Belissar did nothing. He returned to the farmhouse and resumed work on the flax. His preparations might be done, but his bees still had more they could do. Each day meant another day of training for the soldier bees, and so reduced the chance they would be caught by the shade. Each day meant more soldier bees born, and so a greater advantage for the army. Belissar may have wanted to get it over with for himself, but he would not deny his bees any advantage he could grant them. He was not the one who had to fight the shade, after all. Therefore, he put aside his restlessness and tried his best to focus on his task as he waited for the countdown to finish. 2 days later, Belissar once again stood by a roaring flame next to the apiary entrance, holding a torch in his hand. The soldier bees were assembled in the sky above the gateway, waiting as the last few minutes passed.
Minor purification attempt commencing.
Another shade formed again, this one the same size as the one from the minor purification before it. And once again, a squad of soldier bees dove down and stung it, all of them hitting their mark. The creature roared and snapped at them as predicted, but again, the soldier bees flew just out of its reach. But this time, no second wave came. Instead, the first squad paced their retreat, flying close to the ground and just outside the range of the shade's tail and jaws. The monster snarled and ran after them, pouncing and whipping its tail around to try and catch the bees buzzing around it. But the 4 soldiers dodged and weaved together, passing each other by in different directions and confusing the shade's aim. Still, the storm of fang and claw and sharp tail meant the single squad couldn't launch any attacks of their own, giving up ground as they were forced to retreat back. And that was exactly the plan. Suddenly, the creature yelped as the ground vanished beneath it. It fell into the pit trap with a crash, and then sticky honey with a slightly purple tint sprayed all over it from a nozzle in the wall. Belissar smirked. He wanted to test the effectiveness of the pit trap and sticky honey combo, so he'd asked the bees to adjust their strategy this time. The bees had been tasked with luring the beast onto the nearest trap, and they had succeeded. The rest of the soldiers now sprang into action and began hovering around the pit while Belissar himself lit the torch in his hand and began running forward. Even as the monster was collecting itself, another squad of bees dove into the pit and stung its back. The shade roared and swiped its tail at them, but the honey had stuck it to the ground. It only took a moment for the beast to break its tail free, but that moment was more than enough for the bees to have escaped. The tail strike was slow as well, weighed down by the honey and kindling stuck to it, so the next squad of bees had little issue evading and striking their mark as well. The shade thrashed about, but it couldn't reach the honey stuck to its sides. So it took a deep breath instead. The next squad of bees prepared to scatter before noticing the walls of the pit trap all around them. They had no choice but to fly straight up at maximum speed as a cloud of black mist filled the trap. Belissar frowned. That was not something he or the bees had thought of. The confined space was working against them now. The bees couldn't approach as long as the black mist was present. But that was fine. The black mist began to dissipate as the shade began to stagger and sway. Belissar figured that was the mad manna honey getting to work. Between the height of the pit, the intoxication of the mad honey, and the extra weight of kindling stuck all over, the shade wasn't climbing out of the pit anytime soon. In fact, it wasn't even trying, perhaps realizing that the bees couldn't attack it down there. What it did not account for was Belissar arriving and tossing his torch inside, lighting the whole trap up.
All hostiles defeated. Minor purification successful.
Belissar smiled as the words appeared before his eyes. Another shade handled,
and this time with 0 bee casualties. Exactly as planned. He was starting to get the hang of this Tower Lord business. 28. To be favored.
Minor purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 50 DP. Plus 10 max mana. Dirt Trail minor room feature.
Belissar nodded as he looked things over. He didn't need long to make his choice this time either.
Plus 10 max mana selected. Max mana increased by 10 to 210.
At the end of the day, Belissar felt mana was pretty important. More mana meant more spawners, more traps, and more resource nodes. That meant more hives, more flowers for them to gather from, and more defenses to keep them safe. Even if he got something with DP, he'd probably need mana to actually implement it. Besides, he was gaining DP each day, if extremely slowly, while his mana was staying the same. A new room feature was interesting, but dirt trails didn't seem that impactful. After all, his bees could fly, so he and the shades were the only things walking around the tower. Well, there was the wounded soldier, but she stood guard by her hive most of the time, and so wasn't making long trips in the first place. All in all, it wasn't something Belissar needed right now, so he took the extra mana instead. With that settled and a celebratory dance by the bees underway, the second minor purification came to a close. The first of the 5th danced and buzzed as she climbed through her hive. Things were finally looking up again. She would admit, if only after significant prompting by her workers, that she had not been at her best recently. The truth had unfortunately been undeniable. The king considered the flower meadow queens to be on par with those of the apiary, and cared for them as deeply as any other. They had not been exiled, and proximity to the king's abode was not the defining metric of his favor. So she had been distracted by the idea that her daily tribute to the king's meals was not proof of any special favor, or the unspeakable idea that her tributes of honey might even be considered less vital than the defense of the king's realm. After all, when word of the next invasion had come, the king had put aside all other tasks to secure the defense. Would that not then mean that the most favored queens in his sight were those who contributed most to that defense? The first of the 5th may have consumed more honey than usual as that thought passed through her mind. But now, all was returning to what it should be. The true wisdom of the king's gifts had been revealed, and it was the first of the 5th who had uncovered their purpose. She was uncompromising in the quality of her honey. She separated the honey from different sources, different flowers, different workers, even different times. She categorized and evaluated each so that only the finest of her hive's labor would be offered to the king. So when the king had gifted them with new flowers with exotic properties, it had only been natural for the first of the 5th to separate, concentrate, and categorize these as well. In doing so, she was the one who had discovered that the properties of honey could be changed dramatically based on their source. By the wisdom of the king and the ceaseless efforts of her and her offspring, they'd turned honey from a meal into a weapon. And when she'd seen the king carry that weapon to one of his chasms, she'd known he had come up with another grand plan. She'd known she now had the opportunity to be a part of it. The key part of it, even. For none of the flower meadow hives could produce the surplus of honey her hive could. So her hive had worked tirelessly. They'd produced as much of the mad honey as they could and carried it to each of the chasms her king had dug. Then when the invasion came, the first of the 5th saw the completion of the king's design. Her scouts had reported how her honey had struck the critical blow and brought the enemy to its knees. It may have been the soldiers of the flower meadow who had danced with the invader, but it had been her honey that had laid it low and left it defenseless before the king. He had struck it down, with her help, and without a single sacrifice by the queens of the flower meadow. She could now contribute to defense as much as they. Nay, more even.
for she did not need to spend a single life to do so. The first of the fifth had been ecstatic. The king had thanked her and her workers personally for their efforts. The whole hive had celebrated for longer than they would care to admit. But it could not be helped, for they knew they were once again the favoured ones above all others. Still, the first of the fifth was not content to rest upon that achievement. She may have been favoured, but she was a bee first and foremost. She knew that even a favoured worker would not remain so if they ceased to produce results. Therefore, she and her children pressed on, searching for new ways they could aid their king and bring his designs to fruition. And this time, she had an idea as to his purposes. As her workers produced the specialized honey from the new plants, the first of the fifth had noticed a curious phenomenon. As she inspected the honey, she'd found that the manner her workers imbued into it resonated with certain compounds from the plants. She theorized this was why those honey types differed so dramatically from the norm. Arriving at her destination, where cells of mad manna and healing herb honey lay open, she looked within and found the pupae resting there, some with a slight green and blue tint, others with a slight purple tint. She could see their heads and bodies take shape, gaining more color by the day. Her antennas twitched in satisfaction. Her newest children were growing well, and soon would hatch. Monster bee larvae did not merely feed upon honey. They absorbed the manna from within it and used it to stimulate the growth of their own. It was why manna flowers were so valuable to them, as otherwise, the worker bees needed to imbue that manna into the honey themselves. So, when the first of the fifth saw the manna in the new honey types resonating with the various compounds contained within, she could not help but wonder what might result if she raised a worker fed purely with one of those honey types. Would they grow as normal? Would they fail to grow at all? Or perhaps they would grow differently. Perhaps as differently as the honey they fed upon? It had taken a bit of time. These workers had not grown in a single day as normal, which had worried the first of the fifth. But as time went on, they'd grown and developed at their own pace, so the queen had let them be, waiting to see if they would eventually hatch. And now her patience was being rewarded. She noticed one of them begin to twitch and thrash about, tearing through the thin cocoon covering its cell before climbing out. The beast shook about and buzzed its wings, beating them for the first time. Its antennas twitched as it glanced around. The first of the fifth stepped forward, gently brushing her antennas against her child's. The worker froze at first, then danced before her queen. The first of the fifth noted with pleasure that this bee was far different from the others. Her shape and size were the same, but she had bluish-green stripes where a normal bee would have yellow. The first of the fifth could also feel the new worker's manner, of a different quality than all the others. She noted the worker's stinger, thinner than normal and without barbs. And, most importantly of all, this worker was still hers. Its manner was different, but still registered as part of her hive, the same as her other children. The new worker stood before her, eagerly awaiting her assignment as any good worker would. The other workers nearby began to brush along her as they would any other of their siblings, and the new worker soon joined them in their work. She began to tend to the others of her generation that had yet to be born. And then, the first of the fifth noticed something different. The new worker flared her manner as she walked over each of the cells in a way the queen had not seen her workers do before. Eventually, she stopped on one which seemed to be growing more slowly than the rest. The first of the fifth froze as the new worker lifted her abdomen and extended her stinger. The queen moved to intervene, but she was too late. The new worker stabbed down into the cell, but gently and precisely, without piercing the larva within. She released a cloud of bluish-green liquid from her stinger, and contrary to the queen's fears, the larva did not thrash about in response. No, rather, the first of the fifth felt the new larva's manner begin to settle down and grow stronger.
She watched in silence as the new worker then moved on to the next cell, using her mana to check the larva within. Slowly, the queen's wings began to buzz. She had succeeded beyond her expectations. She had born a brand new type of bee, all on her own, that was unlike any other in her hive. The Flower Meadow Queens may have birthed the first soldiers, but those had been a gift from the king. They could not lay claim to an achievement such as this. The first of the fifth would not only receive from the king, she would participate in his work and give something to him. She would participate in his grand designs more than anyone else. For that is what it meant to be the most favored queen. P.O.B. The Hive of Hives. Belissar awoke the next day and went to check on the hives, and found the queen of the closest one waiting for him at the entrance of her bee house, flanked by 2 workers.
Hi there. Want to show me something again?
The queen danced a salute, then brushed antennas with the 2 bees, who flew up toward Belissar. His eyes widened as he looked more closely at them, and found they were the wrong colors. One had bluish green and black stripes, while the other alternated between purple and black. He took a closer look.
Medicinal monster bee worker. Vitality, minimal. Strength, minimal. Speed, average. Magic, minimal plus. Defense, minimal. Resistance, minimal. Special, minor. Notable skills: herbal shot, poison sting, brood offspring, brood tender. A monster bee worker raised on the nectar of healing herbs. It produces healing compounds, and its stinger is optimized to deploy them. Additionally, will improve the overall health of its hive. These changes make it poor, though not entirely incapable, at combat. Mazading monster bee worker. Vitality, minimal. Strength, minimal. Speed, average. Magic, minimal. Defense, minimal. Resistance, minimal. Special, minor. Notable skills: mad poison sting, sacrificial strike, brood offspring. A monster bee worker raised on mad honey. It now produces the neurotoxins present in the honey in its own venom glands. Its stings, in addition to the normal bee venom effects, may cause intoxication, hallucination, and, in very high dosages, paralysis.
Belissar's eyes widened. This was an unexpected development, and a massive one. Monster bees could apparently change the properties of their venom, or even their color and shape, based on the type of honey they were fed. He was starting to understand why they were considered monsters. Bees with venom that had the same intoxicating effects as mad honey. Belissar could immediately imagine how that might be useful, for it meant even the workers would now stand a chance against larger and more powerful foes. Even if it took them a long time to take a shade down, they could now disorient and slow it down. If he thought about it more, that meant these workers could now help the soldiers with their work. It meant even the smallest of his bees was now a threat the Shades would have to deal with. Medicinal monster bee workers were harder to wrap his head around. Bees that could make healing herbs in their bodies. He supposed that made sense. No reason they couldn't make medicine if they could make poison, right? The confusing thing for him was the idea that they could deploy said medicine via their stingers. That seemed a bit contradictory. Apply medicine by stabbing the patient. Or maybe they would spray it instead? Belissar didn't know, but figured the bees would know what they were doing. In any case, extra medicine was always a good thing. He especially liked the part of their description about improving the health of their hive. Healthy hives and stronger broods always made him happy. But the most important part of this development was not either of the two bees themselves. It was the knowledge that monster bees could change and grow into new forms without a reward from the tower or the gods. Belissar's mind raced as to what might be possible. If a couple of healing herbs and poisonous flowers had led to this, what might his bees be able to do? How far could they take this? He smiled and nodded his head toward the queen.
Well done. This is amazing.
The queen in question froze solid. Belissar chuckled as he went about to check on the other hives. As he did so, he began to dream of all sorts of fantastical and impossible bees. Fantastical and impossible bees that might be very real one day, thanks to the power of the tower and the magic of the monster bees.
I'll have to get some more plants next time.
The firstborn froze completely as her mind processed the report. The first of the fifth had sent her new workers across the king's lands, declaring her achievement with the approval of the conduit. And this news changed everything. The firstborn could admit she had underestimated the first of the fifth. She was the eldest of the apiary queens, and yet she did not seem to understand their purpose as the firstborn did. They were defenders first, and all else second. Should the invaders break past the gate to the beyond, all that they had built would be torn down and destroyed. So there were no tasks more important than preparing for the fight to come. And yet, the first of the fifth spent her days and her efforts on the production of honey. The firstborn could understand the need to maximize production, but the first of the fifth took it further. From what the firstborn had heard, she obsessed over quality and split her honey based on her assessments of each batch. The firstborn understood, to some extent. She, too, had the desire to offer her tribute to the king, and she agreed that he deserved nothing but the very best. Yet she could not help but be a bit disappointed. The first of the fifth was her counterpart in the apiary, the eldest of the queens to whom the others looked and followed. Now, she would not go so far as to want the first of the fifth to change her focus. The apiary hive's honey production had proved to be a critical asset in the third invasion. Moreover, the firstborn was glad that the armies of the flower meadow were powerful enough that the apiary hives could devote themselves to such efforts. Yet, she did wish that the first of the fifth remembered the broader picture. She worried that her counterpart was neglecting their primary duty with her obsession and causing the younger queens to follow suit. It did not befit her role as a fellow firstborn. But that assessment had proved entirely wrong. The first of the fifth's efforts had paid off in completely unanticipated ways. Her honey from the new plants had transformed into a weapon which had had great effect upon the enemy of the fourth invasion. And now, her offspring had taken on the qualities of the honey she curated so obsessively. Her workers could now deploy a venom unlike anything the firstborn's army possessed, and her hive now had dedicated tenders to ensure every larva of her brood grew healthy and strong. And she had done all of this with the plants that the firstborn had neglected. The firstborn was ashamed to admit she had ignored the wisdom of the king. After he had gifted them with new patches of flowers, she had focused her workers' efforts entirely on the manna flowers, the blossoms that would provide the most nutrition for their efforts, to allow her army to grow as large and powerful as possible with as little work as possible. So, when the other new plants had proven to have no more manna than the normal flowers, she had not paid attention to them. Their nectar and honey had been mixed in with the rest of the normal fare, treated no different than any other, which meant she had not noticed the potential lurking inside that humble nectar. She imagined what might have been if she had done as the first of the fifth. She imagined a soldier bee with a debilitating sting, causing the enemy to stumble and fall after but a few attacks. She imagined how strong her soldiers would have grown had they been tended to by dedicated healers. She had been truly foolish. The firstborn set out to rectify this, wishing to separate and organize her honey based on its source. She would not go to the extent the first of the fifth did,
But at least she would separate the nectar from the new patches so that they could feed some of the new brood upon it. She quickly realized, however, that this was not possible in the short term. Her hive was still operating on a smaller workforce, one that could not sustain her current army if they shifted focus away from the mana flowers. They did not have the time to spend on organization nor on gathering sufficient nectar from the other low mana patches. As they would struggle to gather enough honey from the other plants to produce even a single worker of the types the first of the fifth had displayed, much less a honey-guzzling soldier. The firstborn stood still again as she realized the truth. It had not been that she had not noticed the potential of the plans. It was that she couldn't have. Her focus on the soldiers prevented her from taking the steps necessary to ever discover such a thing. It was only the first of the fifth and her obsession with honey quality that could have produced this outcome. It was only her who could have revealed this new path for the army's growth. Once again, the firstborn realized the wisdom of the king. She had wondered why he permitted the first of the fifth to do as she did, but now she understood. For not all bees in the hive had the same job. The queen did not go out to scout and gather. The soldier did not give birth to the next generation. The worker was not the first to fight. And the king had built a hive of hives. He was the king of queens. And so, each of his queens had a different role to play. Each of them had their own mission to fulfill. Each of them was vital for the success of the whole. The firstborn thanked the first of the fifth in her mind as she began to lay a new generation. And for once, she lay not a single soldier egg, instead intending to dramatically expand her worker force. She would need a great many of them to gather the honey necessary, for to feed a soldier larva on mundane nectar would be a Herculean task. A task that would require her to cut down the growth of her army substantially, and for a long time. But the firstborn wanted to produce the finest army bee-kind had ever seen, and to do that she could not leave a single flower unvisited. She would follow the path set out before her by the king and the first of the fifth, and they would all work together to fulfill the king's grand designs. For though the queens could not be more different, they were all, in the end, one hive. The hive of the king. P.O.B. The Army of the Apiary. The first of the fifth watched her scouts report dances as she drank some more mana honey. So, the firstborn was increasing her worker count and gathering from the healing and toxic flowers now. No doubt a desperate attempt to match her own hive now that her achievements had been revealed. But that was to be expected. The first of the fifth dismissed the scouts and made her way to a new section of her hive. The queens of the flower meadow would have to do better than that if they wished to earn the favor of the king. The first of the fifth had obviously known everyone would follow after her once she announced her achievement. If they did not realize she was well on her way to the next, then they were truly foolish. But that was why she was the favored queen. She would never be content to rest on her laurels again, instead working ceaselessly for the sake of the king. And that was why no one would come to match her in the end. So she arrived at the site of her next project. A new bee was just breaking free of its cocoon and climbing out of its cell, surrounded by medicinal workers brushing every inch of its chitin with their antenna. One of them turned to the queen and danced a confirmation. The first of the fifth acknowledged her and then stepped forward to address her newest child. A child nearly the same size as her. Her first soldier. Even after growing to the next stage, the first of the fifth had not borne any soldier bees. She had seen no need to do so, after all. Soldier bees could not gather nectar nor process honey, yet their large size demanded excessive quantities of it to grow. They were naught but a drain when it came to the production of the hive. Of course, they had obvious uses regarding the defense, but such was unnecessary for the first of the fifth. The king himself had assigned soldiers of his own to guard his treasured apiary hives, yet another sign of his favor. She would not squander such a gift by expending her honey and mana on guards of her own. Likewise, however,
It was clear that soldiers were necessary for the king's designs and the defense of his lands. The queens of the flower meadow had earned great favor, including that new one known as honor, by the deeds of their warriors. And there was a part of the First of the Fifth that wished to supplant them in that field as well, to send warriors of her own to strike down the king's enemies. But she was not so foolish as to ignore that she was at a disadvantage in that mission. The queens of the flower meadow may not have been as productive or favored as she, but they were bee queens still. They did not shirk their duty and worked tirelessly to fulfill their role. The First of the Fifth would admit that their armies were impressive, and their soldiers spent every waking moment preparing for battle. It would be difficult for even her to catch up to them. And most egregiously of all, it would require her to cut the quality and quantity of her daily tribute to the king. That was simply unacceptable. So the First of the Fifth had foregone soldiers, having no use for them, no way they could help their hive earn the favor of the king. Until now. The First of the Fifth brushed the new soldier with her antennas. The soldier instantly stood up to her full height and began a salute dance. Then the First of the Fifth gave her orders. The soldier seemed confused, but the First of the Fifth was firm in her command. The soldier gave another salute before setting out to obey, even as she beat her wings for the first time. The First of the Fifth watched with satisfaction before laying another soldier egg in the now vacant cell. Mighty the hives of the flower meadow may be, but the First of the Fifth was confident in her position and in her plans. For she, above all others, knew the designs of the king. Back in the farmhouse, Belissar sighed as his hand slipped and the weave he was working on untangled. Again. Some of the flax had finally dried enough to work with, and so Belissar was now trying to weave a strip he could use to fix his tunic. It wasn't going particularly well. Not only was Belissar not the best at this sort of thing, but the flax itself had not been processed well. Normally there were a number of tools, such as rakes and stands, which a farmer would use to process the flax and remove the unwanted pieces of the plant. Belissar, having completed those steps largely by hand, had not ended up with as clean a product as normal. Pieces of debris still stuck to the fibers, thus getting in the way here and there, forcing him to pick them off before continuing. Belissar then froze. He had done all this work by hand because he didn't have any of the tools and had known that this job that he didn't enjoy was going to take a long time because of that. So he had gotten to work immediately with the intention of getting it over with as quickly as possible. So he hadn't considered that with the axe, saw, and the trees in the forest beyond, he could have made some basic wooden tools. They wouldn't match up to what he had at home, but even rough and simple implements would have made this far easier than doing this entire process by hand. Belissar stared into the air with a faraway look for quite some time. It was then that he heard buzzing. Turning to face the window he'd left open for Niobe to come and go, he tilted his head. One of the soldier bees was hovering there.
Come on in.
She danced a salute, then flew inside. Landing on the table in front of Belissar, she looked at the weave in front of him before slowly beginning a dance.
Huh? Oh, you're from the close hive, not the spawners or the flower meadow? Was wondering how you got here. And you want to help?
The soldier bee's dance was a bit unsteady, but she confirmed. Belissar smiled.
Thanks. The gods know I need a hand with this. Let's see. How about you grab hold of this?
Belissar held up the latest fiber of the weave. The soldier bee slowly stepped forward and gently grabbed it with her mandibles.
Good. Can you move it here?
The soldier nodded and moved as he motioned. With her holding it in place, Belissar was able to easily thread the fiber into its place in the weave.
Okay, you can let go now.
Once she did, he pulled it tight. He smiled.
Thank you. That's much easier. Can I count on your help?
The soldier bee did a rapid dance before moving to grab the fiber once again. Belissar chuckled, and then his smile grew. Working together directly with the bees was something he'd once dreamed of, with that dream coming true each day, well, even this job didn't seem so bad. The first of the fifth danced about happily as her scouts reported back. Her plan had been a success. Long had the king been working at his current task, and long had her scouts observed. The first of the fifth had wished to help him directly, as she had with the honey traps, but there had been a bit of a problem. The tasks he was performing were on a scale beyond normal bees. He uprooted entire plants and worked with bunches of them all at once. Her workers could have helped, but it would have taken dozens or even hundreds of them to move a single plant. And so, the first of the fifth had seen a use for soldiers. With their much larger size, they could better aid the king in his large-scale tasks. They could carry plants and fibers all on their own. They could work with the king without cutting into the production of his tribute. The king had been well pleased by this. Even now, he worked with the soldier she had provided, showering the lucky child with praise. The first of the fifth had no doubt she had surged ahead in his favor with this. And so, with the confirmation that her soldiers could assist the king with the grand and complex designs he built, she was ready to move on to the next stage of her plan. This one would not be as pleasant or as satisfying. This one would require her to humble herself and sacrifice the efforts of her hive. But she was the favored queen, the most productive and blessed of them all. For the sake of the king, she would do anything. Which was why it was time for her to speak with the firstborn directly. POB. The negotiations. The first of the fifth sent word to the conduit, asking if she would arrange a meeting with the firstborn. The conduit agreed, and off she flew. While the first of the fifth was confident she was favored above all, given that the conduit was not a queen, there was no doubt among any bee of the hive that the conduit had a special place among them all. Even the first of the fifth could not and would not contest that. She was connected to the core the same as the king. She shared in his power and in that of the realm. If the king were the ruler of all the land, then the conduit was the land itself. It was even whispered that the conduit had existed since before the king's realm had been forged, as unthinkable as that thought was. That she'd known the king in some sort of past life, from before the birth of the first dynasty of the first spawner. The first of the fifth didn't know how much stock she placed in such things, for a world where her king was not one she cared to imagine. And yet, she could not help but notice the conduit's familiarity with the king, as if they had known each other for far longer than the first of the fifth had seen. But now was not the time to think of such things, for the first of the fifth already had an unpleasant task before her. The point was that the conduit danced with special authority, nearly equal to that of the king himself. No bee, whether worker or soldier or queen, would deny her, save by the king's own order. And that made her the perfect mediator for this discussion. The only mediator the first of the fifth would accept, in fact. She and the firstborn had each been established as the most powerful queens of the flower meadow and the apiary, respectively, and none of the others could be trusted to remain impartial. And it would not do to trouble the king with such matters, seeing as this was all for his sake to begin with. So the first of the fifth took her guards and flew through the apiary, passing into the flower meadow. She then waited at the shrine of the goddess at the end of the meadow, the queen of all bees. She disliked coming all the way to the firstborn's lands, but the goddess belonged to all, so her shrine was the most appropriate as neutral ground. And, well, the shrine in the apiary stood next to the core itself, and the first of the fifth would not have this discussion in that sacred place. So she would concede the journey to the firstborn. Soon the conduit came flying over, the firstborn with her, coming without guard or escort. The first of the fifth wasn't sure how to take that. Was the firstborn's hive stretched so thin that none could be spared? Or was it a sign that the firstborn was not taking her seriously? Hi! First queen of first spawner's second dynasty here, like first queen of fifth spawner's first dynasty asked. Queens talk!
The conduit danced about rapidly in the manner an excited worker would. The firstborn began a dance of greeting. Hello, First of the Fifth. You want to talk?
The First of the Fifth resisted the urge to buzz her wings. So the Firstborn wanted to get this over with when she'd been the one who'd made the First of the Fifth wait? Did she not know they were both wasting valuable time coming here? But the First of the Fifth wouldn't waste her own time on such complaints, and so launched right into it.
Yes, need access to your gathering fields.
The Firstborn's antennas swayed about as she processed that.
Apiary running out.
The First of the Fifth's wings began to beat before she took control of them. The Firstborn would dare to imply that her apiary lacked, when it was the Firstborn who'd required her aid to avoid starvation.
Just one. New plants the king gathers.
Yes, the First of the Fifth knew the flower meadow had access to a kind of flower the apiary lacked, the same one the king worked on even now. She knew not why the king had granted them access to it and not her, only that in his wisdom he had. Perhaps he was testing it before gifting it to her, as he had with the manna flowers. In any case, the First of the Fifth could not wait for him to gift her with her own, not if she were to help him with his designs. So here she was, speaking with the Firstborn instead of growing her hive. The Firstborn danced in comprehension, finally understanding the request.
Took her long enough.
And now the First of the Fifth pressed her attack, hopefully before the Firstborn could take control of the battlefield.
We'll give honey in exchange. New kinds. No you need.
The Firstborn paused for a moment, no doubt in shock at the First of the Fifth's proposal. Even the First of the Fifth was shocked at herself. To share her honey, the fruits of her children's labor, the tribute meant for their king, with a major rival. An emergency donation to prepare for an invasion was one thing, but in all other situations, it was unthinkable. But so was granting a rival hive access to one's own gathering grounds, and the First of the Fifth needed those flowers. So she had no choice but to make an unthinkable offer for an unthinkable request. Such was the will of the First of the Fifth, who would stop at nothing for the sake of the king. Besides, Firstborn needed such assistance merely to catch up to what the First of the Fifth had already achieved, all while she would be pulling ahead even further. She watched as the Firstborn paused, no doubt working to understand her purposes. But the First of the Fifth knew she had the advantage here. The Firstborn was trying to replicate her healing herb honey and mad honey production, and then to apply that honey to her own brood. If the First of the Fifth guessed correctly, the battle-focused Firstborn would probably try to raise soldiers on the honey. But it would take even the First of the Fifth a huge chunk of her production to raise a soldier on such fare. The Firstborn could not possibly pull it off with her hive's current worker base. The First of the Fifth's offer would be too tempting for her. And the Firstborn did not know of the king's current designs, living as far away from his abode as she did. She would not know the opportunity she was giving up in the process. So there could only be one answer. The Firstborn appeared surprised, but gave her reply. Thanks. Helps a lot. The First of the Fifth resisted the urge to dance happily, instead turning to the conduit and signaling that was it. The Firstborn followed suit, and the conduit began to dance.
Great! Second First of First lets First of Fifth gather. First of Fifth gives honey to Second First of First. Bees help each other and help king.
The Firstborn gave a salute dance at that. For the king. That was the one thing the First of the Fifth could agree with both of them on, though she was a bit upset the Firstborn had beaten her to the punch as she danced her own agreement.
For the king.
With that, the three bees parted ways, returning to their work. The First of the Fifth passed through the door to the apiary. There she found two large gatherings of her own workers, one holding wax cells full of honey, the other preparing for a harvest. She commanded them to begin their tasks, and into the flower meadow they flew. She could not help a happy dance as she headed back to her hive. All had gone according to plan, and the Firstborn had clearly had no idea what she had agreed to. She would now receive the first of the fifth's honey and use it in her attempts to raise new soldier bees, a task she could not possibly complete with her own assets at present. That meant that even should she succeed, it would not be her achievement alone. All would know that the first of the fifth's aid had been crucial to the effort. All would see the first of the fifth's workers bringing honey to the firstborn's hive. By accepting her aid, the firstborn had granted the first of the fifth claim to her efforts. And on the other hand, the only thing the firstborn had granted her was permission. Her workers would now gather the honey from the new plants on their own. The nectar would be processed in her own hive, and anything new that resulted would be hidden there. As far as anyone would be able to see, the firstborn would have given the first of the fifth nothing in that process. In fact, if anything, by allowing foreign workers into her own territory, the firstborn would appear subservient to the first of the fifth. In one fell swoop, she had positioned herself as the top of the queens, and there was nothing the firstborn could now do to usurp her. If the first of the fifth achieved anything with the new flowers, she would pull ahead. And if the firstborn managed to raise new soldiers, they would both rise together with a joint accomplishment. There was now no way she could possibly lose. Such was to be expected from the most favored of the king. There was only one variable she couldn't fully address. She didn't know how much the conduit understood of her intent, but it wouldn't matter. The conduit was not a part of the competition between the queens, for her role was unique. And the conduit's goal, first and foremost, was the growth of the king's realm. If something benefited the king, the conduit wouldn't question it. So, the first of the fifth was confident she would not interfere. Yes, it had all gone according to plan. 29. A shocking bee vent. It was a peaceful day in the forest around Belissar's tower. The sun was shining, the bees were buzzing, and there was even a bird singing, a newcomer who had recently flown in. But then, the ground began to rumble, and groups of bushes began to rustle. A moment later, the ground burst open, overturning the bushes above. A dark hole opened up in the forest, leading to parts unknown. With the soldier bee's help, Belissar was able to finish his work sooner than expected. He now had a simple strip of rough linen cloth. Not exactly anything anyone would want, but enough to patch up his tunic. Belissar had subsequently done what would have been the smart thing to do to start with and made some tools for flax processing. Coarse rakes and combs to help separate the seeds and other material, a board and a wooden implement he could use to scutch, and anything else he could think of which might make the process easier. Doing so had used up a bit of his available wood, so the next day he headed out into the forest to gather some more. He was just chopping a small tree when Niobe began buzzing around him. "King! Scouts say something coming!" Belissar's eyes narrowed.
Is it the hunger again?
"No, different." Belissar blinked and tilted his head. Something other than the hunger. But what could it be?
Do they mean like a bird?
Niobe repeated her same dance. "Different." That had Belissar puzzled. The bird that had recently arrived to the forest nearby was about the only thing he could think of besides the hunger. After all, whatever it was, it had to have flown, for nothing could simply walk through the hunger on the ground. Right? In any case, Belissar decided it would be best to act cautiously.
Let's head back to the tower and prepare our defenses, just in case. Have the scouts keep an eye on it, but let everyone outside know to run if it's hostile.
Okay. With that, Belissar returned to the tower. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that whatever it was, he wouldn't let it take his bees. Belissar finished stocking the campfire by the apiary entrance once again, then grabbed hold of one of the torches. Meanwhile, the flower meadow queens were assembling their army in the sky above the gate to the outside world. Niobe finished dancing with some worker bees before flying over to him. "Scouts are approaching." Belissar furrowed his brow.
Is it hostile?
"No." He rubbed his chin. The bees had reported an animal of some kind, with lots of brown and black color, but he still didn't have any idea what it could be. But, well, whatever it was, his tower was ready. Or so Belissar thought. As the gates of the tower opened, Belissar narrowed his eyes.
Get ready.
He gasped.
Challenger detected. Enabling remnants. Challenges present. 1.
In walked a person. A man, judging by the body shape and facial features. He was tall, taller than anyone Belissar had ever seen, with broad shoulders and thick arms and legs to match. His clothing was a combination of black leather and brown fur, with some light armor over his torso, waist, and upper limbs, while the fur covered his extremities. He carried a short spear and a shield, both of which were made out of bone of some sort. Belissar's eyes then widened as he focused and realized the brown fur wasn't clothing at all. The man's legs and arms were covered in thick, brown fur. His hands were a bit wider than normal, and his fingers were tipped with large claws. And while his face was human, his hair was more like a mane of fur combining with his beard. But most surprising of all were the 2 bear ears popping out of the top of his head.
It's a demi-human.
Belissar froze, uncertain of what to do. Demi-humans were the descendants of the wicked kings of old. Those who'd survived the hunger had been cursed and twisted into a half-man, half-beast monstrosity. Belissar had long thought they were just a tale, for he had never heard or seen of one in real life. And now one was standing in his tower. Belissar blinked. The demi-human was standing in his tower and not being smote by the gods. This situation was strange. But maybe, as the Tower Lord, he was expected to do something? He wasn't sure. He wasn't receiving any missions from the god of bees. He looked toward her shrine, but it wasn't glowing or anything this time. The tower itself had said something about challenges and remnants, but Belissar didn't know what that meant in this context. Well, if he had to make his own choice, he guessed he'd try to drive it away. Demi-humans were said to be extremely dangerous, but Belissar wasn't going to let it attack the hives. They were supposed to be more beast than man, so hopefully it would be scared of fire. If not, maybe the soldier bees could handle it? It couldn't be tougher than a shade of the hunger, right? Of course, the demi-human wasn't just still while Belissar pondered. The bear man looked up and narrowed his eyes at the soldier bee army arranged in the sky, then slowly lowered his weapons and relaxed his stance, though he still held them in his hands. And then, what happened next shocked Belissar to his very core.
Peace, sacred den master. We mean you no harm if you mean us none.
The soldier bee swayed a bit in the air, unsure of what to do, but Belissar was in no state to command them. His jaw dropped, and he stumbled back. The demi-human had talked. The bear man turned to face the shrine of bees while keeping an eye on the army overhead. Bowing his head for a moment, he rested his spear against his shoulder and reached for his belt, taking a small pouch tied there. Then, opening the wax chest, he placed the pouch inside.
A gift for you and your patron. I pray for peaceful and fruitful cooperation, sacred den master.
He inclined his head once more toward the shrine, which glowed softly in response, and then slowly backed out of the tower. Some words passed before Belissar's eyes, and Niobe asked him something in a slow and shaky dance, but Belissar wasn't paying attention. The demi-human had talked, and that went against everything Belissar had ever been taught. He thought back to the story Mrs. Imkomos had read to him in one of her books. Long ago, the wicked kings of old had defied the gods and brought upon themselves great wrath. The hunger had consumed the land, destroying every vestige of their civilization and tearing down all they had built. But such was not the extent of the gods' justice, For the wicked kings had been as cunning and cowardly as they'd been cruel. They'd abandoned their people to doom and fled alone, racing ahead of the death they rightfully deserved. So the gods had cursed them. They had grown bestial features and lost their humanity in more ways than one. They'd lost their tongues, the means by which to communicate. They'd lost their ability to participate in society and become like beasts. But the gods had not been so kind as to let them fall completely. They'd retained their spark, their intelligence, so that they might know what they had become and what they had lost. They had been doomed to exist between worlds, never to be content with the life of a beast, but lacking the means to live the life of a man. Such was the tale of the demi-human, the cursed descendants of those wicked kings. A living warning against all who might defy the gods. Also, Belissar had been taught all his life. And yet, here was a demi-human, the first he had ever seen. And said demi-human apparently could speak with no problems whatsoever. Even had clothes and weapons like a regular person would. Moreover, said demi-human had respected one of the gods, who had not smitten him for daring to set foot in one of the sacred towers, nor given Belissar a mission to that effect. None of this recent turn of events made any sense to Belissar whatsoever. He began to pace about, staring at the ground and groaning. He dropped his axe and his torch and rubbed his chin, then crossed his arms. Furrowing his brow, he concentrated. But think as he might, he could come up with no resolution for this quandary. It had been confusing enough when he wasn't smitten for setting foot in the tower back when he was a mere peasant. But a demi-human. Every story he had ever heard implied they wouldn't be permitted anywhere near a tower, much less to set foot inside of one. And yet one had, and the gods had not responded in any way. No, that was wrong. The god of bees had responded, just not in the way Belissar had expected.
Tribute received. Your patron grants you this portion. Cave mushroom ×3. Cave carrot ×3. Cave potato ×3.
She had accepted the demi-human's gift? Just like that. She accepted the demi-human. Belissar sat on the ground, practically collapsing on his backside. He held his head as his heart pounded in his chest. A peasant like him becoming a tower lord was already unthinkable, but he could handle that. He'd figured that Niobe, as the conduit or whatever, had interceded on his behalf to prevent the gods from smiting him outright. Then, he had proven himself capable enough in the second purification, and the gods had subsequently approved of him, making an exception for him, since he was already in charge of the tower. Those discrepancies could be explained away. But this was not so simple. In the doctrine, the demi-humans had been intimately connected with the fall of the wicked kings of old and the hunger itself. And that particular tale was no mere footnote. It was the central doctrine to all others, the very reason the world was the way it was. So, what would it mean if it proved false? If the demi-humans could speak and were not doomed to live as beasts? If the gods had no quarrel with them and no issues with their presence? Then wouldn't that mean Belissar was wrong about the origin of the hunger and the intentions of the gods? And if he was wrong about that, then wouldn't he be wrong about, well, everything? Belissar groaned. Whatever the case, things had just gotten a lot more complicated. 30. The Epiphany. Belissar thought, and he thought, and he thought some more, even as Niobe buzzed around him. Eventually, she got his attention by landing on his hand. King okay? Belissar sighed and shook his head.
Not really. Just give me a moment, please.
Niobe buzzed her wings but said no more, taking off again and hovering a short distance away from Belissar. He sighed and began walking, heading over toward the farmhouse. He went inside, got a bit of honeycomb to snack on, and sat down at the table. This was all way above his station. Or would have been, were he not a Tower Lord now. Or maybe it wasn't. Because if the tale of the demi-humans was wrong, then what else might be? He, a peasant, had clearly stepped into and been placed in control of a tower, and hadn't ended up getting smitten in the process. Maybe he had been wrong all along, and the gods didn't mind peasants in towers either. But if that was true, then what made the Tower Lords and the Tower Guards special? Or were they special at all? If Belissar, of all people, could do the job of a Tower Lord well enough to earn the patronage of a god, then did the job truly require someone greater than other men to pull off? Or was the case that it wasn't those chosen by the gods who became Tower Lords, but those who became Tower Lords that were chosen by the gods? And if that was the case, then what of everything else he had been taught? Magic and potions being harmful to peasants? The Tower Lords requiring tribute to offer to the gods? Peasants naturally being beneath those the gods had chosen? The will of the gods being to obey any and all Tower Lords without question, lest the unworthy repeat the mistakes of old? Belissar remembered going hungry in the cold of winter when the tribute cut into the rations on a particularly bad year. He remembered the villagers raiding his mead on orders of the village elder, for the local Tower Lord had requested it. His eyes narrowed as more memories flooded into his mind. I'm sorry, Belissar. Please, live. He remembered begging for help as his parents came down with the plague. A plague he later heard had been cured in the Tower cities by the fantastic powers of the Tower Lords.
Now, don't you worry about me, Belissar. I'm going to the gods, to the Hall of Judgment, where the god of death shall evaluate my life. I can't say I've been perfect, but I can say now I'm happy with the life I've lived.
What about Mrs. Imkomos, who'd spent her whole life trying to honor the gods and their supposedly chosen Tower Lords? He remembered the old beekeeper coughing in the night, believing there was nothing he could do. Even if he'd had magic or potions, he'd believed they would kill her as quickly as the pneumonia. But if everything he had been taught was wrong, then all that pain, all that suffering, had it all been for nothing? Had it all been for a lie? Belissar groaned and clutched his head. Ultimately, Belissar could not come to that conclusion on his own. He felt he needed more information, more confirmation, before he could accept such a thing. He rose to his feet with his eyes narrowed, heat swirling in his chest.
Niobe, ask the queens to send out the scouts. I want to know more about our visitor.
She flew a bit unsteadily.
Okay. King okay?
Belissar shook his head.
I don't know, but I need to know more before I can do anything.
Niobe hovered for a moment before dancing a salute and flying off to relay his command. Meanwhile, Belissar crossed his arms and frowned. Honestly, he wanted to see things with his own eyes. But that wasn't an option right now. If the tales of the demi-humans were true, then they carried a deep hatred toward all of humanity and would attack on sight. Belissar had a feeling that would not be the case, but he wasn't about to bet his life on it. Besides, the last few times he had dealt with people, they had either confiscated his mead or else tried to kill him, so he wasn't exactly excited to meet more. Likewise, Belissar was not particularly good at sneaking, nor was he a hunter. So he had little confidence he could spy on the demi-humans without being noticed. And this was doubly true for demi-humans, since the tale stated they also tended to have better senses than the average human. Well, again, Belissar didn't know how much of any of his knowledge he should believe at this point, But after seeing what the monster bees could do compared to their mundane cousins, Belissar decided it was best to assume the demi-humans were more capable, if anything. So he would have to rely on the scout bees. The demi-human hadn't attacked them on the way to the tower, nor had he fought with the soldier bees inside, so Belissar believed they could observe him peacefully. The only problem was that the monster bees, while more intelligent than normal, were still ultimately bees and focused on the things that bees cared about, such as when they'd found the mana flowers and completely ignored the nearby ruins. Even their initial reports of the demi-human had been limited to, an animal is approaching, with detail being limited to colors and shapes. Belissar wanted to know a bit more than that. He wanted to know how the demi-human acted and talked. He wanted to know if he acted more like a beast or a man, if he used tools and tents and fire, or if he simply lived in the wild. If his spear and shield were something he'd intentionally made himself or something he'd simply picked off a human he had slain. Getting a good sense of all that off the bees' reports would be a challenge, but what other choice did Belissar have? If only he had a way to use his tower sight outside of the tower. The moment he thought that, his sight rushed from his body and through the tower, heading to the outside world until it joined with the sight of one of the scouts. It turned out he could do just that. He just hadn't had any particular desire to do so until now. Even when the bees had reported the mana flowers, they had asked him to come personally, so he hadn't thought of checking from afar. With the ruins, on the other hand, that had been a personal curiosity, and he had not intended to distract the bees from their work with it. He quickly tested the limits of what he could do. He was limited to what his bees could perceive with their senses, though he could move his attention from bee to bee, or even get a vaguer sense from several of them at a time for a bigger but less detailed picture. All of which was perfect for his current purposes. Belissar looked through the sight of different bees until he found one following the bear man. The man trekked through the forest until he was close to the edge of the tower's influence. There, he arrived at a large hole in the ground and walked down inside of it while the bee watching him hovered at the edge. From what Belissar could tell, her night vision wasn't great, so she was uncertain of entering the dark hole. Trying to send some intentions to her like he could with the bees inside the tower and finding it worked, he let her know to remain outside and keep watch. She danced a little salute before flying toward a nearby tower, gathering some nectar while she waited. He then checked which bees were closest to the hole and directed them to reinforce the lone scout. Now, he just had to wait until the demi-human returned. Fortunately, Belissar did not have to wait for long. The bear man soon returned, and he was not alone. Several more armed bearfolk exited the hole and set up a perimeter around it. Their spears were tipped with iron and all of a similar design. And then, after that, came a whole tribe. There were unarmed men and women carrying bundles and backpacks and even pulling carts. There were children and mothers carrying infants in slings. There were old men and women being supported by the young. Maybe 100 or so demi-humans in total exited from the hole, all with brown fur on any part of their body not otherwise clothed save their faces and round ears on the top of their heads, all standing tall above a normal human. Even the women would tower over Belissar, and some of the children could match his height. The armed ones wore armor of leather and bone over their torsos and extremities, while the others were more lightly clothed, revealing more of their brown fur. They began to make camp. The man from before led them to a spot nearby where the bushes weren't as thick, and the tribe got to work. They began to chop away at the trees and bushes with axes and set up tents in the cleared area. A group of them got a fire going, and even hung a large iron pot over it. And most of all, the entire tribe was exchanging conversations throughout the whole process. One of them, a wrinkled, hunched woman holding a large staff with all sorts of trinkets and decorations hanging on it, turned toward one of his bees. She smiled and inclined her head.
Thank you for allowing us here. Please excuse us. We will visit shortly.
Belissar ordered the bees to fall back and then withdrew his tower sight. He staggered back and held his head, his heart pounding in his chest. There was no mistake.
There was no denying it. The demi-humans were acting no different than humans would. Everything Belissar had seen pointed to them being, well, normal people, all things considered. Which meant the tales were wrong. All of them. 31. Behold the truth. Belissar paced about while clutching his head. His entire body was trembling, and his heart felt like it was about to burst from his chest. Everything bad that had happened to the village, everything bad that had happened to him and the people he cared about, had been all for nothing. Belissar gritted his teeth. No, it was worse. It was because the Tower Lords had lied. The Lords, the priests, the guard, all of them. Mana couldn't be such a toxic poison when a humble bee could absorb it no problem. Potions couldn't be that dangerous, or even hard to make, when a monster bee could make one out of honey and a couple of common medicinal herbs. And towers needed no tribute when they grew plants and made honey seemingly out of thin air. And if Belissar had achieved all of this as a humble beekeeper in under a month, what could a fully prepared Tower Lord have achieved over decades, or even centuries if the rumors were true? Why did even a small village like his own struggle when a tower could achieve such miraculous deeds? Suddenly, Belissar froze, going completely still. He thought of the day his village had burned, remembered Niobe's words to him, that he had been hurt as she'd tried to help him, and in the process had made him a Tower Lord. A dark thought crept into his mind. What if it wasn't that only Tower Lords could rule a tower, but that only Tower Lords were permitted to rule a tower? Not because they were chosen by the gods, but because they killed anyone else who tried. What if the point of the Tower Lord's son's visit that day had been specifically to become the lord of the tower Belissar now ruled, and he had burned down the village to prevent any of them from interfering? Such were Belissar's thoughts as Niobe landed on his hand and began dancing frantically. King! King not okay? Need help? Belissar blinked as he was shaken out of his thoughts, looking down at Niobe frantically dancing on his hand. He took a deep breath, then gave as much of a smile as he could manage and brushed her back with his finger. He pushed the dark thoughts out of his mind for a moment. I'm fine. Well, maybe not, but I will be. Because I have you now. As he felt Niobe's legs upon his palm and her fuzz under his finger, he realized that those dark thoughts were all speculation. He now knew most of his prior knowledge was wrong, but he didn't know how much of it was lies, how much was misunderstandings, and how much was simple ignorance. He didn't know if all the falsehoods were intentional or not, and, indeed, not everything had proven false. He had also seen the hunger and the devastation it could bring, which was unfortunately exactly like the tales had described. And he'd been forced to face it down himself, as Tower Lords were said to do. Maybe Tower Lords needed to keep the magic and the potions to themselves just to hold the line? Belissar couldn't say right now. He couldn't change the past either. And he couldn't do anything about the Tower Lords one way or another, seeing as he was surrounded by the hunger at the moment. Most of all, whatever the Tower Lords had intended, he had command of this tower now, the one his friend Niobe was connected to. She had not been taken under their control, and he had not been killed before interfering. They were together now, and out of the Tower Lord's reach. So he tried to put it out of his mind. Stewing on what they had done and what they may or may not have intended achieved nothing for him now. But Niobe and the other bees were counting on him, so he would focus on them. And so, Belissar decided what to do. He would not dwell on the Tower Lords, and he would not take their words as law. Whether they had lied or simply been mistaken, the truth was that most of what Belissar had been taught had been proven wrong. He could no longer count on the tales and the laws and doctrines he had grown up with. His heart panged at the memory of Mrs. Imkomos, who had told him most of the stories.
but he remembered that she would be the first to admit her collection of texts was not complete. She had not been sure if all her tales matched even what the Tower Lords claimed, much less what the gods actually intended. A young Belissar's face scrunched up. He was sitting at a table with a book in front of him. Mrs. Imkomos was sitting next to him, helping him read the letters.
We don't have all the books? How do we know if we're doing the right things then? Won't the gods be mad if we do it wrong?
The old woman shrugged.
I don't know what I don't know, and the Tower Lords have better things to do than answer an old woman's questions. But what I know is this. The gods gave us their towers and the lords to steward them. They protect us and push back the hunger. I believe they have grace for us and wish to help. So I believe that even if we don't know all the doctrines, if we intend in our hearts to honor them and do the best we can with the knowledge we have, the gods will acknowledge that.
But he didn't need to count on the teachings anymore. Niobe and the others would follow and support him in whatever he did. Together they had conquered the shades of the hunger. The god of bees had acknowledged and blessed him, and now sent him guidance. And Mrs. Imkomos would whack him over the head for prioritizing her old books over direct experience with the tower and the god of bees herself. Belissar's heart slowed back down. He took another deep breath and exhaled slowly, relaxing his whole body as he did. He felt that, even if he had to forget all he had learned before, that it would work out somehow this time. Between him, the bees, the tower, and their patron god, they could figure things out. For he was no longer Belissar, the orphaned peasant. He was about to say Tower Lord, but the thought of them was unpleasant at the moment. But Belissar thought of something else, written upon the tower's status. He narrowed his eyes and nodded his head. Yes, he was Belissar, a dungeon master blessed by the god of bees. And from now on, he would face life with his eyes wide open, judging for himself what the world was really like. And as for the Tower Lords, well, if Belissar ever encountered them again, he had already decided on his resolution before. No one, be they man, beast, Tower Lord, or hunger, would take his bees. He looked down at Niobe and smiled. A true smile this time.
I'm sorry for worrying you, but I'm okay now. Thank you for choosing and staying with me, Niobe.
Niobe looked up at him for a second, then began dancing rapidly.
King is best king! Niobe always choose king!
Belissar couldn't help but chuckle at that, and the knot in his heart loosened just a bit. Well, while Belissar had been distracted by the emotional shattering of his entire worldview, once he had calmed down, he realized that nothing much had changed. At this point, he had no idea where the Tower Lords or his former village even were, much less had any interactions with them, and he had already determined the gods weren't going to smite him for his control of this dungeon. So, while the news severely changed the context of his past, it had little relevance to his current Tower Lord-free life. The only serious change was that he wasn't going to call himself a Tower Lord from now on. And while Belissar did want to think through and come to terms with all the various implications of this shocking revelation, he had something he needed to address in the immediate short term. Which was, now that he had determined that demi-humans weren't actually monsters cursed by the gods, how should he deal with a group of them setting up near his dungeon? On the one hand, they were normal people, from what Belissar could tell, and so didn't need to be treated any different from humans or anything. On the other, Belissar didn't have plans for how to treat humans in the first place. He was a dungeon master now, so his former behavior around others didn't exactly match his current circumstances. And after his latest revelations, he definitely wasn't going to act like the Tower Lords had, demanding tribute and obedience and whatnot. Maybe there were reasons for their actions, but Belissar was simply too upset to even think about them. But that meant Belissar now had to chart his own path.
And, well, he hadn't made any plans for these circumstances. He hadn't even thought about meeting people again, perfectly content with living with just himself and his bees. His past interactions with most other people had not exactly been positive, especially after Mrs. Inkomos had died. So when Belissar thought of these bear people stomping into his dungeon, stealing his honey, or worse, setting fire to his home or his hives, his eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fist. But he took a deep breath and shook his head. The bear man who had visited had done nothing of the sort, even leaving tribute at the Shrine of Bees. That much of what the Tower Lord said actually had some truth to it, apparently. The god of bees had shared it with him, even. And, if Belissar remembered correctly, he may have seen some sort of message about challenges or something, though he had been very distracted very soon after that and so wasn't sure if he was remembering correctly. Which meant that, while a part of him wanted to have nothing to do with other people, bears or otherwise, there were apparently benefits to interacting with them. Not to mention that he might be able to trade for things like cloth and tools, and so avoid having to make everything himself. Belissar heaved a sigh. It seemed there was no choice but to give it a shot. The possibility of figuring out what challenges were, the possibility of trade, and the apparent approval of the god of bees outweighed any fears he had regarding people. After all... Cave mushroom absorbed. Sufficient samples gathered. Cave mushroom now available. No applications available. Cave carrot absorbed. Sufficient samples gathered. Cave carrot now available. No applications available. Cave potato absorbed. Sufficient samples gathered. Cave potato now available. No applications available. Even his first interaction with these people had borne fruit. None of these particular plants and fungi were usable at the moment, but Belissar guessed from the names on the holes in the ground that these ones needed an underground environment. So, if he had gone for dirt tunnels and digger bees, he may have now had at least 2 new plants for them to gather from. And if these people could potentially aid his dungeon and his bees, then Belissar just might be willing to put up with them. 32. Attempting diploma bee. Belissar had his bees fly around the outskirts of the tribe's camp, keeping an eye on them and learning whatever he could. But he did not have to wait long. The group spent the rest of the day making camp, but when Belissar's scouts arrived the next morning, they found a group of bear people preparing to move. A young man and a woman with a child were arguing with the old woman who had spoken to one of his bees.
I'm against this. What will we do if something happens? If they decide to attack us?
The old woman shook her head.
You need to come so that the sacred den master does not attack. We cannot show up with nothing but warriors if we wish for peace.
The young woman nodded.
It's all right, Isapak. We'll be fine.
Another armed man, the one who had visited Belissar's dungeon previously, placed his hand on the young man's shoulder.
And we'll look after them. I swear no harm will come to your family.
The young man hung his head and took a deep breath, then nodded his head. The old woman smiled.
You're a good father, Isapak. And that is what we must convey to the sacred den if we wish for this to be our home.
Belissar watched as the group gathered their things and began moving toward his dungeon. He took a deep breath.
Niobe.
Niobe flew around in front of him.
Yes, King?
Let the Flower Meadow Queens know I'll be heading to the gate. I'd like to bring their soldiers with me.
Yes.
Niobe flew off immediately as Belissar rose to his feet. Grabbing his axe, he looked down at himself and grimaced. A worn tunic patched up by his less-than-stellar linen weave did not exactly present an imposing figure. But he didn't have anything else, so there was no helping it. Besides, the bees were the most important part of the dungeon anyway, and Belissar figured they would be impressive enough on their own. Belissar stood just in front of the entrance to his dungeon.
watching as the group made their way toward him through the eyes of his scouts. He did not have to wait long before they reached the edge of the clearing, and Belissar nodded as they stepped out of the tree line.
Okay. Now.
A heavy buzzing resounded through the clearing as hundreds of wings began to beat. An army of soldier bees rose from the ground and from among the flowers, filling the sky with buzzing and chitin. They flew just above Belissar, forming up into their squads as they hovered overhead. The bear people stopped and tensed. About half of their number were armed and took up positions around the rest with their weapons raised. The other half, consisting of the elderly and families with children, huddled together in the center. The old woman stepped forward and said something to the man leading them, who motioned, then lowered his weapons. The others eyed him and the bees for a bit longer before they slowly lowered theirs. The old woman and the lead man then began walking slowly across the clearing. The others glanced at each other before slowly beginning to follow. Belissar crossed his arms as they approached.
Okay, that's close enough. Why are you here?
He resisted the urge to wince. That had come out a bit harsher than he'd wanted, but he was trying to project confidence here, even if every instinct in his body wanted to apologize and keep his head down. Fortunately, the old woman took it in stride.
Greetings, master of this sacred den. I am Chief Rosuak, and these are my people. We have come to request your blessing to settle here.
Belissar raised an eyebrow.
You want to live here?
She nodded her head.
We have been wandering for a long time. Yours is the first unoccupied land with the sacred den we have found. Should you find it in your heart to accept, we would like to make our home here.
Chief Rosuak motioned, and some people from the center stepped forward, spreading out a mat on the ground before Belissar. On it, they laid all sorts of goods, from seeds and preserved foods to textiles and crafts, to tools made of bone, and even metal.
Of course, we shall offer you and your patron a portion of our labor, and our warriors will challenge themselves before your god if you wish.
Belissar looked down at the stuff on the ground, then up at Chief Rosuak, then to her people watching him.
Yep. He had no idea what to say.
Tribute? Challenging themselves before his god? Belissar's experience with negotiations was limited to acting grateful when the other villagers handed him trinkets and almost rotten food in exchange for a barrel of fine mead. He had to catch himself from thanking the old woman by reflex, having no experience with people asking him for permission to do something, much less offering stuff to him. But this was good, right? They weren't trying to kill him, weren't trying to break in and steal his stuff, and they were even offering him their own stuff just to live in the area. Seemed like a good deal to him. And, well, the only other example he had of dungeon people relations were those tower lords he was trying not to think about, so if he thought it was good, that was fine, right?
Okay. That's fine, I guess.
Chief Rosuak smiled.
Thank you for your generosity.
Then Belissar narrowed his eyes.
Just one thing. Don't hurt my bees.
Chief Rosuak nodded.
Of course. We will treat all of your den's residents with the utmost respect.
Belissar nodded before turning to leave.
Sacred Den Master, will you accept our gift?
Belissar stopped and turned around, pointing at the stuff on the mat.
Oh, that's for me?
Chief Rosuak smiled and nodded.
Yes, we brought it for you, after all.
Belissar felt his cheeks grow warm.
Oh, right.
Stepping forward, he tried to scoop up the mat as quickly as he could, stepping back while trying to hold it all in his arms.
Well, if that's everything.
Chief Rosuak nodded.
Thank you for your time and generosity, Sacred Den Master.
Right. Let's go.
With that, Belissar beat a hasty retreat into the dungeon, the soldier bee army following after him. Belissar groaned once he got inside.
Well, that was awkward.
How was he supposed to know they were offering this stuff to him and not just showing off their wares? No one had ever just given things to him before. No one in the past had even acknowledged his presence if he didn't show up with a jar of mead. He groaned again as he adjusted the weight of the stuff in his arms. Well, at least he'd gotten a bunch of free stuff out of all of this. He turned to the soldier bees flying around him.
Thanks for the good work, everyone. You can go back to training now. And, if those people arrive, I guess don't attack them unless they attack you or try to steal your honey or something like that.
The air roared with the beating of wings as the soldiers all performed an aerial salute dance before flying back toward their hives. Belissar cracked a smile at the sight. It was still quite impressive to see the army of giant bees flying as one. He then made his way back to the farmhouse and spread the mat across the table to check what he had received more closely. The food was mostly the same cave mushrooms, carrots, and potatoes the first man had brought, along with some sort of hardened cake that also appeared to have some meat in it. The seeds were mostly the same, but also included some above-ground species. Unfortunately, as with the pine cones, it took more than just a few seeds to unlock any new plants. But there was one plant that made Belissar's eyes go wide. A flower that had been dried for preservation. One that may not have registered as a flower at first, given its brown petals and stem, but that had a very familiar shape.
Absorb ground mana flower.
A mana flower that was brown instead of blue, and apparently had something to do with the ground? Maybe the bear people had found it while underground. And if Belissar remembered correctly, the digger bee description had said something about ground mana. So if he unlocked this flower, and the bees made honey from it, perhaps they would come up with a new type of bee.
Ground mana flower absorbed. Current samples. 1 out of 5.
Well, he only had the one, but he would have to ask the bear people if they had any more. If he was willing to talk to them again, that was. Beyond that, the bear folk had given him some other useful things. The cloths meant he wouldn't have to process as much flax to get the stockpile he wanted, and the clay bowl would be useful if he made anything other than straight honeycomb. And then there were the tools, which included a set of butchery knives, mostly made of bone but including one made of metal. His own knife was getting dull at this point, so that was honestly a big help. All in all, it was a big boon. And they had just given it to him freely? Belissar couldn't help but be confused for a while after. His mind might know that he was now a dungeon master with a powerful monster bee army, but his heart was still surprised by the completely different interactions he'd had with these people.